Hello, there we go. Good morning, guys. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're excited to return to an in-person session and very interested in the agenda that we have and hearing a lot about what's happening. It's a bit different than our usual fare. Given the current challenges of the world right now, we've tried to make it reflective of some of the issues that we're all managing. But I'd like to start with thanking our sponsors who have generously provided all manner of support and assistance, as well as contributing financially to help underwrite this program. And yes, thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to run through them. Some of them are up, I think all of them are up here as well as around us, but if you give our supplier members every consideration in making your business decisions, they really are very active and supportive of our work, and not the least of which is also our sponsors here. We had a wonderful reception last night from Weiland. Thank you very much. Tonight's reception is sponsored by Randall, and we'll be over in the Officina restaurant. We'll talk a little bit about that later. The guide that was before you was printed by Quad. And, Paul, would you mind giving me my copy of the guide? I meant to bring it over here. It was printed and sponsored by Quad. The badges that you have were underwritten by the Dingley Press. The tote bags were sponsored by Path to Response. Thanks. Our breakfasts were sponsored by Bilardi Wong, and the lunches by Navistone. The refreshment breaks were underwritten by Lindenmeyer Central. AV has been picked up by Midland. We thank them. And Epsilon was our administrative sponsor, which helped fill in some of the gaps. And our sponsors, our supplier members have been super active. As a matter of fact, in this time that we have not been together, we formed a supplier council, and they've given your ACMA staff all manner of input and assistance and helped shape our messaging and approach and made a big difference. And not the least of which, we appreciate all of you who have ventured out to join us. And I've heard from many that typically do make this event that their personal circumstances or company travel policy don't allow them to attend, but so we're particularly appreciative that you all made the effort to join us. As we do at the start of each of our meetings, we're going to ask you to get involved right away, and we hope that you are active and engaged and involved all throughout these next several days. So I'd like to start by moving microphones around the room and ask you to stand and share your name and your company. If this is your first time attending an ACMA forum, please note that. And several of you, many of you are in ACMA leadership, and hope you will mention your ACMA leadership roles as well. So could we move the microphones around, please? To start, why don't we just move them around rather than having people get up? There's one over here, Paul, right here. Right there.
I'll go first. I'm Paul Miller, Vice President, Deputy Director with the ACMA.
I'm Ann Worrell from the Vermont Country Store, and this is my first time attending the ACMA conference.
I'm Jim Hall, also from the Vermont Country Store. I'm the CEO, and as of yesterday, I'm the chairman of the board of the ACMA.
Hi, my name is Kerry McNatt. I'm with Integrated Marketing Solutions, which is an affiliate of Colony Brands, and I'm on the ACMA board.
Bob Shimmick from Quad, Director of Postal Affairs. This is my first ACMA conference, relatively new to Quad.
Hi, I'm Linda Lester with the company K-Log. We sell office and school furniture nationwide, and this is my second conference.
Jeff Hankey, Executive Director of Postal Solutions at Quad. Many conferences.
Yeah, Dana Goldstein, COO of Country Casualtique. Been here, I think, since the second ACMA meeting.
Don McKenna from Quad, Executive Vice President, Chief Administrative Officer, and it's been a while. I had been at a whole bunch, so it's probably been about 10 years, so happy to be back.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Todd Black with Intellicent. I represent ACMA at MTAC, and I'm a past Postal Committee Chair.
Thank you. Rob Gergen, head of Silver Star Brands, and also a new member of the ACMA board.
Hi, Chris Brown, work for LSC Communications. I'm the Vice President of the co-mail operation, and I'm new to the ACMA board.
Dan Hickey with LSC Communications. I'm a senior account executive, and I am a newbie.
Ken Lane, consulting since 2003. Took 7 years off to run Stark Brothers as a CMO, and I'm a Celtics fan, so just go easy with me today.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Demore. I'm with LSC Communications. I'm a repeat attendee, and I'm the current chair of the Postal Committee.
Hi, I'm Linda Hurley. I work for the Dingley Press. I take care of all the postal and distribution there, and it's been I've been here several times.
Good morning, John Patno. I'm with Graphic Communications, a division of Veritiv Corporation.
Good morning. I'm Steve Gustafson, Vice President with the Bradford Hammacher Group, and my first time at ACMA.
Good morning, Kathy Galick, and I'm with LSC Communications, and my first time here too. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kate Lett with Lett Direct, and this is my first ACMA conference.
I'm Donna Bellardi. I'm chairman of Bellardi Wong, and I am the current chair of the ACMA Supplier Committee.
Brad DeRouge with B2B Mailer Vaudeville Brands, also a board member.
I'm Nat Bessie with the law firm of Brannon Isaacson. This is my first conference, although my partners have been here before.
Hi, I'm Steve Sanfilippo. I'm the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Randall Corporation.
Hi, I'm Tim Ty, Linden Meyer Central, first time ACMA conference.
Leslie Newton, I'm with Plow and Hearth, and also a new ACMA board member, and this is my first conference.
Hello, Angie Bickle. I'm the head of emerging brands at Bellardi Wong, and it's my first conference.
Good morning, Matt Bender, CEO of Universal Screen Arts, and similar to Jim, as of yesterday, I'm your vice chairman of the ACMA board.
Hello, I'm Rick Kropsky with the Randall Corporation, and I'm also a board member of the ACMA, and have been to many of these conferences, which are great.
Good morning, I'm Lynn Noble. I'm with the ACMA, formerly with the U.S. Postal Service, and I've been here since 2015.
Hi, I'm Dean Davis. I'm currently with the U.S. Postal Service. I like long walks on the beach and puppies, and this is not my first conference.
Hi, I'm Tim Nordin with Billerud Americas, so formerly known as Verso. I've been here once before, so this is my second meeting.
Good morning, I'm Don Bergen. I'm with Linden Meyer Central. I believe this is my 5th conference, and I am a Warriors fan, so my apologies last night about midnight.
Hi, I'm Ellen Pullman. I'm with Gardens Alive, Director of Brands, and I think this is my first conference.
Hello, my name is Brian Rainey. I'm the CEO of Path to Response. Happy to see everybody here. And I think I may have missed one ACMA conference.
Hi, I'm Caroline Schaefer. I'm the VP of Consumer Services at Epsilon, and it is my first conference.
Hi, I'm Mari Harding, VP of Catalog at Potpourri Group, and it is not my first conference.
Good morning, Kathy Siviter. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for the National Association of Pre-Sort Mailers. We are colleagues with ACMA, so we're trying this out, reciprocating, attending each other's events, and this is my first time.
Chris Aarons from Gardner Supply Company, and this is my first conference.
I'm Larry Kavanaugh, the CEO of Navistone, and as of yesterday, the Secretary-Treasurer of ACMA.
Good morning, Carmine Viola, Interior, formerly Merit Direct. After 21 years, that's going to be very difficult. SVP of Audience Identification, and this is my first time.
Hello, I'm Brian Tespo with the Washington Post, WP Digital Print Solutions. I'm Director of Business Development, and this is my second ACMA conference.
I'm Tom Ham with Natchez Outdoors and been here several times.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome, all of you. It's nice to have a number of first-time attendees. I hope you will feel free to get involved and make this interactive. We have 2 microphones in the room, so if you're going to talk, if you could get a microphone, walk over to one, or raise your hand, we'll bring one over to you. That would be helpful so everybody can hear. And we haven't been together for a while. I think that's obvious to all of us, but it hasn't slowed down the work that we've been doing. There's been an enormous amount of effort and developments and progress that it's really been quite a year or years. And the progress has been really extraordinary. I think we've held literally at this point hundreds of meetings with members of Congress. I know it's hundreds of meetings on our issues, and we've really moved the needle. We materially contributed to the passage of postal reform legislation this year that dramatically improves the Postal Service's financial position and hopefully will take real pressure off rates longer term for us, particularly when combined with other initiatives that the Postal Service is undertaking in the Delivering for America plan. I'm sure our Postmaster General will talk about that. If you haven't read it, it's on the ACMA website. As a matter of fact, while you have quite a bit of information in your book, there's even more information mostly on the member side of the ACMA website. So we'd encourage you to use that regularly. We have a new Postmaster General with industry experience, something we were looking for. And we hope with an understanding, commiserate with that industry experience, and who is clearly committed to transforming the Postal Service to becoming a viable, efficient, and sustainable self-sustaining agency. You'll hear from our 75th Postmaster General about his progress and goals, and also have an opportunity to ask him some questions, which I hope you will do. We've continued the cost reduction work on flat-shaped mail, which we mail in. We've been working with the Postal Service as it redesigns its network. We'll talk about some of those developments. There's been some changes more recently that is a replanning of that network redesign or assimilation, and we will be hearing from industry experts that have been very close to that as to what to expect and what we hope will take place in the future. We continue to explore all manner of supply chain challenges in today's world and get details on what to expect from our CEO panel, who's going to share some of their observations and what they're doing in such an uncertain and volatile marketplace. Our very active committees will share some of the work that they've been doing in postal tax and privacy. But the passage of postal reform legislation was really the culmination of years of work by many, and ACMA provided important leadership both to our members in terms of actively getting them engaged with their congressional delegations, and as well as our work whipping up support across the industry and helping stakeholders, keeping all stakeholders aligned so we could get eventual legislation. We provide material assistance to 2 coalitions that are working on postal, the Coalition for a 21st Century Postal Service, of which we're on both the board and the executive committee, as well as a new group that you'll hear from representing market dominant or captive mailers to give us a voice on the Hill and get a little more respect than we've been getting on the Hill of late. After not getting the time of the day on the Hill on sales tax issues, we actually have a hearing today, which you may know is really the first step in eventual legislation. And ACMA has a member company as a witness on the panel. We've submitted testimony. Several of our members have submitted testimony, and that's occurring today. John Hennessy of Littleton Coin will be talking about the nightmare that sales tax is for us all, and the waste and the burdens and the complexity that you all face every day. We're hopeful ultimately to get some clarifying national legislation on what states can and can't do in sales tax to eliminate all the crazy waste that is occurring as we try to comply with lots of varied regulations and demands on us. We've also been educating the Hill on privacy, which is another major focus area for us, and an area where we really, again, need clarifying national privacy legislation. And absent that privacy legislation on a national basis, states have been very active moving forward with their own privacy bills, and we have been intervening and interacting with many of the states that are considering privacy bills to educate them on some of the implications of the decisions they make. I think the nightmare for all of us is we wake up some morning and realize that we have 50 different privacy bills or regulations that we have to accede to, and some of them potentially contradictory with one another. We're working hard to avoid that and monitoring both state and federal developments and engaging actively to shape the outcomes on a very important issue. We also continue to work with officials and report out to you a lot of developments in trade, and there are trade issues that are becoming, in some cases, more and more burdensome on you all with compliance requirements that you haven't faced otherwise. So, like the other topics, you'll hear about some of that today and tomorrow as well. We continue to advocate and lobby to make, and I should say sometimes litigate, to make differences on your behalf. And we'll continue to focus on our main issues here in Washington. And it really, success truly takes a village. We certainly saw that with postal reform legislation. Many of you in this room have built strong relationships with your members of Congress, and you have shared our needs and asks and educated them. And democracy is a full contact participatory sport. It is not something that you can sit on the sidelines. The law does not protect those who sit on their hands. And sophisticated industries actively engaged with members of Congress to get what they want and need. And while we haven't had a huge history of that in our little corner of the world, we are starting to change that, and you all are starting to get involved, and it's made a huge difference. You're either at the table or you're on the menu in Washington. And we've found that to our detriment in 2007, and we've been active since. But we must engage early, because you have to shape outcomes before politicians lock in their positions publicly and then become very hard to move into a different direction. And we need strong support, strong constituent support in all 535 districts and states. There's 535 members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and particularly in rural areas where access to your senator is easier than in a big state such as California, those rural senators have disproportionate impact on outcomes, and many of their constituents are customers of yours, where there's not an easy alternative to shopping direct. As a matter of fact, the pandemic has really reinforced for all of us the importance of having a direct channel of distribution, and the importance that plays for consumers and certainly companies, all companies large and small, that need to have a voice in Washington. So we would encourage you to continue to get active and follow along with that. We have employed grassroots digital methods to motivate average Americans that are passionate about our issues, for instance in postal, and that outreach has generated literally thousands of consumer interactions with Congress. We actually have been targeting specific members of Congress at specific times to help sway their opinion and belief, and we employed that technique very successfully in postal reform legislation. You'll hear a little bit about some of that a little later on as well. And we also monitor long-arm regulation. This is people that you don't vote for that are imposing demands on your business, and that can be pretty ugly and sap your ability to run your business and sap your profitability as you struggle to comply. For instance, ACMA jumped on a recent development in California that could lead to having you to file income tax returns in all 50 states. Can you imagine the six-figure cost of that compliance and the audits and liabilities and risks that it would entail that come with it? So I mentioned we have a book generously sponsored and printed by Quad. I'd just like to take a few minutes to walk through that with you. And If you open it up, you'll find the table of contents, a welcome letter from yours truly, our conference agenda, which has, the times have shifted a little bit, but we'll note that.
We flip-flop the flat session with the Postmaster General, just so you know.
So at their request, an attendee list and an attendee addendum is follows. And then you get speaker bios, staff bios, and then we start to get into some of the real meat of some of the work we've done. On page 20 is the ACMA privacy outline, what we're looking for in privacy legislation. Our privacy committee has been outstanding at parsing all of these bills and developments and guiding us on where we're going to go with policy issues respective to privacy. The next page, 21, is a statement of some of the sales tax challenges that we've been facing and what's happened since the Quill assessment was dropped. At some of my board members' requests, I worked to quantify some of the impact that ACMA has had over multiple years, and certainly we were active in sales tax as of 2011 when it became very obvious that Quill was going to fall unless we did something. And all of our efforts and work, you would have had to implement sales tax compliance in 2012. All of our work pushed that day of reckoning out to about 8 years later, in 2020 or so. So that is significant cost avoidance that you would have had otherwise. The next page gives you an overview of this year's annual compliance determination with the Postal Regulatory Commission. We continue to be very active in their dockets and events, and monitor their events and interact with them, let them understand what the impacts of their decisions are on cost. Go to page 26, you have a summary of the postal reform legislation that I've already referred to, and some of the major components that takes. And then on page 28, a request from the PRC for input, industry input, on where things stand today. That is a result of our getting Congress to consider a re-review of the additional rate authority the PRC provided, and we feel is really just, you know, it's upside down. The new additional rate authority adds cost certainly to us, but also adds complexity and unpredictability, which are particularly troubling. The next page is the start of several legal briefs that ACMA has joined with others to litigate this additional rate authority that was granted as offsides from the statutory intent of the postal reform legislation that passed in 2006. And we have continued to pursue that. We are right now at the Supreme Court requesting that they hear our arguments, and you have a lot of the pleadings that we have filed, or summaries of some of the pleadings that we have filed in that entire period, and that runs several pages. And if you have insomnia some night, I would recommend you pick that up. It'd be a great cure for you.
And they're just highlights.
And those are just highlights. That's right. if you want the full filings, you know, you pay by the page with lawyers, so we can certainly give you the full weight. On page 47 is an industry letter, and you can see the signatories run pages that we were able to help coordinate and gather, giving industry input to Congress on postal reform legislation, which added a lot of momentum. And then several pages of we haven't actually included all, but one of the on page 53, the input that we gave to the Senate, and we also had similar interaction with the House during postal reform. On page 54, we have a letter that we sent to Postmaster General DeJoy, and you can go through that. And then on page 60, the coalition that we belong to requesting a second review of the 10-year, so-called 10-year review. Page 67 is the California Franchise Tax Board matter that I referred to earlier. New York has already said that they are going to be following suit, and as you all see often, stuff will start in the U.S. and California, jump to New York, and then proliferate through the rest of the country. That's exactly an outcome we're trying to avoid.
62.
It's on page 62, 63, and 64. We will cover in a session a little bit later, but is a very useful reference provided by Brandon Isaacson, as is our legal corner, which we regularly feature to members. There's a page 65 is a particular one on website accessibility lawsuits that some of you have been subject to, unfortunately, more than once, and something that we're monitoring and considering what we can do on. Moving on, a member of Congress facility visit checklist. We will help any company in the industry build a relationship with members of Congress. It's that important. And we've got all kinds of materials to support that, some of which are right here. 69, a little overview on ACMA. 70, our member list, which we do not make public. You are all, as members, you have it. As attendees, you're getting it. We sometimes take unpopular positions, and I get hate emails and even hate phone calls that when we say unpopular things that one or another group doesn't really like. So the value of a trade association, among others, is that we can do things that would be too risky for your brand to do, and we can take the heat so that you don't have to take the heat. And we're not shy about doing that when the circumstances call for it. Moving on, some facts about ACMA. If you are spreading the word, spreading the gospel of getting involved, we need you all to be evangelists for our work. We really appreciate your doing that. It makes a big difference. Warm introduction to non-member executives would be great, and we need those at all the times. And to be fair, the pandemic has limited our ability to get out and reach companies, and we have had our normal attrition, but we haven't had our normal replacement. So your assistance and involvement in helping us spread the word of ACMA and involvement in ACMA would be invaluable. Along that line, page 78, benefits of membership. Page 76, benefits of membership for brands and for suppliers. And then page 76, what would life be without ACMA? And if you look back over our history for 15 years now, it has been a real impact on outcomes. And I think if you have a chance to look through that, you will see some of the things that we have done. Ongoing actions on issues is page 77. That's your crib sheet if you're talking to a member of Congress and want a quick refresher on some of the policy things we've talked about here at the forum and in some of the write-ups that we've been sending you. 78 is a summary of some of the efforts and success we've had. 80 and 79 and 80 are sponsors. Again, thank you to them. And then a detail of all of our supplier members. And I'd ask the merchants in the room again to give these folks real consideration. They're active on your behalf, showing their commitment to you and the industry. And we would not be where we are without both your help as publisher members or merchant members as well as supplier members. Next page is our action funds. We raise specific money that we have on hand to jump on issues, and these fund anywhere from litigation to professional fees to lobbying, and having that resource on hand allows us to move quickly and get an early jump when things are happening in Washington. 88, you've heard me talk about political involvement, and as an owner or CEO, how important it is that you are engaged and have a relationship with the ultimate arbiters of your fate, and we're happy to help you do that. Page 90 gets into a grassroots guide of how to build a relationship with Congress. And page 94, last but not least, and something to keep in mind, is our antitrust statement. And I would ask you to be mindful of our antitrust statement and the antitrust guardrails that it provides, and to confine any discussion to make sure that we're respecting this antitrust statement, which is the law of the land. And if you have any questions on any of that, please feel free to reach out. And if you're having a discussion where you're not sure it's a safe discussion, it'd be good to pause that and come back to it as well. So that's our book. That's a little bit on our program, a little bit on our activities, and it's been a fun and exciting time. We have found lots of opportunities, well beyond what I would have suspected going in. But our work isn't done. We've got some serious opportunities and threats on the horizon, and we're going to continue to work like the devil to make those outcomes happen. One good example of that is our effort on flats cost reduction, and I would ask our panelists to come on up and join me. We're going to take you through some of the work that we've been doing on flats cost reduction, and then we're going to hear from the Postmaster General. One of the questions that I think we have for the PMG on flats costs is, why have we seen reported costs of flats over more than 3 decades go up at 2.5 times the rate of inflation? And the reason our product is unprofitable with the Postal Service isn't any lack of pricing, it's a lack of the inefficiency of handling flat shaped mail. And we've been working for many years trying to attack that. I think we were making great progress over the last couple of years in the so-called Bulger Group effort, which several of you in the room have joined in and participated in. Todd and Bob have been co-colleagues in that. We thought we had a real understanding of what was coming at us, and I think what happened was the Postmaster General spent some time in touring some of the mailing facilities, and I think he was in Atlanta and saw some number of hundred of nodes that mail was moving through just to deliver within metropolitan Atlanta, and I think came back to L'Enfant Plaza and said, this network redesign that we're working on has to be even more aggressive and move more efficient, move more quickly, and create more efficiency. And one of the many components of the Delivering for America plan is so-called self-help, where the Postal Service works actively to remove costs, and there's no better area to do that than in flats cost reduction. So with that, I'd like to introduce my co-presenters, Todd Black from IntelliCent and Bob Shemek from Quad. We also have a number of our other printers, LSC and Randall, have been very active in this work as well. And I ask those of you that have been participating in this to help fill in the gaps. Right, so what's first up?
One quick reflection. I remember as I was reading through the deck to prepare, it was about a decade ago, I was here speaking in a very similar track about the FSS and its promise, or the hope that it's promise, and so we're actually here talking about its removal as well. Just one of those funny points how the some things the Postal Service does are great, and some things are not. And FSS has proven that one that it failed us. It failed us all. It failed the Postal Service. A lot of money spent on that one, but just wanted to make that first comment. And
a lot of our money spent on that.
Yeah, and also this Bulger Group, just as a backdrop. This is something that ACMA made happen. The diligence that the leadership here in Hamilton really capitalizing on the opportunity, and it's created a new dialogue that we hope is going to demonstrate some real results. But real thanks to you, Hamilton, for really getting that done. That was a big deal.
Yeah, and I guess just to add on to it, yeah, this Bulger Group that's being referred to, the initial meeting was actually, if we go back in time, early in 2020, and at that point in time, Chief Operating Officer for the Postal Service still was David Williams, and he's the one that really initiated the discussion out at the Bulger Center with the mailing industry to really focus on what can we do to streamline costs and make some tangible benefits for the industry, and try and get flats to start coming in line with the costs. And so there's a lot of work that did take place around that, and some of the things that we are seeing with that are being implemented in the last couple of price changes that have occurred. So I think I think you jumped a slide, but if we want to maybe go back, the direct containers and the incentives that we are seeing being implemented around the direct containers.
If I could just jump in for a minute on that, Bob. One of the approach that we used, and I think I've said, but this has been some of the best dialogue I've had with the Postal Service ever. A lot of good exchange, no sacred cows, putting the facts on the table. And we started off by mapping the flats workflow. And if we haven't shared that with you, I think it is on our website. We can certainly share it with anyone that's interested. It's quite an eye chart, and you can see the complexity of different workflows that flats travel through. So we started to try to identify some of the cost drivers, the more expensive workflows, and the more expensive types of flats, and reconsider what a new workflow might look like that reduces handling. And as Bob just started to get into, and a lot of that is getting flats in a format where they don't need a lot of processing or handling. Ideally, they get to a location they can be cross-docked with almost no handling cost, go to delivery units, and be brought out onto the street with bypassing a lot of the extra processing that would otherwise take place. So I'll back to you.
All right, yeah, and so what we're actually seeing being implemented here with the July 10th price change is actually the next step in the Postal Service incenting these direct containers. They kind of took an initial step in it in a previous price change, and now I would say they're kind of doubling down on it, and they are realizing that, you know, the direct containers are the most efficient for the Postal Service to handle, and they're creating some additional incentives for the mailing industry to help drive that behavior. And that is work that came directly out of the Bolger Group, and looking at those workflows and trying to figure out, you know, where are the costs being introduced. But ultimately, with these direct containers, if you can get them entered, for example, at an SCF facility, all they have to do is cross-dock them to the delivery unit, and out the door they go. You know, the least amount of handling is going to be the most efficient. Todd already touched on it, but FSS, while it's going away, it's going to be going away slowly. For those that may not know, the Postal Service originally purchased 100 of those machines. Around the time of the Bolger Group starting, they actually tarped 21 of those machines, and tarp basically means, you know, the machines were still sitting there, but they weren't running them, and they were still running all the FSS sort schemes on a reduced set of machines. What's happened now, though, is the Postal Service is actually pulling those machines out and using that space. And for those that may not know it, a single FSS machine is about the size of a football field. And, you know, it took 50 semi-loads of equipment to build one. And so these are rather large machines, and so there's a lot of space that is going to end up getting freed up and being able to be used for other purposes by actually starting to pull those out. So 21 were tarped. They're in the process of actually pulling the machines. What we're starting to see now, if you watch on a month-to-month basis, there is a label list around the FSS machines, and you can see they are gradually starting to pull machines out. For example, a month or two ago, like the Rochester, New York area, they pulled the machine out of there, and those sort schemes went away. And so
the Postal Service has identified that it costs more to maintain and operate these machines than they save. So it's a really good development for us that they are moving away from that, and it's been a long-standing request of ACMA and others to document that. Do you want to add to that?
I was going to say that a key takeaway, if you're not in the postal space, from one of the things we're talking about here is that there was a trend where the Postal Service was starting to devalue drop shipping in terms of their pricing signals. And the work that this group did, I think, was help the Postal Service do a 180 on that in the work share component, and you're starting to see now pricing recognize the value of less handlings of mail prepared so it can be more deeply drop shipped into the network, less handled by the Postal Service. So I think that's a really big positive that the Postal Service is recognizing the investments that people in the room have made into co-mail, high density, all that stuff to further work share along with the drop ship signals are are really important aspects that were going the wrong way for a couple of years. And so that's a really big accomplishment by the industry.
So another one of the things that we spent some time talking about with the Postal Service is, as they move forward and look at their network, there's been a lot of talk about essentially what is being referred to as shape-based processing. And so the last bullet here, talking about running periodicals and catalogs together. Ultimately, they run on the same machines, but if you look at the way they process them today, they are separate runs of the machine, so they have to configure the machine, run the stuff through, sweep all the bins, reset it up, run it again, and it's rinse and repeat, and there's a lot of setup time that's being consumed by keeping these streams separate. And so as we look at going forward, the Postal Service is saying, let's run them all together. It's way more efficient for them. It's more efficient for the industry. And what we're seeing also is they're working to align the service standards between the different products to get them to match.
So as we mapped out the workflows for flats, we found there was several redundant workflows that essentially doing the same thing. And this allows us to collapse some of those workflows. And so if it's a flat, it should be processed as a flat, regardless of what class or product of mail that it represents. And that's a lot more efficient, and also will ultimately, removing all of this will not only lower cost, but it will also improve the service performance and delivery speed and accuracy. So that was really a major change, and it does require the network to change. To move to shape-based processing does require that the network be reconfigured to allow that. So that's part of the work that led to looking at the network and all the work that we did on that, and then now the replanning of the network, which we still are not exactly clear about. We hope that they will give us the same level of involvement and review that we have had in network creation, so that we can make sure that it's going to work for all of us. We don't know what we don't know about the Postal Service, and likewise, they don't know what they don't know about industry. So it's really important that we work together and early in the process, so that we're not making decisions that aren't particularly productive or helpful for the other parties.
All right. So one of the other things that we've been talking about with the Postal Service too is just some of the PREPA rules that are associated with periodical and catalogs. And for example, in the periodical world, minimum bundle is 6. In the marketing mail world, it's either 10 or 15 pieces, depending on the thickness of your piece. And I've been in the industry for 33 years now, and where did those numbers originally come from? And as best we can tell, they came down on some stone tablets at some point in time far away, long ago. And do they really make sense for today's processing, today's equipment, and the way the Postal Service, the way industry prepares the mail and the way the Postal Service flows the mail? And so we are using this as an opportunity to take a look at everything. Another thing that did cause a lot of industry churn when it was initially rolled out was for when FSS pallets were originally introduced, they were required at a lower weight, and it did cause a lot of additional pallets, and it just was a processing change for the mailing industry. At the same time, the Postal Service was also having to catch a lot more pallets. And so one of the things that we're talking about here also is, okay, what is the ideal pallet weight? And, obviously, from one perspective, the fuller, bigger pallet you can get, the better. But, at what point, when you're looking at building direct containers and trying to get them as deep in the system as possible, odds are you're probably not going to get to a 2,000-pound pallet. And so what is that right number? And, 250 is maybe too small, 500 maybe is too big, and what is that right number? Or one of the things that we've been working with the Postal Service is to say, you send the right signal, and that will drive the size of the pallet that you want. And so we've been trying to work with them to get them to better understand that. I don't know if there's...
I was just going to say, for those in the room, when you hear us say direct pallet, what that is, it's just all the mail on that pallet is for one local post office, one delivery unit. So the mail technically can be cross-docked without handling of the bundles or the trays, if it's letters, without until it gets to the local post office.
Right. So one of the other things that the Postal Service has started talking with industry is around the fact that they really do not like sacks and are really going to be looking at some point in time to ideally get away from sacks. They're looking from their perspective at flat tubs. Well, I can tell you, from a producer of mail, flat tubs have a lot of air. And I know one of the things that the PMG has been talking about is he hates air. So, moving air within his, within his logistics system. And so, while we may not like sacks, they compress the air out really well. So you can make a pallet of sacks if you need to, and it can be fairly dense. And so I think that is something that is going to continue to get discussion to figure out what is that. If it isn't a sack, I don't know that flat tub is the right answer. Is it something else?
What's the right solution? And again, points to the need for collaborative work on these sorts of things.
Right. So and then I guess as far as simplifying the origin entered mail flow, one of the things that's going to, I think the discussion around that, we haven't gone too deep on that, but it's really going to be more focused on what the Postal Service ultimately decides what their new network is going to look like, and then what is going to be the most efficient way to flow stuff through. So we know there's going to need to be work there because obviously anything that's origin entered requires the most amount of handling, is going to have the most cost associated with it. So one of the things we wanted to talk about, and this is something that we will very likely hear the PMG talk about, is the new carrier sort center concept. And so one of the things that, if we go back to the Bolger discussions, we were working with the Postal Service around the new network, and there was a discussion. The discussion at that point in time was really going down the road of, he was looking at the NDC network that we are familiar with essentially being transitioned over to be all for handling packages, and then there was going to be these new STCs, Surface Transfer Centers, that were going, and the current SCF facilities that were going to be renamed, and those facilities would be the ones that would be focused on processing the letter and flat mail. I think they were going down that road for a while, and I think they realized that that was not going to generate the level of savings that the PMG was looking to achieve. And so, that Bolger group and those discussions have been kind of on hiatus for a while now, as the Postal Service is currently rethinking their plans, and now the PMG has started to talk about this, but these carrier sort centers are going to be, he's looking at pulling carriers out of like the rural post offices and creating centers where maybe you have 100 to 200 carriers all being based out of a single facility. It allows them to scale up better. It has the potential to significantly reduce the amount of local transportation that is going to be required. I know one of the things that the PMG noted is, if done right, he thinks he can take out 50% of the local transportation costs that currently exist. And I know he's used the Atlanta area as a prime example of what he wants to change because of all the different nodes and all the transportation and all the different lanes that are active within just that one area, and how that can be greatly simplified. And so
I just say one of the things I find encouraging about this view is that, if for those of us in this space that have observed the Postal Service approach, is there's silos historically. The processing and distribution environment, which are the large environments, NDCs, STCs, SCS, it's where the mail is being drop shipped to, was separately looked at in terms of solutions. And then there was these 31,000 delivery units, which I think around 19,000 actually have carriers leaving, was a completely different reporting group to delivering. So I think what I agree with the PMG's been doing is starting to knock down some of those walls and saying, let's look at all of the network end to end and trying to make the right decision. I would say, though, when they were talking about shape-based processing, which means mail and packages are in two separate flows from the time you all give it the mail to them or the packages to them, seemed to be a good idea for mail because the large investments that they are making in the package world could be isolated to packages, and would make it easier for flats to truly show what costs they actually are. I thought that would have been a neat opportunity, but we'll see how it plays out. I am very encouraged that the Postal Service is now looking at their supply chain end to end and not the siloed world that we've observed them in the past.
I guess you want to touch on the Postal Reform Act?
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about that. I'm trying to remember. In the Postal Reform Act, there is a requirement that a study be done on flats. We've continued to encourage people to get the root cause on what's driving flats costs. It's an unacceptable result that we're all upset about. And so there will be a study that is mandated to investigate that. I don't know that we've had as much progress from our regulator on flats costs as we would like. There's been a lot of effort, a lot of reporting, a lot of complexity. I don't think it's amounted to much, and it's rather disappointing. And I think I'm not alone in saying that those of us in the industry working on postal would like to see more aggressive efforts to get to root cause on all sorts of postal matters by the PRC. And they were renamed in the 2006 legislation the Postal Regulatory Commission, and they're not really regulating much. They're really rubber stamping a lot of things, mostly just looking at price-based results, and we would encourage more work on that side.
Next one's yours, Todd. The cookie apocalypse.
Okay, yes. So, for the kind of pivoting a little bit in terms of talking about mail flows, is just some of the other headwinds or tailwinds that are happening out there. There was a presentation I wasn't able to join my partner with at the NPF, but we talked about the cookie apocalypse, and that is for anybody in the digital space that is relying upon the third-party data collection. There's lots of things that have been changing. We all see it as consumers, where you can opt out of the collection of data. What this means for marketers is that it's going to drive people back to the traditional first-party data collection. And the reason why we bring it up here in this context, since this is really the main postal tract of this meeting, is that there's as marketers have to reinvest in new ways to connect to and target their customers through first-party data, informed delivery, which is a postal product that came out around 2019. We wanted to dive into it a little bit more. I don't know if we're jumping to the next slide or not.
Sure, and then we can come back
I'll
and
come back
talk
to that.
about
I just want to tee that up, saying I'm gonna dive in a little bit later. Yeah. And so this is just a slide that we've shared with clients just to kind of tell the narrative of what's happening out there, and then I'll get to the connection with informed delivery. So for marketers, many marketers in the room, this isn't new news. Some of these news clips here are about the significant brands out there, the decisions they're making to help protect privacy. But what it really means is, for this group, is it's going to drive the value of print, the opportunity for print more so than ever. Third-party data collection and usage of that to target acquisition was cheap, and the cost per clicks is, as some of these graphs are showing, are going up, and so the opportunity for direct mail and for print is rising, and so the question people are asking is, how do I drive people from offline to online or online to offline? And if you go to the next slide, informed delivery, for those that aren't aware, has crossed the chasm, as they say, in the marketing space. So this little chart is just about how it's been proven year over year how new ideas diffuse into the consumers. There's 5 main groups. There's the early adopters, and then there's the mass market, and then there's the laggards. And the number that's important is 18%. So when something, the consumer base, 18% or higher of them start using it, it becomes a thing. And so informed delivery, quietly over the last couple of years, has grown to about 50 million users. So the conversations we were having about informed delivery just a couple years ago was about people weren't thinking about using it because it wasn't reaching enough of the people, the consumers they were targeting. But essentially 1 in 4 households in the country right now are using informed delivery, and it's growing at about 20% year over year. And so the reason we wanted to touch on it here, if you go to the next slide, the last slide again, is that there are a lot of users of informed delivery. It's growing. The Postal Service had some constraints for the catalog space to gain access to using informed delivery, and also the discount. For those that don't know, the Postal Service did double down on the discount for mailers that use a very simple to get informed delivery promotion is 4% discount off of your postage statement starting August 1st. So they went from 2% discount for a 3-month period in previous years to a 4% discount for a 5-month period. And so it's a tremendous opportunity to offset some of the large postal price increases. But I think the larger point is I think this informed delivery with the voice of the consumer is pretty loud here, that it's going to remain a growing opportunity for marketers, for mailers to select as a very inexpensive but impactful channel. And companies like mine who engage in any postal product that generates a lot of data, I can tell you from probably we're the largest consumer of informed delivery data out there. We're now focusing on the click-through. So that's usually where everyone wants to drive towards. What is the impact of this channel towards commerce? And well, I'd say I was just having a conversation at my table right before this, where I was saying for the COVID kind of had an impact on the focus of marketers on this data, but with the 4% discount, people are coming out of the woodwork to get engaged with it, and our company anticipates that people are really going to engage with this and use it as a new channel. So with all this price increases and discussion about costs going up and cost containment, there's just wanted to balance it out with a very nice opportunity that I give credit to the Postal Service for investing in this. Consumers are engaged with it, and these large discounts are something everyone in the room should be asking about when you walk away from here, because it is actually fairly simple to get the discount. It takes work, coordination with your mail service providers, for those that are the brands in the room, and then the mail service providers if you probably already engaged with it. But taking advantage of this is really an important opportunity for this year.
We are going to spend a little more time on informed delivery a little later in the program, and we are running a little low here, so we're going to have to wrap this up.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to jump back to the final slide. The final topic was just kind of looking at, if we look down the road 2 to 5 years, what are we going to see? And part of the message that I think we're going to hear from the PMG is the Postal Service is a very large organization. It's not something that he's going to be able to turn immediately, and it's going to take a period of time to get the new network in place and get it working the way he's looking to have it work. And so one of the things that we are going to be doing as an industry association is continuing to work closely with them, because it's going to be more of an evolution. I don't see it really being a big bang where everything suddenly, on a given day, all the flows just start changing. I think it is going to be maybe we'll see it roll out in a region by region basis over time, and we're going to have to be ready to move with the Postal Service to just make sure service and everything continues to work as it should.
Great. Well, we're just about out of time here. I think okay, great. I think, is there anything else that we haven't covered that we wanted to cover right now, or should we open up for questions?
I would say open up for questions or discussion if anyone has any.
Yes. Could you if you want to talk, please grab a microphone, because it's a pretty big room and it's hard to hear everybody. We want to make sure we're not missing anything that's said.
What's the post office's intention with all the data that they accrue from all the informed delivery sign-up? Do we know that?
You want to take a shot at that, Todd?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and so the Postal Service does make all of the data available publicly. I have never, in terms of Do they have plans to monetize that data in any way? I would say the platform they built, just speaking from a technology standpoint, does have the opportunity to put content in the informed delivery channel that is not driven by just mail. They've kind of been tinkering with that. So could it be a wireframe for ads in the future? Maybe. I'm not speaking for the Postal Service here. It's just my ideas. I would say though the biggest opportunity we're seeing with the data is that when the emails are sent, the emails are opened, then when the URLs are clicked through, they make all of that data available for public consumption for people to delegate. We're using that data now and talking to the Postal Service to help enhance that. They actually are tagging when someone clicks through, just a little technical point, the Postal Service adds the barcode information in what a brand's URL or the webmaster would see. So you could actually technically retarget that person through mail after someone clicks through. So and you don't have to be, you typically would have to have been the email service provider in order to get that type of insight. So again, when I, Todd, click on my informed delivery URL, when the information is sent to the whoever's consuming that data, they can actually see now that it's Todd clicking, not just my IP address or something that's less specific. So I think there's some real bridges being built, as I mentioned, to the online to the offline world that has not yet been taken advantage of. It's kind of in the infancy, but the data, I think, to answer your question again, is really for us in the business side to make better use of it. I don't see the Postal Service necessarily looking to monetize it. I think they'll run up against a lot of their core principles that they don't want to compete with private business.
When you click through, does that constitute an opt-in?
An opt-in for what?
To be retargeted?
No, not necessarily. You would have to be someone watching the web traffic coming into your brand's your web environment, and then be able to track that back to the mail piece. If that's your question. Okay. So the opt-in, no.
Yeah, it's a connection in the mail piece. You don't see the actual person, you see the mail piece that generated that activity.
The one thing I was going to add when it comes to informed delivery was the Postal Service is using it as an interesting platform, and we've seen it used a couple of times. And most recently, or a good example of it is ordering of COVID test kits. For those of you that are on the consumer side and are enrolled in it, when the Postal Service did like their second and third wave of ordering for COVID test kits, there was a banner that was essentially on the top of your email that was used, and they saw a huge spike in the number of orders that came in after that banner went out.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions, thoughts, ideas? And when you do talk, please introduce yourself again and let us know what your thoughts are right into a microphone, please.
All right.
Well, I guess we've covered it to your satisfaction then. There's a lot that is going to continue to happen in this whole network redesign area and FLAT's workflows changes. We've got to have real progress on it to take the pressure off us. I think you all are acutely aware that we're getting an extra 2% surcharge in each and every price increase, and now that that's happening twice a year, it becomes particularly burdensome in terms of amount as it compounds up. So ideally, we'll be able to get FLATs to be less costly and therefore profitable for the Postal Service. That will not only reduce the surcharge, but it also open up additional promotional opportunities that we've been talking with the Postal Service over the years that they have rejected, specifically because they're not making enough money on FLATs. We have about 10 minutes before our next program. We have moved the break until after the Postmaster General speaks, so I think I'll give you, if you can really be good, and be back here in 10 minutes.
I don't know if we should start shuffling around.
Well, I'm just going to, people that need to take a bio break, we'll give you 10 minutes, but please be back in the room at about 1 minute to 10 so we can start with the Postmaster General right away. Thank you.
Wait for his introduction, okay? Let's not steal his thunder.
It's my great pleasure to introduce the 75th Postmaster General of the United States, a man with industry understanding and background. We've long asked to bring more industry understanding into postal decision making, and Mr. DeJoy certainly represents that. Thank you for joining us, Postmaster General. The floor is yours.
Okay, good, super, thank you. Thanks, Hamilton. Remove this. Can you hear me? Everything's good, good. How many have, I got a lot of material, and I could start from the beginning or the middle or whatever, so how many have heard my rant before? Okay, all right, that kind of gives me, I'll shorten up the first part, and then we'll get into some what's going on next. But just to thanks for having me. I'm interested in getting out and speaking to everybody about the stuff we're doing at the Postal Service, and interested in hearing everything they have to say about the stuff we're doing at the Postal Service. Right? Let me just start out with that. But I want to remind everybody that when I started here, we were in a crisis. Right? And if you don't believe that, you're never going to like me. Right? But we were in a crisis then, and as far as I'm concerned, we're still in a crisis. How do I know we're in a crisis? Well, when I got hired, the board told me we were going to run out of cash in 3 months. We're going to lose $20 billion. And you could look over history, right? We had lost $87 billion, had a negative $135 billion balance sheet, right? We were projected to lose $160 billion over the next 10 years. Beginning to warm up to a crisis? Anybody beginning to warm up to a crisis? We were, in order to lose that $160 billion, we were going to have to take out 100,000 people from our ranks. We take out 100,000 people, and we're going to lose $160 billion, right? And nowhere in that was any discussion about service, right? We hadn't met our service standards in 10 years, right? We had a significantly there was no plan. There was no plan to meet our service standards when we got there. We had significantly underinvested in our infrastructure. 30-year-old vehicles. We still have, they're now 32, right? And we have lots of opinions on them, but we still need vehicles. Obsolete, ill-maintained facilities. Severely underinvested in everything that has to do with the infrastructure over the last 20 years. The market completely changed on us, and we still continue to figure out, just deliver mail ineffectively, and both from a cost standpoint and a service standpoint. And all of this had introduced significant damage on the organization, which we're dealing with right now. There is not a thing that we touch now, this management team touches, that we don't have to go back and deal with 10 and 15-year-old mistakes, neglect, failed operational strategies to get us current and investigate what's going on there to then start moving forward. That is the process that we've been going through over the last 2 years. While mail volume continued to decline, 42%, delivery points continue to expand. Pieces for delivery go from 5.5 to 3 now, right? 5.5 years ago to 3, now going down to 1.75. 40-something% turnover rate in our pre-career, 40-something% turnover rate. I mean, if any of you have ever run more than 2 operations, right, and that are dependent on each other, right, you know that the people, the equipment, the processes are connection, the only connection that works. If you're building something, this is my back, if you're building an airframe over here that's going to connect to a wing over here, it's got to move, they got to be done on time. If people matter, each plant matters. We had 500 plants, 31,000 retail centers, 19,000 delivery units, and none of that was stable. None of it at all. And a big part of it was employee turnover. During the pandemic, we normally run at 84, 85% availability. During the pandemic, we reported 73, 74. The turnover rate was so fast, we couldn't take the people off their rolls. We were probably averaging in the low 60s, right, in terms of employee availability. Right? Most of those people, a good portion of those people, were just there for the week, right? And that's why we had the problems that we had in the first peak that that I was here for. So the the situation, as far as I was concerned, was dire, and these conditions were not stagnant, right? It wasn't like, okay, I'm here, I take a picture of it, this is what I gotta go fix. No, there was tremendous momentum behind this. But what was more just unbelievable, okay, is that there was no action, no plan, right? It was and it was a lack of belief that there was a crisis. I spent my first, in the first 40 days, 15 hours in front of Congress testifying. Not once a question about the financial condition and the trajectory of the United States Postal Service. At one point, if anybody watched, I said, does anybody in here realize that we're losing $10 billion a year besides me? Right? Nothing. And, there was, significant, and as I started to move down this path, the simple things, significant resistance to any change. And this goes from the standpoint of running trucks on time, changing an hour. I mean, I looked at the history of what went on over the years. You all know. I saw some preliminary questions. How do I feel about, the resistance? I don't see any resistance. I see what my objectives are. And I'm leading this organization to them. Those days are over for the United States Postal Service. We have lobbyists all over the place, lobbying Congress, lobbying board members, objecting. We have the associations like this. We put out a plan. We're in crisis, and I put out a plan, and every industry association rebels against it, calls it trash, right? Congress rebels against it. I get sued by 21 states' attorney generals for having a plan, for having thoughts, ideas. 21 states sue me for this, right? That's like a secession, right? It's like we secede from the United States Postal Service. What's worse, and this is not new news. Government Accountability Office has been putting out this information for the last 10 years, that we're in dire straits, that the organization's going to fail. They get to write these things. This is typical Washington. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has a theory. Everybody has a report. Okay, job done. They put it out. They've done their duty. And the Postal Service, unfortunately, historically, has just stopped. And that's what we have operationally around the nation is a collection of half-starts, ill-thought-out, weakened strategies that we fail to continue with. I mean, even from the standpoint of me, look, they tried to run me out of town. I've had 7 federal investigations. 7 federal investigations. FBI, FEC, OIG, Congressional, OMB, whatever, right? OIG a number of times. We get letters. Somebody writes a 501c3, writes a letter about something, and then they have automated, machine writers write the OIG, and of course they got to do a report, do an investigation. It's like every month there's another investigation on me. It's comical and it's unfortunate, and it motivates me to continue, and I have motivated the team to continue. I'm pretty excited about the team I have around me. Where's them? I walk around with their mugs. Mugs, not from the standpoint like they're going to jail with me, but just mugs in general. This is the team. I made another announcement yesterday that I'm separating transportation from the processing group because I'm not getting, it's just too big and too messed up. And I need to make more headway in the transportation area that we have, and I brought somebody in from the outside that I know a long time, was head of Walmart's transportation and worked for me previously, and worked here for 2 years, helped us roll out the KIT program and so forth. And you just look, I don't know if anybody was at the forum, I got to speak about, all those, particular things that were in the way. Let me tell you, so that's the history. We've had, some significant accomplishments, which I'll get into in a second. But let me tell you what I'm doing, because I know there's a lot of interest in each individual element of what it is that they do. In this case, it's flats processing, and I appreciate that. Don't think that I don't care. There's lots of things I care about, right? But as CEO of a 650,000 person organization that serves the American people, that is losing money and failing in its service mission, okay, I have to have priorities. I got to work on big stuff, the big stuff, because the big stuff all flows down to everything. And there's two types of, and this goes for green. Here's a little story on the whole green side too. There's two types of inefficiencies we have, right? There's the inefficiency of mission, right? And that is that we have to go to 161 million addresses every day, whether we have one piece of mail, 5 pieces of mail, whether it covers our cost to get there or not. And that's our embedded infrastructure. And there's not much we can do. We're committed to that mission, and what we have to do is run that more efficiently. But at the end of the day, however your structure is set up, that's how you're going to run it. You can have transactional improvements, which we are working on right now, but structural improvements require structural changes. Okay, and then we have the inefficiency of us, and it's the same story there. Okay, you can work on transactional improvements. For instance, flat processing. We can work on that. Okay, and we're going to make whatever progress you make. Right? If it's 6% of our business and it's 50% variable cost, and you get all out there, it's not going to change the trajectory of the organization, nor is it going to fix anything for a long time. And because if we haven't improved on the structural environment that we have, which is really, really bad, really, really bad when you think about it, right? When you think about I run mail and packages through almost 500 different plants around the country, right? Because this is where we had space. We didn't want to spend space because labor and transportation were variable elements that could have been approved operationally in the past and didn't require a strategy, didn't require a commitment to capital, didn't require a commitment to change. That's how the service did its business. Just added, hey, all the mail should come into this place, but we have room down in, Fox someplace. Let's put an FSS machine there. Let's put a packaging conveyor over here. Well, all of this, if you go into places like Atlanta, right, we have 9 places that process mail and packaging when you count the contractors, right? You want to know where they are. Start at the first, pick a plant, start there, follow a piece of mail. Follow a package, and you'll get to 7 of the 9 before it goes out to Oregon, right? This is what we have going on in the organization. So my focus, as you'll see as I get into this, and as we move down the next 2 years, is to restructure that whole thing. Restructure that whole thing. If you take 3.2 million square miles of the United States of America to 48 continental, you could probably get within 75 miles. You need 100 plants to get to 175 miles. It's that simple, right? Plus or minus, I could be 30, 40% wrong in this. It's still like a 200% improvement in terms of what we do, right? And so forth. You go into our retail centers, right? Take Atlanta again. Within a 20-mile radius, we probably have 50 delivery units, 40 to 50 delivery units. That's South Metro area. You go to the North Metro area, you got another 40. We run 600 trucks a day between the plants to get to these things, right? It's crazy. They run 25% utilized, 25% utilized, right? So you do the math. If I do 50% utilized, it's 300 trucks a day. What is 300 trucks a day in cost. And that's just Atlanta. That's just Atlanta. It's everywhere. And it almost can't be stopped unless I run in front of a truck like this, right? Because I tried running trucks just on time without like a grave investigation and detail. And so I ran trucks on time, had all, CEO, the area vice presidents, everybody tell me, okay, we got it, boss, we're gonna do it. We had 3 weeks to plan, we're gonna do it. Boom, ran the trucks on time. All of you remember what happened. We shut the whole nation down. We shut the whole nation down. I forgot to say put the mail in the trucks. All right? Now, I say that sarcastically, okay, but that is the problem that exists here. The organization went stale for so long in terms of making productive change, okay, in terms of making change that together improved cost, improved service, and also in the case of what we're doing now, improves our impact on the environment, right? All of these things are aligned now that are in the plan. So basically, and I think I've talked to some of you about this before, I'm heading off on a dual, we started out on a dual transformation, right? 2 things, dual transformation. Number 1, take an inventory of all your lousy stuff, right? And we got a lot of it, right? And get rid of it. And that's really what I've been doing the last, couple of years through the reorganization, through I am hour on hour in my conference room. Right, I've reorganized 16 direct reports, as I think I just told you. But people coming in my conference room, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 people, teams, right? Scheduled meetings on what we're doing, how we're doing it, what's different from last week. What do we, listen, there's 650,000 truths in the United States Postal Service, right? You go ask anybody about how this is done or why this is done that way, and everybody has an answer on it. Just like outside the environment, everybody has an opinion on how we fix it, right? But none of them are comprehensive. None of them are truly accurate in terms of what the underlying detail is of the organization and actually what the impact, what the outcome will be. And nobody really has the authority to take the organization and force it together to come out with the right conclusions to, in fact, make change. Other than me, right? And I'm using it. I'm using all the authority that I have as an independent organization, leader of this organization, with mostly support from the board. It's not like there is no pleasantry in any place I go, right? It's like I am tolerated, right? Which I'm fine with, right? Because it's important work. It's important work, and I have the team mostly behind me and mostly trained now in how to enact a transformation in a collaborative manner, not just engineering going out and doing something and this person going out and doing something. That's what we had. Now it all rolls up to the top people sitting around the table. When I first came, my executive leadership meetings, I sat in there, I thought I was in a wax museum for an organization that was in crisis. Like nobody talked about service, everything was hidden away. Now we had 2.5 hours ELT meetings on Monday night. If everybody engaging in everything, and that's after 10 or 12 meetings during the day on this stuff. Right, on all this stuff. And if we're not engaging, I throw some raw meat out. I love the fight. I like to see the fight on the organization side because we have to get to the right answers in terms of how we move forward. And you don't get it by shutting up. And I'm not talking just the ELT. ELT leadership used to snuff out any opinions below. It's really not good stuff, right? Now I manage 2 and 3 levels deep, right? And my execs manage 2 and 3 levels deep. Right, and this is a big organization with lots of transactions, doing lots of things, and you know what? Every day you're wrong. I love when I get caught being wrong. And if we don't flush these things out in these meetings, we're never going to make the appropriate change. And I'll give you an example. We started out with DFA. One of the issues were passing legislation and getting new uniforms. Which one do you think got done first? Passing legislation. We just got through the process to get new uniforms done. Well, that persists everywhere, from buying vehicles to opening a new facility to doing it, and this is all the stuff that we're going out and getting rid of. So that's getting rid of the old legacy stuff, legacy thinking, and then turbocharging and what I think is great. And what do I think is great? I mean, I think that our people were trapped in an ineffective strategy, organizationally, operationally, leadership-wise, ineffective. They were, and to be fair, our leadership was battered. Right? Just like they tried to batter me. Right? I'm just not batterable. But I'm from a different background and a different, a set of personal advantages. I can afford millions of dollars of legal fees to defend myself as I go through this change. Megan couldn't. Pat couldn't. They're looking at their return. That's the unfortunate thing about the Postal Service. It's an independent agency, okay, that cannot amass the type of leadership and support that it needs to evolve with the changes in the economy that have happened over the last 15 years. Right? That's the unfortunate thing. So the people, I think our mandate, going to 161 million addresses. I'm glad I pushed for it. It was in the Delivery for America plan to serve the American people, deliver to 161 million addresses every day. I felt that was important coming in during the pandemic. I felt it was also our unique service. And I thought about other things, 5-day service, this, that, and the other. This was a unique service we provide the American people. And with the evolving changes, I believe that it's our only path, right? It's our only path to garner new revenue and improvement by doing that. And I'm seeing it now. As we've been proclaiming, I see a totally different excitement amongst our customers with regard to the things that we're doing in the package industry to deliver, and delivering to 100, to all the addresses and the new products we're rolling out. I also see a new attitude with our competitors. I believe long term, we will be the predominant delivery provider in the United States of America, going to every address. It just has to be. Right? If we pull off our plan of integrating mail and packages, getting all the cost out of it that we need to get out of it, and restructure the organization, we will be the most reliable, have the greatest reach, the most cost effective, and certainly the most green. Because I plan to market that if you deliver a package to any other means, okay, that we can get to, you're in fact like not recycling, right? Because that's what it's like. We're going there anyway. We have room in our bags, right? So any routine delivery to a delivery point should run through our system for a variety of reasons. Now, being green is not just enough. I'm not saying that just because. I mean, we have to have a service offering, right? We have to be cost effective, and this plan will in fact get us there. So once we clean the stuff out that we have to clean up, which is a chore, but it is in process. We invest in turbocharge the different processes, the organization, the network, our capital, and I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do with that. We did the plan, the 3 tenets of the plan. Basically, we had a plan. 1 was to deliver 161 million addresses. 2 was to cover our cost. I believe that that's important. Self-sustaining is important, especially in a service business, especially in a service business that's growing. And its only growth path is in the competitive marketplace, and especially that there's competitive market out there, and and especially that I am in a way a free market person. And I believe that government intervention in the United States Postal Service will be, not good. Will not be good. For the for the American people, for the service, and for all of you. Cover your costs, and the last thing in the plan was, have a vision for the future for the organization, right? Believe your going concern. It wasn't there. Now, people look at me like I'm crazy because of all the issues that we had at the time. How are we going to get there? How are we going to be here 10 years from now? Well, that puts a rope around management's neck, leadership's neck, to say how, right? This is what we're going to do, and that's how we came up with the, with the plan, and then we're executing on it. You've heard me talk about, my vision for the future. This is what the plan. It gets, basically focuses on every aspect of operational precision, our service reliability, cost of performance, improving revenue, and making the Postal Service a great place to work. And when we get done, we have the preferred delivery provider. We have a Postal Service in easy reach of every retail center, in easy reach of every community. That's important, but not stacked up everywhere. There's a lot of work there. 31,000 retail centers around the nation. If anybody was building a postal service today, they wouldn't build this, right? It's too big, and it's an interesting point. I look at things and I say, would I do this today? Would I do this today? Would I do this in today's market? Would I do this? Would I do this? Right? And then the answer most of the time is no. Okay, well then, how do you get from where we are? How do you figure out? Because no one, if I just came in here and everybody just said, just create a postal service, it'd be like much easier. It'd be much easier to do, right? Going and trying to unbundle, detect, unbundle, collaborate with all the different stakeholders, deal with, well, you did this last time and it didn't happen. You did this last time and this happened. You did this last time and it happened. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. I read the PRC. The PRC did their last thing about we should do. Where was the PRC when we were totally deploying illogical solutions to everything that was going on? Right? Where was the PRC? We have a plan. We have basic fundamentals. It makes logical sense. You have a team that's trying to, produce it. We're supplementing things, and they hesitantly approve with things that they're not that they don't have to approve, and then just write long commentary, more study, more this, more. Let me tell you, in my field, my basic, I only have to be 80% right, and we have saved the Postal Service. I only have to be 80% right. Okay? And, that's not a high bar. Right? And I would even tease you a little. I could probably be 70% right. I mean, this is not, I tell the team, when I'm looking at the actual operational, the logistics strategy, I'm saying, listen, when we save this place, don't tell anybody how easy it was, right? In terms of the solution. Now, the work in getting there is very, very is very problematic. But I do say a modern processing and transportation network, the most important thing. 55,000 trucks a day, $11 billion, $12 billion transportation budget going up every year, right? Unless we do something. Highly unreliable transportation network. Processing plants that don't have, they're different everywhere. Run on heroics instead of, standard processes. I tell the team, look, we should be running this like when we did the test kits. The test kits were set up totally differently, right? I isolated 50 plants. I took control of it with the team, and we said, don't treat this like mail. Don't treat it like mail, right? Because you have different inventory control, this, that, and the other thing. And they got a feel for the precision, and we excelled in this. Within a couple of weeks, we were picking and packing and shipping 3 million orders a day, and delivering within 60% within 1 day, and 90% within 2 days. And that's a solution that's out there for the mail. We move 70% of our transportation in cubic volume is package volume. 30% is mail, flats, and other stuff. Right? So here's the thing, right? And then whatever our revenue trade-off is, if we move them together, and I mean together, if you go in a FedEx plant, they have all this machinery, it's going down, this, that, the truck gets all full, and then they got sweepers that come behind it. Throw the last package in. Because it matters in the overall cost when you're moving, 40 billion packages, a year, right? It matters. And these are the types of changes we're going to have to make, in our network, and are on our way to do it, okay? And so getting back to the other part of it, as we bring these costs down, and this is not tomorrow. I am not working on next year, folks. I'm working on changing the trajectory for the next 10 years. That's what I'm working on, okay? And it's gonna take time. Our service is back up, but I'm spending a lot of money keeping our service back up, right? I'm spending a lot of money, right? I want to keep it in the, I told the PRC I'm taking some mail off the back of a truck, right now, just so it's late, so I take to 2024 to get to 95% on market dominant, because they wrote such nasty stuff about, what the plan is. But we're running at 94% on market dominant. Marketing mail is over 95, okay? And this is the beginning of the integration of the network, right? It's the beginning of the integration where, there's a logical sequencing of how we accept, clear, process, load, and get on trucks that move in the same direction at the same time, regardless of what the product is. It's very doable, and we're starting to do it. Technology-enabled carriers communicating. We have great success with informed delivery. We have other features we're going to be rolling out. When you look at significant work being done on optimizing our routes, which haven't been touched in, I got 100,000 routes that haven't been looked at in 7-8 years, okay, that have been flooded, taken apart, and so on and so forth. We expand very fast, right? We just can't contract when we need to. But I see our carriers. Look, I saw it in the kit thing. Carriers know when you have long-term carriers, they know their communities, they know where the addresses are, they know the people know them. That bond. Right now, it's kind of an empathetic bond with the people in the country. I want to make it a little more productive. It's not. I tell the organization, and I tell the carriers, I tell the union, it's not good for the community to love the mail carrier, and not like the organization. For the Democrats to love the union leadership and not management. For everybody to hate management, that's not a productive environment for the organization that's out here. And we need to. I'm working very much on integrating, our and enhancing our relationship as we move forward. Postmasters are leaders of commerce in their community. I see we have to become a preferred employer. We have to in order to continue with this. I see we have 650,000 people. I was just reviewing this yesterday. Right now, to lose 160 billion, we had to take 100,000 people out. In our break-even plan, for the future, and our growth that's in there, we need to. Original projections said we need to only get down 50,000 people. I'm looking to get a little more aggressive on that because I know a lot more now about us. But in either case, we still attrit 200,000 people over the next 10 years, 200,000 people. So we are a hiring organization, and our stability within our rank and file matters. And that's all I do with our people is talk about whether they think they have a relationship issue, a reputational issue with their employees or not, that they contributed to it. They do. It's like people thought I was evil. I wasn't. I knew I wasn't. But that was the environment I had to work in, and I had to move out and change that, right? And this is what I tell them. Whether you own it or responsible for it or not, we have to fix it. We have to keep our new employees that come in from leaving the place in 60 days. And we have a lot of initiatives on that. And, I see us, I want to, the Postal Service has an opportunity to be the best best operating organization, best agency in the United States government. Right? When you think about what we do, how much we touch people, the transact, other than when the Army's at war, okay, we're in the most blocking and tackling type of business that's out there. I want us to be proud about that, proud about our proficiency in terms of our logistics ability and our delivery ability and our interaction with our customers and so forth. So what have we, and as I said, the plan, and we're $160 billion is now somewhere 50, 60 billion. Right, so we've taken off 100 billion, what's that? Taken off $100 billion. So we're going after, 50 to 60 billion dollars right now. 35 billion in cost, 25 billion in revenue. We've accomplished a lot. I think you've all heard many of the things that we said, but what's important right now is, besides all the things that we've accomplished, is that we have a new network strategy. We have a new delivery unit strategy. We have a new plant operations strategy, and we have a new sales strategy. And all of that is to get cost out, right? To consolidate the movement of our cubic volume together, right? And grow and grow our revenue, right? Those are the three things that we are working. It's all operational. It's all operational. The board wants to be involved. I said, okay, let's go. We're going to go to the land. I'm going to take you to every plant. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to solve the problem for you unless you don't understand the problem. If you come and you drive around, you see 11 different processes. You see the plant environment that we're in. You see the ground that we have to cover. You see the confusion that exists for reasonably intelligent, mostly very committed plant management to drive an integrated, a solution. It's very hard. I can't have a national expectation for my network. Can't have it. There are different obstacles everywhere. Yet we do the same thing. We process mail and packages. I used to be able to, I had 220 plants in my previous life. I pushed a button. I knew what the yield was in every plant to engineered standards by work hours burned and what the 5 basic performance factors I was looking at. I had that, 11, 12 o'clock at night. Boom, I used to get it, right? And then I knew where to go. Here, it's everybody that runs the Detroit plant is a bad manager for the last 15 years. I'm pretty good at this stuff. I went to the Detroit plant just to see what it was, and I would be fired, right? Because it's not winnable. It's not winnable, and I'm optimistic because these people kept showing up for work and trying to do it. They kept showing up for work and trying to do it. Mail and package processing network, right? Big thing, right? Right now, that's a big thing that we're working on. We will, as I said earlier, establish. We have 1 million square foot facilities already under. I'm not building anything. It takes too long. Costs too much. We're out in the market looking at some key points around the nation where we can take large facilities coming into very, very into populated markets, into regions, and route. Right now, we have to sort in our plans probably 350 places to go to. Yet our conveyors only sort to 200. So what does that mean? We have to run second. We run priority first, then we run this, then we run that. So we're fixing all that, right? You look at, we run, most of our conveyor systems run 5,000 units an hour. 5,000 units an hour. I want to run 25,000 units an hour, right? This gets me to be able to do, and reduce the sorts. Reduce the sorts. You look at FedEx, UPS, how do they move their freight around the nation? It's 50, 60 plants, 50, 60 locations. I'll take under 100, right? I have an embedded system that I need to work through also, right? So I'm not, there's a little bit of a difference in that. So that's a big initiative. Then we go down into, we have configurable processes we're laying out right now. We have certain things we do: outgoing mail, destinating mail, package processing, so on and so forth. We will go into the area, and each area configure. Once we're in the facility, configure that facility. I expect to take I'm just going to say 10% a year out of my, over-the-road transportation budget. I used to say to my clients, you could fall out of bed and find 5%. I'm finishing quantifying, but there's real money. There's real money in the nonsense that goes on over the network. And it's not just the plants, it's also our operating strategy, right? And I'm going to try and emulate this in our existing infrastructure. The next big thing is our delivery network. Our delivery network. Like I said, 600 trucks in Atlanta from 2 plants. I think I can get it down to 3 a day. I think I can improve service. So and we have all the old service hubs that we've abandoned, that I believe the transportation schedules are still there as if they were a plant, right? So we're just running trucks in and out, cross-docking nonsense and so forth. These now I go from reaching 40,000 people with a delivery unit to reaching 500,000 people in a delivery unit. I go from a shoddy infrastructure that I'm afraid to plug a coffee pot in at to one of our old plants, or combined with a mail processing in a mail processing facility. You look at our mail, but we have equipment that hasn't been turned on in 15 years. 15 years, it's still sitting there in the middle of a plant. So we get all that stuff up. We have, the issue is, like I said, everything I touch, I got to go back 15 years. The deferred maintenance on these places is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Every plant, tens of millions of dollars in terms of deferred maintenance, right? But the value and their location is pretty cool, right? They're in the right places and so forth. So that's the arbitrage we're playing. I expect to go from 19,000, let's say, delivery units to probably 11. But the ones that we consolidate, I'll get to 80% of the population with probably 2,500, right? 2,500 to 3,000. That just drives the cost out of the system, right? And then what we have, once I start doing that, then you have the other 20% of everything that we have to do, the refinements and all that kind of stuff. And you know what? To make service, some of these things, you just have to spend a little more money to get to do. But, it's part of the efficiencies that we aggregate, and the rest of what we're doing in the network is big. Other things, technology. We didn't have a transportation management system. We didn't have a logistics management system. We had $80 million worth of bills a year we paid for carriers that didn't show up. We had no way of identifying that. And the hits go on and on and on and on. Our carrier, 87% of our carrier base only does business with us, and they're fragile, and they don't show up 10, 12, 15% a day, or they're late, and it's a big reason, up to and even our air carriers. And we're going to de-risk this place from our carrier base, by reducing the truckloads, and as we're redoing it, we're going to reshape, what our vendor base looks like, and we're going to have much, much higher expectations. There is no thing that happens that we don't have a response to. That is what I tell the management team all the time, right? Because how else do you run a network like this? Those other guys, our growth is in the package business. That's where we say that we get this revenue to run with everything together, right? And that's how we with less effort, and that's how we cover our costs. But these other guys are not going away easy. They're pretty good. They're pretty good at this stuff. So investments in technology, we haven't done that. We have everything is 30 years old. We're doing significant investments in that. Retail and delivery, as I said, we're refining. We're keeping retail open. The only reason I haven't gone after retail is retail. Of all the wasted money we have, at least retail, and we should have closed down 4,000 retail centers based on the last post-plan thing that we've stopped. It was stopped before I got here. It does provide access, right? It does provide access to somebody, right? And it's a very, very hot, it's a hot item, and I don't want to get it in the way of this stuff that we're doing in terms of the network. We're, in fact, separating the delivery units from the retail centers by doing this. We've got to grow our commercial business, which we're where I've met with, I've gone to the forum, a bunch of people. We're getting a lot of attention, and that's, we're pretty excited, about that. And a bunch of other things that we haven't, continue to refine the organization, continue to be more vocal, have our own voice in terms of what we're doing, have our own positions on things, because we have we have a strategy, a plan. It's not perfect, it's not fully baked, but it's further along than anything else on the planet right now, much further along in terms of how we get to, to success. And then capital, if this comes together, we should be able to, we're planning to put $40 billion of capital, 15 to 18 in vehicles, 10 to 12 in plant and equipment, 3 to 4 in IT and so forth. And every penny of it is planned out. It's not random. We used to have a random capital plan. Now, as CEO, I own the capital. Capital is a reflection of your priorities, right? If you think that way, then you have to have priorities of what you're going to spend money on. Everything can generate return. We used to do an IRR. Okay, yeah, 20%, do it. All the 20% that we'd have, we should be making $2 billion a year with all the investments that we made that were supposed to go into the return. Now, we're very dialed down. It's kind of like people come in. We have a weekly meeting with capital things. It's kind of like Shark Tank, right? They come in, they pick all the plans. Yeah, it's not always no. Sometimes it's, complete the process. We have such a timid behavior for change. It's like, well, we're going to do this now. We're going to buy one wheel now, and then we'll buy another wheel next year. And another. No, let's buy all 4 wheels, like now, and fix it, right? And this is some of the things that we're changing. We have to have a commercial competitive type of attitude and a strong commitment, to our strategy in order for us to save this organization. And in the process, it will reduce everybody's cost and improve everybody's service. That I'm confident of if we pull this, when we pull this off. So with that, I'll open it up for your complaints.
Mr. DeJoy, you have confirmed the thing that I've said in the past, that this is maybe among, if not the hardest job in D.C. We really want you to be the most successful Postmaster General we've ever had. We are wed to mail. Our business processes depend on it. We also generate package shipments. And we know, not as you have described, but we have known for some time that there's a lot of issues there that need to be addressed that we're not getting addressed. So thank you for your energy in coming in and willingness to break a few eggs to make an omelet, because that's what it takes. The old operating manager and CEO in me has listened to you now. This is maybe the 7th time. And
Am I boring you?
No, I'm wrapped. I'm wrapped. And a lot of what you say is the right stuff and needs to happen. So I have a few questions, but I'm going to defer to my audience here and let them get in. Jim, looks like you're ready.
Well, I know you're going to be talking about flats, so I'll talk about something else. I worked for LL Bean in the 90s, and the post office came up with a very innovative way for us to ship about $200 million a year into Japan from Freeport, Maine. The post office beat UPS and FedEx in doing so, and Yamato Transportation. When that happened, the post office came under fire for submitting bids that were below their cost, and this is what UPS and FedEx lobbied, and basically shut the whole thing down. It's in the 90s, 92, 93. Yeah. I would just point out that when you come up with bids that beat FedEx and UPS and win business, I would not be surprised if those same clause came out again. But there is a book of business that you can probably bid on, beat them, and they're not going to complain. And it's the smaller parcels that are going longer distances, things that are outside of their network. And they'd welcome that. I'd be happy. We ship, during Christmas, we're shipping about 15,000 packages a day. I'd be happy to send one of the trucks to the USPS and the rest to UPS. And I think there's a way to work your way in that doesn't disrupt the apple cart. Just a thought.
So, listen, thank you for that. And we should, I'm going to have Jackie Strako call you because, look, the 90s was a different story than today. okay? Rules have changed. We know how to price. We know what our cost is, and we also know how to, how to fight right now, right? So I am like, and I think we have much more support within, within the congressional ranks and so on and so forth. There is a power lane for us, a power lane that we are driving right now in the package business that we should own, right? And it comes when you look at, and it's not, not getting packages to China that I'm focused on. I'm focused on domestic U.S. Distribution, because that's where my mail goes, and that's what I want to fill out. When you look at, we're creating a first-class ground product. That's why I changed the standards for first-class packages and first-class mail, so everything can be aggregated and run together. And impact our utilization. It's a 5-day product, 1-day, 2-day, 3-day zones, okay? And we're just moving retail ground out from, we had a whole network, NDC network for retail ground that generated $200 million a year and just fragmented everything that we did. And the service delivery, it was like a penny less than priority, and its service commitment was like, 5 days to a year. Right? And that was how, when you went out of first-class packages, you had to jump up to priority. We are taking that, we're moving that over to, the next year, we'll call it first-class packages, and first-class package ground product will go from 1 pound to 70 pounds, but it'll be priced pretty effectively under 20 pounds and a certain bigger, a little bigger than a bread box, right? And that will fit on our conveyor. You ask people in the organization, what's a non-machinable? Well, it depends on what plant. Well, how the hell do I price that? A non-machine, if it goes to this plant, our conveyors have all different sizes. So that first-class ground product is going to be very, very attractive. As we move forward, it's going to help you move the mail. And then when you get to the delivery, the reach it that we have, because it'll go to our delivery centers, and they reach everywhere. I got to go to every address. Then we have destinating entry, which is really omni-channel strategy. If you take what we're going to do in Atlanta, if you enter into my facility that we're going to put in Atlanta and the new consolidated delivery units, right? You can enter a package, regional distribution, 6, 7 o'clock at night, and deliver next day and reach 5 million people. 5 million people. Nobody can do that. You go into Texas, 35 million people in Texas. Right now we have 12 plants. We'll probably get to 11. And you got to remember, I have all these annexes. We annexed ourselves. There's the plants, and then there's all these annexes. So that's what I'm collapsing and getting everything into one place. 8 locations in Texas get to 31 million out of the 35 million people the next day. Everybody's trying to build this, and we're sitting on it, right? We just got to organize for it, and our rates are going to be, competitive. I mean, first-class package rates rule anyway. I mean, they're pretty good. Service is pretty reliable. We're in the 90s now on network, and we're running at like 97, 98% on destinating entry. So it's pretty solid, pretty solid stuff. And I have a lot of new takers on it, and that's going to help the mail. So thank you for the 90s. You don't look that old. I was around in the 90s. Who else?
Other questions for Mr. DeJoy?
Good afternoon. It's Deborah Demore with LSC. Good to see you again, and good to hear you. I have enjoyed listening to you speak many times, and I'm very excited about the new network. I like this idea. I am concerned with how you're going to move it through compared to when they tried this, I think 2012 and 2015, and it seemed like everything stopped because it was not in my backyard. Yeah. Nobody wanted to talk about a plant closure, and I realize you understand that on the retail side, it's political suicide, but in these large processing plant changes, how do you think you're going to move that through?
Eventually I will have to deal with the retail. I'm committed to get this place on a trajectory. I've identified all the ills, and I'm going to, and there's a couple I haven't identified because problematic, and they have to do with administrative, organizational, United States government organization things that I will eventually get to. But retail needs to be addressed, but just not now. With regard to the plant, look, I don't know what 2012 they did exactly what they did with everything else, right? They closed down plants, did not adjust the service standard, had no plan to execute on it. It's the same thing that I experienced when we said, it was the same management team, when I said, let's run the trucks on time, and it took 3 weeks to put a plan together and shut the nation down, okay? That does not exist now, right? There's a whole different level of precision and thought and execute. Not that we don't make errors, right? But this, look how we changed peak last year in 5 months. That first peak was not my peak. That was the peak I got. It was, September when I started. They were still forecasting volume, right? We moved through, expanded the places. Spent a lot of money that I didn't want to spend, but we got that done. We are not. I am in fact reopening and repurposing a great number of plants in city environments that were shut down in the past to make them delivery units and package sorting. When I get packages into a delivery unit, and now a delivery unit that can reach 1 million, 2 million people, 500,000 people, they can't sit there like they are right now, take the package, I need a conveyor, right? We need industrial type docks. So all those plants are going to be repurposed for that. Within the city, these plants are in the city where I can create space that I can in all of them and invest in them. I'm going to move carrier units into there. I've briefed the union on this multiple times, okay? I have their support in general. They always play it close to the vest. Yeah, I just need to hear more details. I'm like, you want to know what piece of mail's going through there? I mean, what can't you get out of this thing? So everybody's coy all the time, everywhere around me, okay? But it's a logical thing. I think I'll have their support. If you have their support, if I'm moving people out of the city area from this and pay, I just say, I'm not the mayor of Atlanta, and I can't worry about that, right? I'm not the mayor of Indiana. I'm not Indianapolis, and so forth. I think that, well, here's what I'll tell you. I am committed to getting it done and have the authority to do it and will do it unless I get fired. Then I can't do it, right? And now that doesn't mean I bull my way. There is an art side of me, an autistic side, right? But we're on our way. Watch. I think it's exciting. Listen, a big part of our turnover is the dumps we operate in, right? I want to be putting money in them, cleaning them up, just repurposing everything, right? I'm not committed to. I'm not like dialing down to 50 locations. I very much watch. All right, if I move originating mail out of this process, how many people do I need to move? What's their commuting rate? Is it inside the city limit? This is all the stuff that we're doing. How does the transportation flow down? And I tell you, the improvement that we will make is so large, I don't have to dial down to every little thing to get, right? And my expectation of growth, once I have a delivery unit, a plant and a delivery unit that can reach 4 million people next day, at 98, 99% accuracy, and then in those ranks, because what I like to do is plan at like 80% fixed, take 20% of my volume and use it to support a flexible thing like same-day pickup and other types of things, to run that a little more commercially, opportunistically. It's very, very exciting stuff, and they're excited. I mean, I sit in there and I talk to them, they just kind of like, yeah, I got them over, like it changed from last week. Yeah, it changes like every half a day, because we're working it, right? And we're finding stuff out. And I want to get the it's a multiple year type of transition. But I want to touch 40 delivery units, 40 to 50 big delivery units in the next year. And 10 new plants, and redo 15 or 20 in configurable models. And you know what it gives us able to do We can't even, you know how we budget in the Postal Service? We're still like from 20 years ago. We just roll it forward and say, go get this percent. I mean, I want to get to, once you get a plant, and a plant management structure that knows what they're doing and running, and this, people can do it, they just need to be taught this is what the expectations are. Right? We do zero-based budgeting, each plant. We're going to add it up. This is what you got to do. Once we get all the money, you know, listen, inflation is a big thing to us. It's a big thing. $1.5 billion last year in our budget, that we over what we planned for inflation. So it's going to be about the same, same this year. But once we get all the structural stuff out, I fully expect to be like every commercial service provider. Okay, we're going to get, inflation's going to be 3%, whatever it's going to be, and we're going to, we have to give this much in raises, this much in this type of cost, and we're going to get it out by making a 4% improvement on our processing stuff, right? That's where this management team needs to get, because to do transformational activities every year is not going to be within their bailiwick, to do. But having managed processes and being able to, do that and negotiate and price, effectively with the competitive things, I think is it. So I'm briefing Congress. I'm actually briefing congressional staff. I'll talk to anybody, right? Because it's important. Everybody needs to understand, because it's the first thing. I briefed the chairwoman on. This is why I filed a new EIS for the electric vehicles. Our delivery units, when they go from 14 miles average route to 30 miles average route, okay, changes the dynamic of the electric vehicle, right? Use. How many justify itself? When I go from a mobile home as a delivery unit to an industrial plant that already has 7, 8, 9,000 amps of power running into it with industrial loading docks and parking and all that. The risk profile of rolling out an electric vehicle fleet, which is what I was most concerned about, right, in doing it to all our delivery units, and gets significantly mitigated, and so does the cost in consolidating, in consolidating these things. So there's a lot of good things in it. I've had a lot of excitement, like we have with everything. But I really think we are going to be able to, push ourselves through it. And know this, I'm committed to it. I got nothing else to help you with. I got nothing else, right? This is the big stuff. So,
one small follow-up on there. Do you anticipate any service standard changes with having changes?
I'm not. I'm pretty committed. I think the 3 and 5, the first class standard change we made is where I'm trying to make this. We might look at some zone adjustment. I mean, I know a lot more about what we filed before, but I'm not expecting to do a service change on that. I'm looking at priority, what our reach is, what we're really doing in priority. I want to do I want to say what we can do and do what we say. But not right. That's not on my thing. And look, as we drive costs, there's this whole big thing about air to ground, and we're moving air to ground, okay? And we've been doing that. But when you look at certain things, the way we process, the current first-class packages, we can actually cube out bags a little better and really not pay much more on transportation, because we pay for the cube. Right? And there's certain things that we could use air to deal with smaller deliveries that we have going and so forth. So there's a lot of tools in our toolbox as we put this thing together now that we can capitalize on, both as we're transitioning, like I'm doing now. It pains me. I hate watching us spend money on stuff. I don't know. It's just the operating side of me. But we have to commit to service. Look, we've got a lot. We've got the legislation. We've got pricing. So I feel in a way like there is some partnership in trying to improve this thing. When I first got in here, I didn't feel that way. PRC was saying to me, "When are service going to be better?" I would say, "Never. It's never getting better, right? You guys, you haven't passed your stuff. It's taken 4 years to figure out that diminishing mail volume matters, right? And who do you know could lose $10 billion a year in improved service? So I'm not going to improve it. I'm going to blame you, right? Congress, right? Just, nothing, just mandates and demands, right? So that's why it was an argument with them. And I brought up, hey, the Alaska Pipeline's $500 million. $500 million it cost us to do the Alaska Pipeline, right? So 1,000 phone calls on that, but I got attention, right? And I think a lot of this stuff that we're moving forward with plans is one of the reasons, besides going up to the Hill 40 times and working with the unions and so forth, that the legislation actually got passed. Because those same people, those same people you're talking about lobbying against it, and we won this time, so.
We very much look forward to hearing some of the details around all the things you've said today, that the network changes particularly, which obviously impact us greatly. And we also look forward to doing downfield blocking for you to help get some of those boulders out of the way so you're not the only one kicking them out of the road. We have time for only one more question for the Postmaster General.
Sir.
Hi, my name is Brad Scott. I'm with Halstead out of Arizona. We deal predominantly in small parcels, and we've got a lot of competition from overseas. And I'm wondering what the current status is on e-packet price parity for domestic shipments.
I don't know a whole bunch about the details of that. I know the pricing last year were changed. I know we have a lot of fraud coming in from overseas. And just yesterday, I was meeting with our inspection service, telling them we need to, start moving forward on that. So you're talking about. I mean, we are looking at programs that help, look at, bulk entry into bulk imports into the country, and then using our new USPS Connect products, right now to support the downstream delivery. What exactly are you? What exactly is the issue that you're facing?
Well, we've got a we're in a competitive disadvantage because things coming in from especially China actually cost less to ship across the U.S. than they do out of our distribution center in Arizona.
Are you sure about that?
They're subsidized, yes.
Well, subsidized from China, or subsidized is your rate? So the only thing I can impact is your rate, domestic rate, versus that's what I can impact. Are you getting a worse rate from us than Chinese do?
When a Chinese company ships something into the U.S., it costs them less than it does for us to ship it across the U.S.
Part of these are terminal dues that are set by the UPU that are artificially low, and Postal Service has been fighting to push those up to market values, and I think that's what we would all, we just want parity. We want an efficient system, but we also don't want someone to be able to come in from overseas and get a better deal than we can get.
But wasn't a significant portion of that fixed a couple of years ago?
Some of it was. I'm like you, I'm not fully conversant in all the details, but
I'll
look
into that. If you give me a card, I'll have somebody get back to you. All right. I will tell you that. What's the State Department doing right now, Judy? They're trying to open up the postal competition to allow UPS and FedEx and other competitors to have a vote as we're supposed to. They're trying to open up the UPU. Yeah. That not be good.
Well, the changes I think you want to see in terminal dues, there was so much resistance to going to where they need to be that I'm hoping it's going to be a phased approach. But we can follow up offline.
Give me some details on that.
There are additional things. We haven't had a chance to talk about flats costs, which I think are horrendous, and the work that needs to do there.
Let me talk about that.
Okay.
Right. As I said, my focus is on bringing down overall cost structure, right? Both in terms of my wins are going to be in transportation, facility consolidations, and delivery consolidations, and it's big money. It's big money. You all have been working on flats long before I got here, with a whole bunch of good people that know about flats. Right? It's about 6%. I think it's about 6% of our volume. We are administratively hampered with anything we do there by the PRC in terms of how they move cost along. I still we'll still put the same people on working these processes. We're taking out the FSS machines. I think that.
Thank you.
I've been pushing for that for 2 years, right? We finally, it was just literally last week. We got a commitment from delivery, a commitment from operations, and a schedule to get them out. So that's going to be happening. And the process changes that you want to make on that type of business, you continue to work with the team that you have.
They've been terrific. Been really high quality interaction that we've had recently with them that we've never had before.
Good. The whole team, the team is excited and engaged and working together and different. It's different, and.
I may not know a whole lot about you. I'm learning, but I certainly know a lot of your folks, and your folks like the direction. They like what's happening. They are energized.
Yep.
That's a good sign to me. Happy people do good work.
Yep. And good work, and have listen. Those people, the top. You can go 2 levels down, 3 levels down. They got 1,000 people reporting to them. Right? It's a big organization. So how having them engaged in what our strategy is matters to all of you, because that's mostly where everybody deals with.
Well, how are you going to leave a sustainable legacy in this transformation? You're not going to do this forever. I hope that you're here long enough to be able to see all this through. But you just mentioned it's a longer-term game.
Every time Chairman, I originally only planned maybe 3 years, right? Every time the Chairman Donnelly calls for my resignation, I add a year. So now I'm here. Now I'm here for a century, right?
Well,
look, I want to be able to see that we have a trajectory that accomplishes what we laid out in the plan. Okay, and in order to have a trajectory, I have to see a management team that's ready to run with the next step. And this is why I'm racing to get a bunch of these plans. I think the big thing is getting this transformation in the network and the delivery units, getting through that, making the trade-off, showing them how to move forward, fight the obstacles, and so forth, and then they'll have it. But it's happening right in front of me. I think it's there. And it should not be, it should last 20 years, until we start, doing Scotty beam me up with stuff. I'm not that afraid of, what do you call those things? Drones. I think that's, I know I would not want drones running around my neighborhood, right? And I just don't see it as being an effective thing. But there are other types of things that may change in terms of the delivery thing, but I think they'll be on their way for 20 years. I think it's, you don't want me leaving right now, but I think another 2 years, the team will be, it's really, I'm blessed to lead this organization right now and to do this work, and I'm having fun with it. I don't feel any stress at all.
Well, we appreciate your energy and your enthusiasm, your positivity, and your commitment.
Yeah. And I'll go back, and next CLT meeting, I'll tell everybody, put more effort into flats, okay? But no, the real cost savings come when we fix this thing, and they come as we hit each market. As we hit each market, it adds to it. Hey, Bob, how are you? Good. All right, thank you, everybody.
Late at this point. We have a refreshment break right now. That our lunch is going to be a little later in the day anyway. It was before, but let's take about 15 minutes. Thank you to Lindenmeyer Central for providing this refreshment break, and then let's get back in here at about 11:30, if we could, please. that last session. Quite a bit different than previous postmaster generals we've had here. Oh my goodness, right? And clearly, I think gives you a sense of how much is happening right now, and our constant ask to be involved. You know, one of the things that I'm not sure everybody truly appreciates, but this is a large, complicated, integrated supply chain. And if I'm following you and you're going to make a hard left turn, for God's sakes, put your left turn signal on before you make that turn, so we don't become disconnected. And especially in change, historically, when there's been change, I don't know about you, my experience running change in my organization, it leads to confusion, miscommunications, waste, and so you really have to work hard to make sure that that doesn't happen, and hopefully the Postal Service will do likewise involving their supply chain partners. Anyway, we're going to move on here to the next session, and we are running a bit late. Apologies on that. I wanted to ask our committees to report out some of the work they've been doing. We've had a long-standing postal committee, but we added more recently a sales tax and privacy, or tax and privacy committee, as well as a group that's focused on trade. And I've already mentioned our supplier council. So those are all fairly new for us and represent a new level of management of the issues that we're going after. And we're aided in all of this by our government relations firm, the Vogel Group, many of whom are here right now, and we'll hear from Alex Vogel a little bit later. They are here in managing issues and are very steeped in our understanding of the issues. So I'd like to start with our privacy group, and Tim Curtis, is our chair of privacy, was not able to be here for a personal commitment conflict that he had, but Ali Kimji has been our able leader of privacy, and we're also assisted by Nat, who his firm works on privacy and sales tax in addition to other things, and Nat is also an expert. So I ask you guys to speak up, and Ali, I think I'll just turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, all. Again, Ham, pleasure to be here, and really good to see all of you. I think the last time we saw most of you was about two or 3 years ago, so it's great to have you guys back in town. Wanted to share a quick update on where we are on privacy. As we know, Washington is a long game. We learned that with Postal recently. And I think we're going to see something similar with privacy. There's been several updates, both in Congress. Obviously, we know the state patchwork of laws that are out there. During the first quarter of 2022, our goal with the Privacy Committee was to try and understand, what the likelihood is of a federal data privacy bill, and what the likelihood is of the Senate Commerce Committee, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, introducing a bill that has bipartisan support. We had initial discussions with folks such as Congresswoman Eshoo, Lofgren, and a bunch of others on the Senate Commerce Committee, Senator Wicker and his staff, and it became clear that both the majority and the minority, both on the House and Senate side, were not really talking to each other on privacy issues. And frankly, given everything that was going on in Washington during the first quarter, privacy was not really a top priority. Fast forward to, we completed these discussions and we said, you know what, the patchwork of state laws is not going to change. We're still going to see several states come up with their own privacy bills, and before you know it, they will move and they will be enacted into law. And our worry there was, initially we would see states introduce their bills, they get enacted, and then we'd wake up and say, oh my goodness, there's a new state law that's out there, and now we got to comply with it. Our goal was to then try and understand which states are most likely to move a privacy bill this year. And using that intel, we can at least prep as member companies from a compliance perspective. We know what to expect, and just have some good intel and some forward-looking insight. In the course of those discussions, we agreed, the Privacy Committee agreed, that we would start, on behalf of ACMA, engaging in the state legislatures in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. There were several bills out there in those states that looked like they had some movement, but we wanted to understand. The one caveat that I will include here is every state has its different politics. The entire landscape on the state legislature side is entirely different than the federal government side. Our goal was to frankly try to understand some of those dynamics. And we registered in New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio. In New York, there's the Personal Privacy Act. Pennsylvania, there's a bill providing consumer data privacy. In Ohio, there's also another Personal Privacy Act bill that's out there, resembles what's out there in California, Virginia, and Colorado. Sort of aligns a little closer to the Virginia CDPA. Over the last month, we have had several discussions with state legislatures, folks that are actually on the committees with jurisdiction over these bills, folks that have introduced these bills, and the consensus has frankly been very similar. A, they were looking to hear from member companies, which is always a good sign. B, their view, both in New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, was it's an election year. That's number one. Number two, most of our state legislatures have already broken off for break, and there's a likelihood that unless it's an emergency, they won't be reconvening, and privacy is not exactly the issue that they will be reconvening upon. So the other part, and this was quite interesting, when we had a meeting with a state rep from Ohio about 10 days ago, and in addition to the actual legislature hopping on, the state rep had said, the fact that you guys reached out is really important because I was just on a call with somebody from the repo industry yesterday, and we also heard concerns about the Ohio Personal Privacy Act, and it's just not good public policy. And my question to them was, what did you hear from the repo guys? What are they worried about? That's unusual. And, well, the state rep told me that anytime there's cars that are transferred between owners, the data that's in the navigation system sometimes is not cleared. And you have people's personal data that's included there, and that's caused lawsuits and it's caused problems. And I said, that's interesting. Again, we would not be getting any intel like this unless we're actually speaking to these legislatures. Amidst all of this, there was a federal bill that dropped out of nowhere, which was the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. Interesting bill. It's the kind of bill that I think the industry and most constituents have been waiting for a long time. It's got bipartisan support, bicameral support. It was introduced by Congressman Pallone and the ranking member on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris-Rodgers. On the Senate side, it had Senator Wicker on board. Mind you, 4 or 5 months prior to this bill being dropped, we had discussions with these same staffers, and they said, we're not even talking to each other, which told us, what's going on. There's a couple of things. There's language in that bill on preempting state laws in certain instances. There's language on private right of action. There's language on frivolous lawsuits. It looks like there's some kind of compromise between both parties on this bill. Now, there's a lot of specifics in the bill. I don't have them in front of me. As we know, privacy is a complex topic. I would like to provide just a prognosis on what this means and what this means for ACMA member companies. So A, there's a couple of things. Number one, Congress is paying attention to it, which is always a good thing. When you think about everything else that Congress is working on, appropriations, gun violence, Ukraine issues, what have you, somehow privacy is crept up in that discussion. That's really important for us. Number two, it gives us a good opportunity to go back to these offices that we've already spoken to. We've got a nice warm door there and say, hey, look, we know we spoke about this. We're back, ACMA. Here's what we care about. There's certain languages in this bill that we don't agree with. There's language that we do agree with. What can we do about this bill? Now, mind you, it's a draft bill that's out there. Every industry constituent, every group, association, company, they're all engaging on this. So we have to be in that discussion. Secondly, the House Energy and Commerce Committee has a hearing today, I think it's going on right now, to discuss this bill. That's perfect for us. We will be speaking, in the next 10 or 12 days. Our committee is going to go through the bill. We've already outlined a certain language on opt-in requirements that is not clear in the bill. We want to see that clarified a little bit. It's a little ambiguous. That's one area. We want to identify other areas in the bill that we think need to be either improved or that are detrimental to the industry. We will then be going back to these legislatures, the House side, And the Senate side, Senate Commerce Committee, House Energy and Commerce Committee, Wicker, Kathy McMorris-Rogers, what have you, and we will be communicating our concerns and areas where we can support this bill. At the end of the day, the goal is we now have a bill. What can we do to move it forward? And these are some concerns that we have with it. It is abundantly critical that we be part of those discussions. There's also a couple of interesting legislative dynamics. So the bill was introduced, I think, on June 4th, and it's quite late in the year for a bill to be introduced, especially one that carries this much consequence. But I also feel like Senator Wicker, who may not be on the Senate Commerce Committee, he may move around depending on what happens after the midterms. It may be his shot at saying, while I'm here, let's try to get this done. It's got bipartisan support. My hope is that Congress gets behind this bill and actually drives it. We have a limited legislative window. We've got, I think, a couple of days before the August recess, and after that, you've got the lame duck. So there's a tight window. But my hope is that Congress actually understands, recognizes the importance of actually having a federal framework and, frankly, understanding the consequence of having the patchwork that we have right now. So, again, just to recap, we've had several good conversations. It helps that there's a bill out there. I make this joke that Congress needs to Congress faster. I think they still need to do that. But we are going to keep having these discussions and make sure that we are on the table. So I'll conclude with that.
Great, thank you. Are we going to do Nat now?
Nat's next.
Okay.
All yours. Do you want to stand at the podium? Or is that okay? I can stand. Yeah, I think it might be a little better. As long as you know your slides.
I think so, yeah. So, hi everyone, I'm Nat Bessie from Brannon Isaacson. We're a boutique law firm in Maine. We represent many of the companies here today. The firm has developed a real specialty in representing the industry, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I personally work with clients in issues of privacy and also state tax, and so I'm sort of doing a bit of an overview of issues in both of those areas, kind of straddling Ali's presentation into Brad's. So this is a fairly high-level summary of some of the things that we're watching. I think that the big takeaway is really there are things happening, particularly at the state level, significant things that that impact your business and are sort of imposing additional expense and additional risk on companies, particularly direct marketers, and just things to be aware of, and some of the things that the ACMA is doing to sort of help support your businesses. So first, in privacy, as Ali mentioned, this is an area that the federal government had not been engaged in. Obviously, that has changed a little bit just in the last week, and I think there's some hope for some kind of a federal privacy regulation, but really, it's been a state-run, state-driven process, and although there are some common themes, what we're starting to get and is starting to develop is a real patchwork. So the first state to do a big comprehensive privacy law was California, the California Consumer Privacy Act, and that is already being amended with the California Privacy Rights Act. So we have, in the calendar year 2023, there are multiple states, 5 new states with new comprehensive privacy laws going into effect. Those are California, Virginia, Colorado, Connecticut, and Utah. And you can see they're going in sort of staggered throughout the year, so a nice thing to plan for. Just at a high level, there are a lot of similarities. These are all of these laws are somewhat modeled after the kind of framework that was first established in Europe with the General Data Protection Regulation that the EU enacted a number of years back. And I think operationally, one of the big core issues to be aware of are this concept of consumer privacy rights. So a right to have notice of what your data practices are, a right to exercise certain choices. That can mean a right to get access to the kind of data that you have about individuals who you do business with, whether people you mail to or who visit you on your website. Different types of rights to limit the way that you use data. So in some cases that means limiting the way that you might use cookies for remarketing or retargeting. There's a limited right to deletion. This was initially called the right to be forgotten. People don't want companies out there knowing as much about them as that they do. And so in each of these states, there is this right to deletion, and complying with that requires doing an analysis of the exceptions to the right to delete, because there are other laws that require you to maintain certain kinds of data. And so you have to be able to analyze that and honor those sorts of requests. And then a right to opt out of the sharing or sale of information. And so this is a big, crucial right that really is present in all of these laws. In addition to the consumer rights, there are new obligations that businesses have. The obligation to provide notice of your data practices, this is actually pretty well established. California has had a law for many, many years, and everyone has a privacy policy on their website now. But you have to be sure that you've got the right kinds of disclosures, that you say what you do and do what you say when it comes to your privacy and data practices. In some cases, there is a specific legal requirement that you cannot utilize data you've collected for one purpose for another purpose, right? You have to limit the data you collect only to that which is suitable for the purpose you've disclosed. And a new concept that's coming in several of these state laws is this concept of performing risk assessments, where when you undertake a new data practice, you have an obligation to go through a process, analyze the costs and benefits as applied to different stakeholders, and sort of document your decision to go forward with this particular type of data use or sharing. And in some cases, that is something that if there is later an incident or a complaint, the state attorney general would have a right to ask to see that risk assessment and basically say, did you undertake this required process before going forward with this data practice that people are now complaining about? And then there are different categories of data where you need an opt-in as opposed to an opt-out kind of consent before you can collect the data. So data about children under 16 in California, certain kinds of sensitive health information, information about protected status and things like that. I won't spend much time on the federal law because I think it was pretty well covered previously, but I think that the big issues that we have here are, I think that for a federal law to be most effective, it needs to kind of occupy the field. It should preempt the existing state laws and put a stop to a process where we're going to have potentially 50 or more different laws with a little different particularities that you need to comply with. And the current draft legislation provides for enforcement by the FTC, enforcement by state attorneys general, and after 4 years, enforcement by individuals who feel that their privacy rights under this law have been violated. So that private right of action is a real cause for concern. Could potentially give rise to class action lawsuits, and interestingly, the state laws right now do not have private rights of action for most privacy violations. In California, there is a private right of action in the event that there's a data breach, data is compromised, and it's found that the company who suffered the breach was negligent in the protections that they made. And interestingly, that piece, the California private right of action for data breaches, is currently carved out from this federal legislation, so that would remain in the federal legislation as drafted. That's my overview of the privacy landscape at the moment, and I'm moving on to state tax. So obviously, the world changed quite a bit after the Wayfair decision, and everyone is now collecting sales tax in many states. But that's not the end of the story, and we continue to see additional expansion of state efforts to expand their jurisdiction, impose new and different obligations on businesses in their states, including remote sellers. And particularly, we're seeing an expansion of direct tax. So income tax, gross receipts tax, different fees and regulations, things beyond the sort of indirect tax, which is a sales tax that's passed through to the customer. So what we have here, this is just an illustration. This is in your book, pages 63 and 64, just showing the expansion of different laws. This is the economic nexus provision. So after the Wayfair decision, all the states all had to change their law to come up with a sales threshold or some type of economic nexus that would be the minimum level of economic activity before a state business would be required to collect sales tax. And now basically every state that has a sales tax has done so. So you've seen that, you know, we went from, in 2018, a system where you needed a physical presence in order to be subject to a sales tax collection obligation to now there's a minimum sales threshold economic nexus standard in every state. And we are seeing expanded efforts by localities to assert economic nexus. In Colorado, for example, many home rule jurisdictions have been adopting a model economic nexus standard, which would assert that if you have the minimum sales in the state of Colorado, you also have economic nexus with a particular municipality. So it's not that you need to have, you know, if you need to have $100,000 of sales in Colorado to be obliged to collect Colorado sales tax, you don't need to have 100,000 specifically in Colorado Springs before Colorado Springs thinks that you're required to collect their sales tax. So that's an area that we're keeping an eye on. And then this is just an expansion also of marketplace facilitator, marketplace laws, which require, you know, marketplaces to collect sales tax on behalf of the companies, the states, for sales made. The next big issue, this is a real concern for many of our clients, and I think is an area where the ACMA has already engaged, is Public Law 86272, which I think many of you are familiar with. This is a federal law passed in 1959 that has, for 60 plus years, protected companies, out-of-state companies engaged in interstate commerce from state net income tax. The basic rule is if a company's only activities in a state are solicitation of sales made in interstate commerce, the state cannot impose a net income tax obligation on that company. So that had meant that it was possible to, if you were in Wisconsin, you sold to customers in Illinois, your salespeople could go to Illinois and solicit sales, but unless you had people working in offices in Illinois, unless you had offices or real estate in Illinois, Illinois could not impose a tax on your net income. And over the years, states states don't like that, and they've tried in various ways to expand their taxing authority, including by sort of this hyper detailed parsing of different business activities to try to determine what is and is not solicitation. And so anything that goes beyond solicitation was considered an unprotected activity, and you could be subject to income tax. And so what has happened now is in the wake of Wayfair, although Wayfair was a sales tax decision, there's a line in Wayfair that talks about how, you know, now in the age of the internet, it's possible to be present in a state even if you're not physically there. And so that's what this economic nexus standard is. And beginning first with the Multi-State Tax Commission, and now we're seeing this adopted by individual states, there's been a movement to try to take that little piece of language from the Wayfair decision and use it to change the way that we think about Public Law 86272 and essentially change the effect of that law. So the new concept that's been articulated by the MTC is that we can look at a company's online presence, activities conducted over the internet, and try to define what those are and define them as either solicitation or non-solicitation. And so, for example, it really boils down to if you have a modern website, then the MTC and now states like California and New York State believe that you are conducting business activities in their state, and that on the basis of those activities, they can subject you to their income tax. So examples would be if you have like a chat function on your website and allow people to ask questions about products, then that would go beyond solicitation. If you have Google Analytics running on your website and you're using information collected by a cookie to understand your customer base, to do market research, to optimize your website, that's not solicitation of sales, strictly speaking, and so that's a business activity that could subject you to income tax. Basically, the only thing you could do on the internet, according to this concept that the MTC is pushing, is just have a static website, basically like a price list. And no one can contact you. You can't have a clickable email link. You could conceivably list your phone number, but it couldn't be a link. It would have to be something you could type in on the phone. And then they would acknowledge that you're not conducting activities in their state. So this is a big area of concern. And what we've seen is, so the MTC adopted this new statement last summer, and we're now starting to see additional states move forward and try to adopt it. The first state was California. New York State is kicked off a regulation. I think Hamilton talked about those previously. So in California, this is just a summary here as well. They basically, instead of changing their regulation, what California has done is it issued what's called a technical advice memorandum, which is just an opinion from the Franchise Tax Board's counsel about how to interpret a federal law. And it basically, without mentioning the MTC statement, adopted it. And we are starting to see clients receive notices from the Franchise Tax Board. And I think probably the next thing we'll start to see are proposed assessments being issued. And so it's a real area of concern. And the ACMA, shortly after this TAM, the TAM was issued, sent a letter. That letter is in your booklet as well. I think it's on page 62, requesting that it not be enforced in a way that we think is violative of the Constitution and federal law. I think that was an important step for us to take, but I do expect that California is going to continue to be aggressive. And we're looking into ways to try to push back. I think this is an area where there really is a strong legal argument, potentially a strong legal challenge, because PL 86272 in a way is a stronger protection than the constitutional protection that used to apply under the Quill standard, in that Public Law 86272 represents an affirmative exercise of Congress's power to regulate interstate commerce. So it's not even just a sort of a reading of the dormant commerce clause. It is Congress decided this is how interstate commerce should work. And it is not up to a state legislature, or even more so, a state revenue department outside of its rulemaking process to say that a 60-year-old law has changed. Just a couple of additional areas, and all of these things fall into the category of just new and expanded state burdens. You continue to have to be concerned about states that, instead of imposing a net income tax, impose a gross receipts tax, because Public Law 86272 only applied to income tax. Again, we're seeing more localities expand their nexus standard. We've seen the Colorado home rule jurisdictions. We're seeing the city of Philadelphia start to identify people based on economic nexus. And then this is a nice recent one, is this Colorado retail delivery fee that many of you have heard of. This is effective July 1st, so a couple weeks from now. Any delivery to a Colorado any delivery of a retail sale to an address in Colorado by motorized vehicle is subject to a 27-cent per transaction fee. It's supposed to be collected from the Colorado customer and then remitted on a separate tax return to the Department of Revenue by a separate registration, and it needs to be a separate line item. So complying with this new regime will require substantial reprogramming, a great deal of compliance expense, and it adds to the picture of complexity and burden that's being imposed. Insanity, as Hamilton says. And it really is an illustration of just the need to be sure that, that your voices are heard, and I think that's the message. So.
It helps when you turn it on. Nat, thank you for the overview. The slides for everything will be available to you all, because I know we were going pretty fast. And next up is our tax committee. Our chair, Brad Scott, has been unbelievable. This guy is fantastic. You've been a dynamo. I love watching you work. You just, like a dog with a bone, you just do not stop. And also assisted by our specialist in tax, from the Vogel Group. Steve, are you first, or?
Yeah, so we're actually going to do things a little different here this morning. I'm going to be like Jay Leno, and Brad's going to kind of be like the guest sitting on the couch today. We're going to speed things up a little bit. I know we're behind, and we're trying to catch up for some of the future political conversations as well. And Nat, thank you for providing some of that background. So, as Hamilton mentioned, Brad is the chairman of the tax committee. We got a great group of about 6-7 members who sit on that committee, and we've been pretty busy recently, and we'll get into that a little bit here. So, you know, Brad, just kind of building off what Nat said, and I know you guys all have had various degrees of your own experiences with this as well. But, you know, for years, ACMA and the tax committee have been, you know, telling our members that these issues coming out of Wayfair were going to be deep and broad. And as Nat just hit on, they are, you know, as Hamilton said, insanity, right? So is there other issues that you can personally kind of speak to what Nat was hitting on, how your company's been impacted and how that's kind of engaged the tax committee in some of the efforts that we're in?
We never collected sales tax before 3 or 4 years ago. And so really, I would say advocacy-wise, I was a nobody. I was a complete beginner several years ago. But what we have spent just in compliance for Wayfair really pulled us out of the place we were. So through the end of last month, we spent about $340,000 to collect about $147,000 in sales tax. Earlier, when I was talking to Mr. Joy, I mentioned we do a lot of small parcels, but I didn't mention that we're predominantly a wholesaler as well. So most of our compliance costs are the result of $0 submissions back to the states. Because of the Wayfair decision, almost immediately we started paying income tax to Hawaii, which rarely doesn't get mentioned very often, but I think they were ahead of the MTC in their decision to use the Wayfair decision as a Trojan horse to go on to other things. We've also been paying income tax to California and Washington, and I would expect that unless Congress steps up and reinforces PL 86272, and really I think needs to advance PL 86272 into other areas, I think we can expect to see a lot of different policy areas really target businesses like ours. So if you're dealing across state lines like we do, we deal in every state in the country and really across international borders as well. I think if things don't change from the trajectory that they're currently on, we can expect to see an expansion of regulatory demands into areas that we really can't even predict at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. And that kind of tees up what Nat hit on, what Brad just hit on, has teed up a very active committee and some very active members as well. So Brad, would love to, if you could kind of just give the members a little bit of history on what we've been doing in the halls of Congress and in the halls of state legislatures as a result of a lot of these issues popping up. I think that would be extremely interesting for the folks.
Sure. I joined the tax committee a little less than 2 years ago, and unfortunately COVID was already raging, so it became a digital experience and a virtual experience. And in the last 2 years, I'd estimate that we've had somewhere around 150, maybe 160 legislative meetings just in DC, predominantly with the Senate Finance and House Judiciary Committees because they are the committees of jurisdiction, but also with the House and Senate Small Business Committees. A little over 2 years ago, there was a hearing in the House Small Business Committee, and I testified there along with Linda Lester from KLOG. There was actually another hearing today in Senate Finance. John Hennessy from Littleton Coin up in New Hampshire is one of our witnesses, and then another small business out of Montana, a lady named Michelle Pui, who I met with this morning, was also representing small business. According to my wife, who's been texting me furiously all morning, they kind of killed it. So if you get a chance, I'd reach out to John, let him know thank you for representing us today. Beyond our advocacy work at the federal level, which is not just limited to the discussions that we've had, but also draft legislation and really a lot of advice on how to simplify this thing, we've been doing work at the state level as well. Earlier this year, I worked with a senator in Arizona to pass legislation that really would have simplified compliance demands on companies outside of the state. My hope is that, much like the International Fuel Tax Agreement accomplished back in the 1980s, if we can get a number of states to come forward and put solutions forward that are actually successful, then with enough adoption from the states, we'll get federal legislation as well that would do so. And unfortunately, in a lot of our meetings, we encounter this really disturbing statement from offices that if this was really a problem, there'd be a lawsuit. Well, in November, we filed a lawsuit against the state of Louisiana. It was dismissed a couple of weeks ago, but we're going to be appealing in the 5th District Court of Appeals. And I would imagine that other lawsuits will be forthcoming. Some of our strategies involve other states, so if I have to put myself out on a limb to force a conversation in Congress, I guess I've already dug my heels in this long. I'm going to continue to do so, and that's where we are with those strategies.
Perfect. And thank you, Brad. So you hit on a little bit of our actions in Congress and state legislatures, unfortunately in courtrooms, which, as you guys can imagine, isn't cheap either. We've also been trying to put a little bit of outside pressure on members of Congress and educate them as well in talking to GAO. Would love for you to just kind of give a brief background on our work there and how we kind of kickstarted GAO to put together a report.
In 2017, the GAO submitted a report, and I think it was actually really fair and balanced. It said exactly what we have seen happen would be coming true. They recognized that software was going to be expensive, that there were going to be a lot of complications, and that companies would face a burden that was unnatural. Unfortunately, that report was, realistically, it was ignored. But they're a recognized and respected organization. So about 2 years ago, with Steve's predecessor, Brian Johnson, with the group, we reached out to a number of offices in the House and Senate, and were able to kind of pressure them into asking for a follow-up report. The follow-up report, I'm going to pat all of us on the back right now. The questions for that follow-up report came from our committee, and it was a lot of influence from ACMA that really directed the nature of that questionnaire. So if you were part of that interview process, you were really talking to us. So that report, I was just forwarded the unofficial report this morning because the GAO was one of the witnesses at the testimony or hearing this morning. I think we've been pretty instrumental in bringing forth that, really not just the GAO report, but that hearing, I think, is a direct result of the ACMA's work as well.
Yeah, thank you for that, Brad. In hitting on a reference that Brad made, so we were successful in working with Senator Daines and Senator Hassan's office to push for this morning's hearing in Senate Finance. I actually was watching it out in the hallway on my phone, and it went really, really well. We have our work cut out for us and following up with all the Senate Finance members who were at the hearing and who were not at the hearing, just to continue our education efforts and try to push for some congressional action on that front. So again, to Brad's point, if you know John, if you don't know John, please thank him. The committee and ACMA were instrumental in actually getting him to be able to testify in front of the committee this morning. He did a great job, and I know sometimes that can be a little stressful, putting yourself out there and your company out there. So if you can just pat him on the back, we'd really appreciate it. And with that, Brad, just to final close us up here with one last question. You have done an absolutely amazing job, as Hamilton pointed out, of just running through as many brick walls as you can to try to educate folks on this issue, how it impacts our members, and we're so appreciative of your efforts, not only in Congress and state legislatures, but in courtrooms and meeting other associations. Can you just share with the members sitting here, what can they do to help the tax committee efforts and our outreach efforts? What's an easy way for them to kind of work with us in tandem to get some of these issues further understood and corrected?
I don't think I really fully appreciated the relationship that I have with my congressional member, with my senators, and really just as importantly with my state legislators. I was remiss in my engagement politically more than 3 years ago, or before 3 years ago, and I feel like I gave up a lot of my voice because of that. And I think it's really critical that you reach out to them and that you establish a relationship with them. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's not going to be one email or two emails or a phone call or bumping into them at some political event. it really does take repeated engagement. And really, most importantly, it takes repeated engagement where you show up with something meaningful and something well documented and something that you can substantially and objectively lay out in front of them. And the greatest surprise I had when I started meeting with people was they wanted to hear what my problems were, but more significantly, they wanted to hear what the solutions were. And if you come with solutions, you've automatically got yourself through that door.
No, thank you so much, Brad. And I like to tell all of our clients, and this is true, so just quick background on myself. So I spent 10.5 years working in the House of Representatives for a member of Congress from Illinois, and I've been lobbying now for 11 years. So I've sat on both sides of the table in all sorts of different meetings. If we're not up there telling our story, someone else is up there telling it for us. And that's never a good thing, because typically it's the opposite, or they're telling not the full story, right? As Brad mentioned, it is a commitment, but it's well worthwhile. When you're elected officials, most of whom's goal in life is to get reelected and come back to whatever legislative body that they're in, when they see you taking the effort to share with them your concerns, the impacts on these laws are having on your businesses and on their districts, but that you're not just doing that once, that you're paying attention to what they're doing in response, they understand that you're paying attention to what they're doing and you're likely a voter and they want to make you happy and they're here to represent you. And so take the effort. If you need some guidance or help, or I set up a meeting earlier this week for a couple members as well. So if you need advice or anything like that, please reach out to Brad or myself, Paul or Hamilton, and we'll be able to kind of tee it up and make it as easy as possible for you. But we would love for you guys to walk with us in this, because it's a huge issue, or issues, that we're dealing with right now in the committee, and just really look forward to getting a solution that works for all you guys. So thank you so much, and look forward to working with you guys.
I'd like to interject one more thing. It's a vague statement to say email your representative or your senator. There are specific people that you should reach out to, and it's not the general hotline. If you need help finding out who it is you need to talk to, contact Steve, Paul, Hamilton, myself. We will make sure that you have the email addresses that are going to lead you to a successful engagement.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Brad.
In all ways, we'd be happy to help you get engaged, and it is so critically important. You guys are doing great work. I appreciate all of the committee members, many of whom are here, who are regularly contributing in both privacy and sales tax. We also have a committee in postal affairs that's chaired by Deb DeMoore, currently, and you've heard some of the past chairs indicate their history with it as well. I've known Deb for a long time, but I really, my respect for her went way up when, on 3 separate occasions, she got her Kentucky plant managers in Ranking Member Comer's district on the phone with Ranking Member Comer, and his entire staff was there too. It was just amazing, and it really shows the power of constituent outreach. And it's that district. I mean, if you didn't have a plant in that district, you couldn't help. But these guys did, and they did, and it was wonderful. So thanks for a lot of work that you've been doing all during the pandemic to make sure that our voice is heard. And with that, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, yep, we did have some slides. Okay, a lot of what I was going to talk about was already covered, so this may be a brief update. You did hear a lot of information today from the PMG, and I was sincere when I said I really did enjoy his speech. I wish that he'd given us a little more time on some of the topics maybe that we wanted to talk about, and not just what he wanted to talk about. He's a great presenter, and he does like to talk about what interests him. Thank you. So I am new chair on the Postal Committee, so pretty recent turnover from Todd to myself. It's a group of suppliers and catalog owners, and we meet monthly. We have a regular occurrence there. It's a great opportunity to hear from others about what their experiences are, about who's dialed in to somebody else at the Postal Service or some other topic, what kind of information can they bring back to the group. It is an open committee, so if there's anybody interested in joining in on the calls, let Hamilton or myself know. I'm happy to invite you on our Zoom calls. Postal reform. So you heard the PMG say that about the network plan, he's got the unions buy-in. What was really important with this act is that he got the unions buy-in, he got Congress's buy-in, and he got the public and the stakeholder and the postal payers buy-in. But it didn't give us everything. I mean, it's still lacking in some of the items that we need, but it was favorable to everybody. There wasn't anybody who could object to it, and I think that's the reason it finally did get through. What it doesn't do, though, is we've got the overpayment in the CSRS. We have the USPS retiree fund sitting in Treasury at getting less than maybe 2%, when if they moved over to thrift savings plans, they might get 6-8%. It's quite a bit of opportunity. We didn't get a chance to ask PMG about his next steps there, if he's going to pursue any of those.
It is on their legislative agenda. I've already checked that.
Okay. And was that, that'll fall under Peter Pastor? Yep, and it was good to hear, too, that the PMG is getting in front of Congress now and talking to them about what it is he's planning to do. I think he's trying to get the message out there that this isn't smaller, it's just better. And because you see it picked up in all the news stories that consolidations, closures, consolidations, and then you start worrying about that, not in my backyard, and they're never going to get anything done. So I'm glad that he's taking that approach. I think he's much more comfortable in that atmosphere than our past PMGs. He's done this for quite a while in the lobbying and made the relationships. So that's good for us.
I was at a Comer fundraiser last week, and Comer came in and said, DeJoy called me 3 times over the weekend. I haven't called him back yet, and I owe him a call. And I was just, I was like, wow. So it does matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those kind of relationships are really helpful. One of the things we didn't talk about in the flats conversation earlier and in the PMG's presentation are postal rates. And unfortunately, it's not good news. That the July proposed rates have been approved, so the market dominant and competitive rates are approved, and they will go in effect in, I think, maybe 26 days, or it's right around the corner. And unfortunately, we should plan again for January. USPS has to publish with the PRC a schedule of predictable price increases. And when they plan to do this, they don't have to follow it 100%, but they do have to publish it. And they did publish on the PRC site that up through calendar year 2024, they intend to do 2 postage increases a year and follow with this same cycle.
At least through.
Yes, at least through. So they did a 3-year projection. For the next 3 years, we plan to do this, but they may update that again in another year.
We're screaming all the time about it.
Yeah, it's extremely painful, not just the dollar amount, but the frequency. These kind of changes that when they happen twice, we're spending so much effort and time just looking at software, looking at structural changes, and then every single time that any vendor comes to me and says, your prices are going up, that's the time when you start looking at alternatives. I look at 5 other contracts and see, oh, well, who else can do it? And that's what happens twice a year now with postage. It's another opportunity to say, should I move some of this into a different medium? And for every portion that tests, there's always going to be something that stays out. And so that's unfortunate. And I think they're really shooting themselves in the foot basically on the twice a year. As far as projections, the CPI numbers came out on Friday. Were not good. I think the worst ever. They were pretty bad. If we see 0.6% for the next 3 months, then January we'll be looking at 4.1%. That's why Bob is in the back there.
And that's just in the inflationary
That's
piece of the increase.
just in the inflationary piece, right. And so with our products here in the flats, and marketing mail flats and marketing mail carrier route flats, they have to take that 2% increase every postage increase. unlike the non-compensatory surcharge that they do on classes that are underwater, like the periodicals and package services, that's an optional fee, and they can only do it once a year. But they've been mandated to do the 2% for
We're
the
really being
underwater.
discriminated against.
Oh, I agree. I agree. So, I mean, we could be looking at 6% in January on top of the 8.5% that we're getting next month. So I think one of the biggest things that we need to do and fight on that is to get the PRC to go back and re-review all of the factors that were put in place that they used to create these additional factors. It's written in there that they were going to go back in 5 years and take a look at that, and we've all been working very hard to get them to do that a little sooner. And to part of that,
That's understatement.
yeah, the part of it in the appropriations, in the committee language in there, it's not a mandate, but it was a recommendation that they, when they gave the PRC their annual appropriations, they said that they were concerned with the dollar amount that the Postal Service has taken in these rate increases, and they wanted to know what did the PRC think concerning all of the other impacts right now with the increased package volume, with the impact of COVID, with the extra bonus, the aid that they received. How did that impact that? So the PRC has reached out to stakeholders and said, I want to hear from you, but it's not an official docket. So it's nothing that's going to be recorded, available.
And that offer is in your books as well.
Okay, good, yeah. And we did hear from the chairman of the PRC last week, and he really did invite a lot of feedback. He seemed to be surprised at the impact that we all said twice a year increases.
Yeah, dumb like a fox.
I just don't get that. How could you be surprised on that kind of impact? And so he did invite, give me detailed comments. Tell me how is this impacting, what is it doing? And so that's an open opportunity. And this kind of not on an official docket, it's good and bad. In one way, if these are not put out there publicly, you may see more companies specifically comment. Whereas usually we depend on you. We go to our trade association. You be the bad guy. We don't want our name on this. So I think you might see some more company letters. There is a Freedom of Information Act, though, where you can pretty much get anything from the PRC. So you do have to think about that before you.
So we have confirmed they're not going to publish it publicly, and it would only be available through a FOIA. Is that correct?
We have not confirmed that yet.
Okay, because I
we
keep
haven't
trying to
gotten
get
an
to the
answer.
bottom of that and haven't. And I think one of the issues is how much do we put out there in this informal docket that is not on the record, and how much powder do we keep dry for when a reassessment of the rate authority occurs, and make the cogent case then, so we haven't gotten rid of all our ammunition. So we'll continue to try to get to the bottom of this. This is a new process the PRC has used, and we really don't quite yet know how this is going to break. But if you're interested in commenting or think you might comment, the letter's in your book. You can start gathering your thoughts. It's due July 31st, and certainly before then, we're going to have good clarity on whether we should throw everything we've got at it at this time, or throw some stuff and hold others back, and we'll sort all that out.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of good reasons to hold back. My thought on there is, we do have to comment in a way, because if they're asking for
We have to say something.
Yeah, you have to say, even if you say, I don't agree with this process and I want to have a more formal docket, but we have to respond. And so that at least we took them up on the opportunity and asking them about why they went this approach. I don't know if it's truly accurate or not, but they said they wanted to get something, quick and in front of people right away, much easier than filing. So they just set up an email address that you can go ahead and send things through. So it's a little bit easier than submitting actual comments into a docket. So they think they're going to get a lot of response that way.
The cynic's response is that they are minimally complying with Congress's wishes to re-review this situation, and that because they haven't established a docket and it's not on the record, they're not serious. So we're, again, trying to get to the bottom of it, and we'll find out.
Promotions, I know Todd spoke real briefly on the informed delivery. Just want to highlight it again that any of the promotions that are available to you, that one doesn't work for our B2B catalogs. You can't participate in that, but there are other opportunities between the emerging advanced technology and the mobile shopping. They've increased increased the discount on several of these. They've gone from 2% to 3% and to 4%. So it's a good opportunity to use them. And then in addition, specific to the informed delivery, beyond just the postage discount, there's some marketing return there too. There's a value. So, and they are doing a really good job with that, I think, getting out there and promoting it and sharing the value and getting more buy-in for
Is it
it.
40 million addresses at this point?
It's
Well, one of the concerns we had early on was marketers would say, hey, there's not enough people sign up for this. I'm a national marketer. I'm not going to do all this for a small return. We're at 40 million now? 48 and a half.
Yeah, they'll be at 50 probably
Good.
by the end of July.
So it's growing on a pretty steep trajectory.
Yeah, and if you're not a user of it, I'd recommend you do. It's a great little email you get every day. It shows you what's coming in the mailbox. It shows you packages you're getting.
When I'm traveling, my wife can't be the CEO of mail anymore. I see what's coming in. I get a chance to ask about it.
Yep, and I've used a lot of the click-throughs in there. Great opportunities like to renew your license plate fee, or just click through there. Or, here's an extra coupon if you click on here, and yeah. So I think it's a great tool. Some of the other opportunities this year talked earlier about were the pure pallets they call, which are the carrier route mail going into a delivery unit. They've had a discount in place on carrier route on these pallets for years, and then last year they brought in an extra discount on the high density. And then with this rate case, they are giving an additional discount now for high density plus and saturation on these pallets. They're doing anything they can to encourage this cross stock. And one of the good things about those discounts too is that at least we know in the next couple of years those are going to increase because as a new work-share product, they didn't have to meet the 85% thresholds in pass-through. So they're going to have to increase them 20% next year. So where we have the high densities at I think 1.2 cents now, next year should be 1.4, or next January. And the high density plus at 1 will probably be 1.2. So, and then each coming year, it should go up 20% until it hits it. So there's value in that. We've met with them on multiple times on that and given a lot of data. And I wouldn't be surprised to see additional containerization incentives within other classes, and I mean other products like letters. There's some opportunity for there. Peak season readiness. It's kind of interesting when he talked about the annexes. They set them up because they needed them for peak season, and now he's making these comments about why do I have all these annexes? I'd be a little nervous if he's intending on shutting those down anytime soon. They did have a successful peak season last year. I hope everybody else's experience was better with that compared to the year prior. And on the logistics end and on the delivery end, I think it was much better. But I don't think they can get rid of these annexes yet. On this new network, I am excited about these super delivery units. Less nodes. This is less handling. It's all into one unit. There's going to be cost savings with that. I do want to make sure though that the service standards don't have to change to accommodate it. So there's a lot to watch on there. I'm a little nervous about his intentions for what he may be doing in the end of the summer and into the fall. I'd like to see a schedule of this. When he talked about a schedule of the closing of the FSS, I'd like to see how we're going to do that, how we're going to phase that out. I'd like to see a wireframe on this network change. Just some of the experiences, why you said we've had some great experiences with his executive leadership team. There are some items that it seems like they create it and then they say, here it is. This is what you wanted. This is what you need. And you should have probably asked me first. I would have told you. I can't use this. This won't work for me. And I worry a little bit about that. And here you go. This is what it's going to be.
Since I didn't get a chance to say that at the PMG, I did say that to Judy DeTorek on the way out, and I said, we've got to get involved with what you're doing, and we need notice. You don't know what you don't know about us, and vice versa. So I did say that. So at any rate, we'll just keep on it.
Yeah. There have been improvements, like I said, in the delivery service on the on time, specifically in the flats. I think that's increased. There's still a problem of think 30% not in visibility, not in measurement of the flats. And that's a pretty large amount of mail to say, we're delivering all of this on time, but, well, you're not even measuring 30% of it. So how can you really know what that true number is? But just my experiences, and Todd, are you seeing the same thing in IntelliSense with this?
Industry's rules are different. We're 100%.
Mm-hmm. And so what are you seeing for the on time and the flats as far as maybe from a year ago?
Definitely better. Market mill flats are averaging around 2.54 days to deliver from the time they take possession. So that's beating a 3-day standard they have it when you enter mail at the DSCF, and then 5-day for NDC. So aggregately, they're at 2.54, which the result is they're around 96% on time right now for flats. So to their credit, I mean, he said he's spending the money to do that, but the ROI is that they do have record high delivery performances.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. And visibility, I think, has improved also as far as the scanning. There's, with these 5-digit pallets, especially ones going into a delivery unit, historically we haven't had good scan data from the Postal Service, and they've made some advancements there as to scanning and the logical content underneath there and associating it. And so give them some credit on that one too. DFA, you could tell he still has a sore spot to the.
You think?
Yeah, to the trade associations and their response to his plan. But at least he did get a plan. I mean, Congress had been asking Megan for a plan for quite a while, and it never came out. But they're moving forward in it. I'm going to be interested to see his capital investments. I'd like to see a plan on that. He says he's got a detailed one. Hasn't been shared yet with us. He is very dynamic, very engaging, but he doesn't like people telling him how to do his business and what to do. Definitely. So sometimes he doesn't take that very well from the industry and from the trade associations as we're telling him how to run his business. And while I don't believe that's the case, I think, as a stakeholder and as a ratepayer and a customer, we just want to be a part of it and give you the voice of the customer and get you in tune with that. But I'm glad to see the investments that he's making within IT also. They're moving forward with a lot of new APIs, and while a lot of it is in the package industry.
He doesn't have a yard management system, doesn't have a transportation management system. I mean, these are the things you heard today. I mean, that's just insane for an organization that large. So it's good that those fundamentals are starting to get addressed.
Yeah, and they definitely are. And they are moving forward with the yard management, a redesign of the fast network system. So they are making those investments. And I think that's all we had on there. If anybody had any open topics in postal they wanted to bring up or ask questions on.
Yeah, we'll take questions really on any of those 3 areas that we just covered. Samir was going to present on trade. Right now we have a lot happening there too that we want to talk about. He's been kind enough to agree to move to tomorrow morning to allow us to pick up a little time as we were moving a little bit behind where we wanted to be. But we do have a few minutes for some questions, and love to get any interaction or thoughts, comments you all have on any of these 3 key policy areas.
Jim Hall, I was wondering, when he's talking about all these closures, I assume the Postal Service owns all these facilities. No. Or, no?
No, even offhand, I think they own about half of them.
But say they own half, one would think there's got to be a huge revenue opportunity in selling these fixed assets and putting that toward other fixed assets.
For some of them, some of the buildings, especially like the Chicago one, that sat empty for years. They couldn't unload it.
They're operated by a number of third parties as well. So, and sometimes not at very favorable rates. Do you know what percentage? 90%. Okay. So, yeah, I think there is some cost savings. And to his point, there's cost savings almost everywhere you turn around. And I don't know how many plants you've been into. I used to run a warehouse and manufacturing plant, and I would walk into these postal facilities, and I would just it was everywhere. It was literally, you can get kind of a guttural feel when you walk into a place how well functioning it is. And first of all, there weren't even lights. You didn't even talk about that. You couldn't even see stuff sometimes. I've been in plants where it's just dark. And I mean, a lot of these things seem pretty simple to us, but have not been getting addressed. So I think there will be some benefits. The biggest concern I have is he's basically just stood up here and said, trust me, you're going to be really happy in 5 years with me. And great, but can you give us some guidance about what to expect along the way and when the thresholds and milestones will be reached? And I just asked him on the way out, I had a whole bunch of questions for him we didn't get to, but hey, you're not going to be here forever. How do you make sure that these changes are sustainable and continue after your departure? So we've got still quite a bit of work to do on all that.
He has a better than I had expected relationship with the unions, too.
Well, he hasn't gone after them, so it's easy, when you just hand candy to someone, they're your best friend for life. But
This is going to be a test, though.
It will be a test. And I think, to their credit, some of the unions understand that if we're not there in the mail and mail's not efficient, they don't have jobs anyway. So it's change or die, and I think they get that. And we've gone from 216 billion pieces of mail down to, about 140 billion pieces this year? What are we going to do? So that does just, if you thought about that in your own business, that would require some real change. And some of us believe there was about 300 billion capacity in 2006, the high water mark, when we did 212 billion pieces. Those were all Bs, if I misspoke. They're all Bs. Other thoughts?
Hello, Angie Bickle. I have a really quick question. What does the post office have to gain from providing these 2 to 4% discounts on postage? I mean, what do they care if somebody has a QR code in the back of their piece?
Who wants that one? You want me to do that? Go for it.
Oh.
Okay. They are very interested in establishing a digital reflection for mail. They're interested in making sure that we keep mail interesting, and part of interesting is interactivity, certainly convenience. So a lot of the things, the whole tactile and sensory integration is designed to make mail more exciting. So all of these things are things that they're trying to do to elevate the usefulness and interest and importance in mail, but they're also trying to make it usable for marketers and create new feature sets for marketers. And then the final thing that they've noticed is that those postal customers that participate in these discounts and promotions and summer sales, when we had those, are the ones that are typically growing at the fastest rate in the postal system. So they've seen a real return on that as well.
Yep.
Bob, you want to add anything to that?
I was just going to add the comment that by providing these promotions, the Postal Service actually gets additional rate authority cap. So they're not.
Yeah, good point.
They're not paying. They're not paying for it, or the ones that are really paying for it are the ones that choose not to participate in the promotions because you're paying higher rates through it.
Yeah, this is what Sharon Owen calls cap math. But as you raise rates or lower rates in one area, you have an offset in another area. So they're using them in some ways to reward the types of mail that they want. They recognize that we move mail, the mail moment, we're of consumer interest in the mail. They recognize that we're regular and loyal mailers, and that we generate packages. And I think if they could have done it otherwise, they would not have had the crazy increases to flats costs that have thrown our prices up and driven some of the volume out. So I think in some ways it's an attempt to correct some of that.
Yeah, some of the things that I've heard from some of the folks who are here, and actually some of the people that I talked to at other times, is the fact that the Postal Service seems to have focused all of its emphasis on packages and doesn't see the connection necessarily that mail has to those packages being generated. And that, if they continue at this rapid rate of increase, they're going to drive volume out so quickly that it's going to ultimately affect the number of packages that are available as well. So, this is part of our challenge, is to try to get some temperance in the rate of increase. Authority is one thing, but I think he said that he would be judicious and we've yet to see much whatever the word is.
Judiciousness. Yes.
Judiciousness.
So far, it's mean I'll
exercised so
take
far.
everything I can.
Yeah, and that's been the indication is that there's a natural assumption that mail is leaving and that packages are growing, but we want to see mail grow. Everyone who's in here who's a merchant and everybody who's a supplier knows that the more mail that they can get out there, the better it is for your overall business. So,
I know when I have tried to make pricing decisions as an executive, if I saw a customer leaving me, I would price them up and up and up on the way out the door. On the other hand, if I saw a customer's committed and easy to work with, I do everything I can to give them the most advantageous price. I think they're doing some of that as well. Right. Bob, did you have something?
I think you covered it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other comments? Thoughts? Why don't we talk a little bit about lunch, Paul?
Yes. First of all, thanks very much to Larry and Navistone for sponsoring lunch. It is where the refreshment breaks are. Before anybody gets up, if you don't mind, as you can see, we're kind of a sellout here. We have about 5 or 6 straight chairs, and there's actually room at every table to stick one in there. So if you all don't mind, before you get up, just kind of gather up your things to allow for space for us to get another chair in each table, and then lunch is ready.
Thanks again to all our committee chairs and staff leads on issues. Great job. Hi, guys. Time to work again. You can eat and listen at the same time, so we're banking on that, and we've imposed on our next speaker to continue to talk through lunch, which is always a little bit of a challenge. Those of you that have been here before have met Alex Vogel. All of you have now met a lot of his team that is here. Those of you that haven't been here before have not heard Alex speak. He has a significantly deep background here in Washington that I'll let you read in the book. But I first met Alex early on in the formation of ACMA, and they have been our government relations firm of note now for really almost since our inception. It's been quite a while, and we've gotten some great things done together. But Alex also opines on what's happening in the general environment. So he's going to take us through kind of the general overview of the environment and then drill down more into some of our issues. And Alex, really appreciate you joining us, and really appreciate all the help that you guys have been providing. Welcome.
So first of all, thank you for the introduction, Ham, and it really is a honor to have had the opportunity to work with ACMA for so long on these issues in Washington. I will tell you, and those of you who have been in these fights for a long time, it is remarkable. This is at least the 7th version year that I've given this speech, and in every previous iteration, it was like next year in Jerusalem, right? We're like, next year, postal reform. And I would look out and see people like, yeah, we've been talking about this for a long time. So to be able to be here, knowing that while it certainly didn't solve every problem that we might have with the Postal Service, that is a meaningful accomplishment. And I'm incredibly excited to get to not only talk about other issues that we care about, but to have had that success, because in the policy space, success breeds success. There's a reason the postmaster was here, whereas in the past, maybe not so much. And it's because stakeholders like ACMA engaged across government and are relevant in that conversation. So I'm going to, as Ham mentioned, briefly walk through the waterfront of the policy and political environment as it stands today, and then we'll dive into some of the issues that are near and dear. I put this slide on here just to reiterate the point. It is a chaotic policy and political environment. Everyone says, we've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this. Any 2 or 3 of these would have been fairly large earthquake-type events in government, politics, policy, and the national economy. There are a lot of them. And they are happening, again, the word gets used a lot. It's fairly unprecedented what has just happened in this country in the last couple of years. The one that, in particular, I relate to on this, I was in Washington when we had the last financial crisis and we had the TARP spending, and I remember being engaged with policymakers genuinely concerned about spending that kind of money to critically bail out the American economy during conversations about whether or not ATMs would work the next day at some pretty big banks. For scale, that was $700 billion. $700 billion is still a lot of money, but when you think about it in the $4.5 trillion that the United States government has pushed out the door in all of the various American rescue plans and other investments in recovery, you realize these are truly abnormal times for the economy and for government as well. This is my favorite political data point. Right track, wrong track. It's been asked by Gallup for years. We have a huge data set. Everyone who gets asked the same question, whether you're in Iowa, New York City, San Francisco, or on the Mexican border. Is the country headed in the right track or the wrong track? There are not a lot of Americans right now who think we're heading in the right direction. It's not the lowest it's been, but it's pretty low. And when you have a populace who doesn't think things are going well, that has fairly significant implications. If I am a policymaker, which is a nice word for politician, who needs people and wants people to reelect me, and my behavior is going to be driven by that dynamic. So we can start off with everyone is super concerned about how things are going, and as was made famous during the Clinton administration, it's the economy, stupid. There's a reason that if you turn on television or get in front of a member of Congress right now or see the President of the United States on television, the first, second, and third thing they're going to talk about is the economy, and in particular inflation, and whether it was the driver for that or whether it's a result of that media and public conversation, it has taken hold, and people now understandably identify that as the top issue that is driving their interest. In that regard, worth noting, President Biden's numbers are horribly underwater. And I don't use that term lightly. I'm not saying that because my career inside government was on the Republican side of the aisle. I'm saying that because presidents at 40, historically speaking, are in really, really bad shape. I'm not even talking about bad shape for them. I'm talking about bad shape for anybody who happens to have the same political party as the President of the United States. If you are running for dog catcher, public works supervisor, mayor, governor, Congress, Senate, it is a super hard road to get through with a D in front of your name and a president at 40% approval. Really significant, again, not just for the president and for what he can do with his agenda on Capitol Hill going forward, but for all of these people as we head into a midterm election. One of the things that's been talked about a lot in the last few years is on the political side with geeky people is the generic ballot. Most of you it's irrelevant because you don't vote generically. You go in and actually cast a vote. But the generic ballot's an interesting question. It says if the election was held today, are you more likely to vote for a candidate with an R in front of their name or a D in front of their name? And again, we have lots of data on the generic ballot going back years. And what's always been fascinating, and people have written lots of PhD theses on this in political science school, Republicans are almost always underwater. Doesn't matter what else is happening, doesn't matter if we have a Republican president, Republicans are always slightly underwater. It's like there's inherently more Democrats in the world than Republicans, or, as has often been predicted, saying you're a Republican in this country is a slightly guilty pleasure. That depending on where you live, people don't want to self-identify that way, even when they're being asked privately. Either way, what we do know is it is exceedingly rare that Republicans lead in the generic ballot. And when it does happen, and it coincides with an election, the implications are profound in terms of the result. I happen to be working in politics in 2001, 2002, trying to help Republicans win back the Senate. And I think we were, well, it is fair to say when that election cycle started, right after President Bush got elected, we were expected to get shellacked. In fact, it was so bad that Jim Jeffords, a Republican, is like, I'm switching parties. We were really in a hole and had no real chance for success. 9/11 happened. The country immediately rallied behind President Bush. His approval numbers went to stratospheric levels, ultimately not sustainable by any president, but literally 80% approval ratings for the president. And Republicans popped over on the generic ballot by like 2 points. We picked up 9 Senate seats. So you see the implications that this has. Again, I don't think that this means that Republicans on Capitol Hill or in governor's mansions have suddenly found a whole new way to talk to voters and they've changed the fundamental paradigm in this country. I think what's happening is a president at 40% is such a drag that you were even seeing it in the generic ballot. So all of this is the data that not only at the anecdotal level when you hear and talk to people in Washington, they're widely expecting Republicans to take the House and now more and more the Senate. This is why Democrats right now are looking into the abyss, not very far from right now at this election, and they're going to try and do things right now really fast to try and change that, or it is over. And most of us believe, as it relates to the House, and I'll talk about it, it is truly already over. You know, the joke about measuring the drapes, Republicans are literally measuring the drapes for chairman's office on committees. This is probably the least surprising slide on here. People really don't like Congress. They don't like them a lot right now in particular, but understand they almost never like them. Interestingly, and you know, the joke is at this point we're pretty much down to family members and paid staff. And I heard Senator Roy Blunt tell that joke once, and he said, and families getting shaky. So that's kind of the norm historically. There's this other funny joke about it. Everyone hates Congress and loves their member of Congress. Frank Wolf, who represented Northern Virginia for literally a generation, was the ultimate embodiment of that. Everyone in that district hated Congress because they lived near Washington and actually understood it, and everybody loved Frank. I'm like, how is that possible? But that dynamic holds almost everywhere. What's interesting about this, the little blips where people like Congress just a little bit more than cockroaches or whatever else is actually below that, are at moments of bipartisanship. It's when Republicans and Democrats get together and pass something, the country's like, yay, we like Congress more. And then does exactly the opposite when they go vote. Those same politicians who got applauded on this chart, which doesn't really do anything for them, show up at the ballot box and lose, often in a primary, because they're like, oh, you're not conservative enough or you're not liberal enough. So it's a fascinating dynamic. That piece of are Democrats liberal enough or Republicans conservative enough, what you can see in this data is both House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats, over my political lifetime, Democrats have gotten more liberal. Republicans have gotten a lot more conservative. So they've both shifted over. When you look at the world and you say, it didn't used to be like this, you're right, and that's true on both sides. But the shift has been more pronounced on the Republican conservative side. People talk a lot about there's no more moderates. And these days you're like moderate Democrats. There's very few blue dog Democrats. They're just shrinking. On the Republican side, people that we used to think of, the late Orrin Hatch, the idea that Orrin Hatch was not sufficiently conservative is somewhat jarring to people of my age, because I grew up with Orrin Hatch. For a lot of people, they're like, yeah, he's a little squishy. That pressure on the Republican side has meaningfully moved the party over. And again, what you're talking about is there are only about 24 moderates left. 24, down from hundreds of people who would have fit that bill. That meaningfully changes how people legislate and how they govern and what that broader political dynamic is. So again, just something to keep in mind in that regard. The midterm election. Midterm elections for first-term presidents, historically, they lose a bunch of seats. It's a very understandable dynamic. You just won the White House. It was a super big deal in an election that got a ton of attention, and you won, and your supporters are a little fat and happy. It's very hard to get presidential level voter engagement, again, in what's just, I put quotes around just, to elect all of the House and a third of the Senate. So you normally have some drop-off from your own supporters of the president's party and the other side, which is super ticked. They lost an election, and now they've had 2 years of a president doing the things he or she actually wanted to do, which they despise, and they're like, now we really hate that guy and want to do anything we can to check that power. And this is their first opportunity. So normally, kind of baseline, you're talking 25 or 30 seats if everything is status quo. Everything is not status quo. The president is wildly unpopular. We have a land war in Europe. We have inflation. There's a whole lot of mess going on that is dragging down that dynamic. This is 50 or 60 seats. This is a monumental blowout. And that's layered on top of the fact that the majority right now, the Democratic majority, even by historical standards, is super small. The reason the Democrats had a hard time moving some of Biden's agenda wasn't just because Republicans are intransigent, it's because they only have this many votes to play with. Nancy Pelosi had never had a majority that small. Normally you're talking 20, 30, 40 seats. You can tell a lot of people to pound sand and cut a lot of side deals when you've got 20 or 30 or 40 seats to play with. But when you have 5 seats to play with, there's no deal, and it gets really hard. So again, both historically and given the current dynamic, I think the House majority is already gone, and Kevin McCarthy is almost certainly the Speaker of the House. And whether Pelosi hangs around as leader on the Democratic side, I've bet against her many times on things like this, and I've lost every time, so I'm going to reserve judgment. But regardless, it will be a much smaller Democratic caucus. Again, if you want to look at appropriate historical parallels, one of the dynamics that fortunately we haven't faced for a long time is inflation. You have to be old enough to remember Jimmy Carter as president, and you see what the political consequences were there and the focus that it got, and when you layer that on top of our current, not only what's happening, but what people's views about the leadership and the Democratic side are, it gets really, really difficult to see any scenario where they can keep that to even a manageable loss. If the election was today, and no professional Democrat would admit this, but I will admit it for them, if the election was today and I said, I'll make you a deal, you lose 30 seats. You're in the hole by 25. They would take that deal all day long because the president hit 39 in a poll the other day. At 39, and depending on which way that little arrow is starting to go the week before the election, because momentum does matter, that can be 40, that could be 70. And not only don't all those House members want to lose their jobs, the White House, having a not only majority of the other party, but effectively a truly empowered majority, it's not just that you're not going to be able to move your bills. You're going to literally have 720 days of abject horror, having everyone who works for you, has ever worked for you, spend all day long in front of an oversight hearing and absolutely zero accomplishments and probably some bad things happening. So the size of the majority does have real consequences as we look at this. The Senate, when we started this election cycle and the House already looked like it was going to be in play, the Senate was not. Remember, a third of the Senate's up every 2 years. It just so happens this cycle, this election cycle, a lot of the defending is actually on Republican seats. There are some Republican incumbents who retired in places like Pennsylvania, who just overnight created very expensive races that are certainly competitive. And so Democrats are fortunate in that regard. If the cycle had been flipped, they could have had one of those lose 9 seats in the Senate. Even so, whether it's Nevada or Arizona or New Hampshire, which are among the seats that are likely to be highly competitive, it takes a grand total of 1, and it's game over, and Mitch McConnell is Senate Majority Leader again. When this cycle started, I would have said 15% chance that we wind up there. I'm 65-35 right now. I'd much rather be at the Republican Senatorial Committee than the Democratic Senatorial Committee. Now again, it's going to come down to very specific candidate performance in super specific races. And as we see over and over again, like in the Georgia Senate seats, candidates matter. But again, the odds of Republicans not only flipping the House, but flipping the Senate are not insubstantial, that it's both, and frankly getting higher. So again, it just further adds to that dynamic, even though, in my view, there's not really a scenario whereby that majority is any more than a seat or two. So we effectively create a new Joe Manchin overnight. Joe Manchin loses all of his power, and someone like Mitt Romney gets it because they will be the vote that they still have to have. But again, that's a fairly large impact for the Biden administration and their agenda. All of this is happening in an environment where there's a lot of stuff that Congress either has to get done or wants to get done, and wants to get done if I'm in the majority, because if that could be 60 or 70, I'd much rather do something that moves it to 40 or 50. So the question becomes, okay, what can we do? So you have they've changed the name like 9 times. It's on here as USICA, but it's often referred to as the China Bill. There is a conference committee that is working on this that is, I think, 120 members. There's never been a conference that's 120 members. It's 20% of Congress. And I've had people ask me, why are they doing that? I mean, is that any way to actually have a negotiation? You need like 4 people in the room. And the answer is, Of course not. But it shows you 120 people are telling leadership, I need to be publicly associated with this because it's going to help me get reelected that we're doing this. So again, it doesn't have to get done. They could just not do anything and the world's not going to end. There's no federal program that's going to shut down. They want to do it because that's going to make the difference for them from 50, 60 seats, maybe even worse, and hopefully lower. Because again, if they do this, everyone who votes for it, and certainly those on the conference, no one can say we're weak on China. And because the 70s is back and we have inflation, weak on China is a thing again. And so this shows you what that dynamic is right now. And again, the other thing to note, those numbers down at the bottom are days in session. Between now, effectively now and the election. That's a really small number. I don't want all of you to immediately assume, as most people do, that members of Congress don't work very hard. In all seriousness, they work super hard. Honestly, for most of these folks, it's a fairly miserable job. But you still have to say, but how many days are you actually in that building theoretically negotiating and passing bills? And those numbers are super small. And if I'm Mitch McConnell in the Senate, my number one job right now is to make it go as slowly as possible. If nothing happens, the numbers as they are probably the numbers of the election, and that's awesome if you're Mitch McConnell. If you're Chuck Schumer, you want to get everything done you can, and the Senate is literally designed to stop you. And you have Mitch McConnell, who is, and again, I wouldn't say this to his face, I worked with him. I owe huge pieces of my professional career to him. I've worked with him both as majority leader and minority leader. He is, I believe, the singular most effective minority leader in United States Senate history. That's a couple hundred years. Nobody knows how to stop things from happening better than Mitch McConnell. I mean that in all sincerity and with no humor. The Senate is designed to slow you down, and he understands it better than any singular individual member or staffer, living or dead. He's a very good majority leader. He's not as good at being majority leader. Again, I would argue it's not his fault. I worked for a Senate majority leader, and I used to tell people all the time when they would come in and say, we just need this thing done. You're like super powerful. How can you not do that? And I would tell them, the sign says majority leader. It doesn't say anything about control. We have no control to push things to get done. We have almost infinite control to stop things from getting done. The very nature of the job is designed to stop things. So, again, whether it's trying to do Build Back Better, which I'm sure Joe Manchin, like the eve of the election, he'll be like, well, maybe I could do this. If it hasn't happened, it's not going to happen right now. But they have precious time to try and make those arguments both to the whole country and to their individual voters. So whether it's on guns, whether it's on trade, any of these issues, they have a super narrow window. And they know that come Labor Day, it's on, and they're not passing any bills. They're walking in parades and shaking hands and pushing mail in your mailboxes, and that's when it's going to happen. They're not going to change a result by passing a bill in October of an election year. The October surprise is only something really bad the media finds out about you. It's never actually some policy event. So. One of the really fascinating dynamics that happens when the majority switches is in the lame duck. So how many people here know what the lame duck session is? They don't usually teach it in civics class. There's been an election. These two tables lost. It's over, they're going home, they're gonna come work as lobbyists, it's gonna be amazing. They don't care about any of the same stuff that they just cared about. And I don't mean the issues, I mean the things that tethered them politically, either to party or concern about election, are gone. They are effectively free votes, which for many of them is the first time in their entire career they have ever found themselves in that situation. But again, the lame duck is still the 117th Congress. Democrats are in charge. Democrats will come back. We've already lost the majority. We should do all the stuff that we want to do that we were afraid to do because we thought we'd lose the majority. Let's do it right now. Republicans sometimes are like, let's stop everything we can because January 3rd, we're in charge. Why would we let them do anything right now? And sometimes, magically, both sides come together and say, hey, there's this stuff that we really can't let you do politically, but we also know needs to be done. So how about you do it right now, and then you did it? And we can let people vote against it, even though, and it works for everybody. So all those things happen. And again, the day after the election, you're going to see Kevin McCarthy on your television, and he's going to announce whatever they're going to call the contract with America. There is always a contract with America. They will have one as well. And there'll be 23 things on it, and they're going to announce bills H1 through 23 are going to be the first things on the floor, and they're off and running. And they don't want to let any of that achievement be taken off the table by the losers as they're leaving the field. So all of that dynamic and horse trading, and the truth is, all of the above are going to take place in and around this lame duck. And there'll be a bunch of year-end expirations, which there always are, that will get pushed all the way to the lame duck as well, which they don't mind because it's actually a forcing mechanism. Because if I'm one of the people who want something to happen that doesn't have to happen, I need a reason for 535 people and 5,000 staff to be in session and actively moving legislation. So there will be an active legislative season immediately following. Any questions? How are we doing on time, by the way? 20 minutes left? Okay. I'm going to very briefly touch on some policy issues. A number of my colleagues who are here now, and I'm going to call them out in a second, I know later today, tomorrow, are going to be speaking specifically on things like trade, as well as privacy. But again, from my perspective and where I sit, you've got postal reform, the implementation of the act. You have data privacy, which, just to show you things can still happen in election years, literally this week, bipartisan, bicameral legislation on privacy that would preempt everything in the country and present a unified front actually popped up. Remote sales tax, which is an issue that we fought with many of you before the Wayfair case, and we spent several years really aggressively trying to continue the conversation legislatively so we can fix what Wayfair did. And everyone was like, we just did that. Like, we yelled at each other for 5 years, then there was a Supreme Court case, and then it all went away. And it took 2 years of us really hammering for them to say, okay, we see there's problems. Today, right, Ollie? Today, 10 o'clock, Senate Finance Committee had a hearing. on remote sales tax implementation. And the witness was an ACMA member. So again, lots going on in terms of our policy agenda as well. And then trade, and my colleague Samir Kapadia, who I know is speaking at length on the trade issue tomorrow. I'll just briefly ask Samir to give a kind of 90-second preview.
Yeah, ACMA members have long cared about this issue around tariffs, right? I mean, particularly in the catalog industry, you're importing quite an amount of goods, in some cases, from China that are subject to tariffs, which you then pass on to consumers, and that really eats your margin and creates a lot of issues with supply chain, and then COVID happened, and delays, production delays, high freight costs. I mean, it's a big pain in the butt, right? And that's had a compounding effect on the U.S. economy. There's a few things I want to mark today, just so you get your mind working for tomorrow's 8 a.m., which should be really fun, right? But the first thing is that, remember, we're in a very big inflationary period in the country, okay? 40-year high, 8.5%, what have you. Gas prices are now at an average of $5 a gallon. Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, has even been very bold to say in the past 4 days, hey, we need to reduce some tariffs, guys. That's a big deal when another member of your cabinet is saying a policy that the one person who's in charge, Catherine Tai, hasn't said that. But Janet Yellen's saying that. And then you have Secretary Gina Raimondo, who's head of commerce, to say, yeah, maybe we should lower some tariffs to ease inflation. Then you have Chinese diplomats going around all over the United States on a tour saying, you know what, the U.S. really screwed this up because inflation's at an all-time high and they should just lower the tariffs on our exports. I mean, my gosh, right? You have the Chinese saying that Biden's doing it wrong. You have two other members from a cabinet that are doing it wrong. They're saying they're doing it wrong. And then just yesterday, President Biden sat down in the Oval Office with a number of his colleagues and said, man, I think we might need to reduce some tariffs here, maybe on items like bicycles and consumer goods, and then maybe we'll increase them on the heavily kind of commoditized products like your steel, aluminum, what have you. So the point I'm making is that this is an election year. Consumers want to see prices lower, and if past is prologue, President Donald Trump reduced tariffs right before the holidays. So it was right before Thanksgiving and Christmas as a way to make sure consumers could go and purchase these products, and you'd see stuff on the shelves.
And also because some really smart lobbyists started to push a "you can't tax Christmas" message that the White House was genuinely horrified about when they realized how the timing looked. So
I may have played a hand in that role, but now I think we're going to see, with the holidays coming, this inflation stuff getting out of control, and an election. If you were to put a bet, they're going to reduce some tariffs. But we'll talk all about that tomorrow.
Thank you, Samir. Appreciate it. One of the other key issues, then we're going to talk postal for a minute, is around privacy. And as I mentioned, somewhat amazingly, just this week, we now have bicameral, bipartisan privacy legislation that's preemptive out of the federal government. People work for years to try and convince everyone to preempt little stuff. This is big. I don't necessarily think this is, well, I can tell you this is not legislation that's going to get, approved by unanimous consent anytime soon in the Senate. But the fact that we're at that point is we're further along than I thought. My colleague Ali Kimji, who I know talked briefly about the Privacy Committee's report earlier, is going to be speaking to some of these issues. And if you want to give a little preview.
Thanks, Alex. So obviously we have this big, frankly, monumental legislation, the American Data Protection Act. Again, that was Congress recognizing that there's this patchwork of state laws that needs to be addressed. This bill is out there. It's bipartisan, bicameral. Frankly, it's quite important. A lot of the industry folks have already started responding to it. TechNet, some of the folks that represent Amazon, all these groups are engaging on it. A wonderful opportunity for us to be part of that conversation. But the fact that, there's an Energy and Commerce hearing today on this legislation. So it tells you that in addition to all of the policy issues that Alex talked about, all of the rhetoric in Washington, all of the noise in Washington, they are still paying attention to data privacy and recognize that this is an issue that industry and business care about. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow, too.
Thank you, Ali. Yep. I mentioned at the beginning the significance of the postal reform legislation that passed after a very long time with lots of dead ends, U-turns. I once sat in the markup and watched the entire bill fall because of a fight over where you could have guns in the trunk of your car if you went to the post office. And it literally, as a practical matter, ended the markup, and never mind, we'll see you next Congress. So to make it to the finish line with gigantic vote numbers on a piece of legislation that direct and indirect, more than $100 billion to the USPS is a big deal. Ham, obviously, and I think you guys talked about this with the postmaster this morning, not only doesn't it solve every problem out there, there will be both follow-on and operational challenges from an implementation perspective, not to mention that just like immediately following the Wayfair decision, it was super hard to talk to anyone about it because they're like, we just did it like 2 weeks ago. And we're like, yeah, but you didn't actually fix this, you just fixed this. They need a little time and reset, and I think we have to bake that in as well. So would welcome any thoughts from you on that.
We actually have Kevin Yoder coming a little bit later to talk about some of the work he's... Make sure everybody can hear me. Microphone over here, thank you. We actually have Kevin Yoder coming a little bit later to talk about some of the work he's doing in Congress to reset the expectation we do postal every 15 years and don't have to worry about it. He's also working to try to make sure that we as captive customers get some respect on the Hill, which we haven't always gotten. So I think that'll be part of it. We need to continue to educate members about the work that's undone. And I just compared notes with the U.S. Postal Service's VP for Government Affairs, and fortunately their legislative agenda is very close to ours. So I'm hoping that we can all be pulling together. We are reaching out to the unions to try to calibrate where they are on some of these things and understand if we're going to have the everybody pulling in the same direction as we try to get things like the low yield on the money we've got over at Treasury, or things like the overpayments that we've been constantly paying to the pension funds, get those refunded. Some of the things that we need to have happen to make us whole or get us closer to whole.
Great. So one of the things, and I'm just going to speak just for a minute and then try and open it up for questions. I want you all to take away from this conversation, in addition to some hopefully more understanding about that dynamic, is it is really critical to stay engaged. I know, both because I worked on it and have worked on things like this and have been on all sides of these, it is super frustrating when you're banging away for years on this stuff and you still haven't done it. And we did that for a long time on postal reform, and it's great that we've made some meaningful progress. We have legislation, all good. There's a lot more work to do, and the only way that happens is by being engaged. It's probably not shocking that most regulators in particular, if they didn't have to, they probably wouldn't engage with stakeholders very much unless they were like, hey, technically, how does this work? Because other than that, I'd rather just sit here and do my job and not get yelled at. And so stakeholders have to be engaged with the regulator. And when you're not, you have to go to other policymakers and say, hey, make that guy engage with us because we're the one actually paying this bill. And that's what ACMA has done incredibly effectively. And I would just encourage you, it's preaching to the choir because obviously you're all here, but as you're talking to others, to understand the impact that these issues have and how important that is huge. The other piece that I will mention, all politics is personal. Yeah, there's an impact that the majority is going to switch, but that means different people are in different seats. And that has an impact on us and how we interact with them and what their priorities are. Mr. Comer, for example, is almost certainly likely to be in charge of a committee that is super relevant in our world, and which is great because we have a relationship with Comer now. Ham was with Comer last Wednesday or Thursday. We're already talking about what those issues and priorities are well in advance of him even having a gavel in his hand that we are pretty sure he's going to have. But again, that's why that engagement continues to matter. Notwithstanding the jokes about how long people stay in Congress, a shocking percentage of the body turns over every 2 years. And it's only in the context of questions like, what percentage of the current Congress do you think voted on Obamacare? And people are like, Obamacare wasn't that long ago? I don't know, like 80, 90%. And you're like, yeah, 58. They're like, that's impossible. How many members of Congress have ever had a land war in Europe? Effectively none. Or inflation? A couple, because Chuck Grassley's 94 and running for re-election. But seriously, part of the engagement is not just, yes, we have new chairs, who ACMA almost always knows, but we have a whole bunch of new people who are accountants and lawyers and doctors and sheep farmers and whatever else they're doing, who got ticked off and decided to run for Congress, who don't know anything about our issues. Anything. They go to the mail. That's it. And so part of the process is we have to bring them all the way up to speed, not only on what's happening right now. Imagine trying to explain remote sales tax to someone from scratch. You'd have to go back a ways and then do a whole lot of work and then talk about a bunch of court cases that they've never heard about, and then it's a lot. And so, again, that takes time, and we just have to do it. So, again, happy to take questions on the politics, on any of this, and on the privacy and trade piece. I know you guys have kind of blocked out designated time to speak on that later. So thank you. And Ham, any questions from you? Or?
Let me see if we have some questions in the audience of some of the material you've covered. Anybody? Questions, comments, thoughts? Excuse me.
And if we don't have enough questions, I will throw out all the ones that people actually ask me but never want to ask in front of other people about politics.
Hi, Linda Lester, and as you know, remote sales tax is my big issue here. What are the odds of doing anything during lame duck on that subject? We have draft legislation we've put together as our tax policy committee. Thank you.
I think the answer is they're a lot better than they were, given that we now have people to the point where they're having hearings. Among the questions become, is there a tax title? And let me explain why that's relevant and where it gets dicey. In order for something as a practical matter to move and pass, it is almost never the case anymore that Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 1 get passed, and they do it a little differently, and they have a conference, and it becomes law. That's what we call regular order. It's what you learned on Schoolhouse Rock. It also just effectively never happens anymore. And so what actually happens is you are looking for a moving train, and if that train has a tax section in it, you're like, game on, let's go. And everyone who has a tax issue, which this is suddenly jumping on that train. There are lots of tax-related pieces that people right now, Republicans, don't want to move. And they are trying to avoid tax titles to make that happen. Democrats want tax titles in everything. So among the reasons this USICA China bill that's in conference right now, why negotiations are currently non-existent, is the Democrats are like, we want to do a bunch of tax stuff in here, and the Republicans are like, it has nothing to do with China, there's no tax provision in here, ergo, can't do it. So that dynamic is likely super different in a lame duck. And so I can't give you odds on it. There is definitely, the fact that we're having a hearing right now on the issue doesn't just tell you there's been a big push from all of us to get a hearing. It also tells you they think this is worthy of their time right now. And I don't mean from a, we have so much real important stuff to do, but is it going to help us get reelected perspective to have this conversation? And the answer, because they're having it, is yes. So, okay, we know they think the issue is generally beneficial. I think it's a viable conversation.
Yeah, and I'll just add another thing that's out there that you got to look at the calculus around lame duck, right? You got to do something that both sides really agree on, something that you can do quietly, something that's a little routine, but something you just want to get done. I think antitrust reform around the tech industry is something that both Democrats and Republicans have long wanted to manage and get done. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do that in the dead of night during the lame duck to really spook the Facebooks and Googles and all of the Amazons of the world. I know that's something that's on their list. It makes sense to do it during lame duck, but certainly early stages, and frankly, they just got so many other things they got to do. But just something to keep in mind that's been out there.
Thanks, Samir. I think we have time for one, maybe two more questions.
I'm glad you said up front.
The privacy bill has provisions for enforcement. One of them is FTC. The other is state's attorney general can go after people, and then there's private right of action. And those appear to be nods to California. Is it possible? I'm assuming that taking those out would be unpalatable and it would kill the bill. Or opposing those would derail the train. Is that a correct assessment?
No. We're talking about a bill that's been introduced. Even the people who wrote this bill know there are things that are not going to stay in this bill. It's a negotiation. You want to put all the stuff in there so you can trade away what you don't care about, what you care about, and then there's crown jewels. Depending on which side of this conversation you sit on, things like private right of action are pretty important, and equally important for those of us on the other side of that conversation. So I don't think that construct is baked in at all. In fact, I know specifically, not as it relates to that underlying bill, but a bill on a very similar subject that was recently circulated among some of those same people. The trade-off was, hey, we can't have private right of action. We are not giving it to the trial lawyers. We just can't do it. But we will statutorily empower the attorney generals. And then we're going to get a bunch of attorney generals who are like, hey, this bill's great. Because attorney generals love that. They're like, awesome, I just did a 46-state settlement against whoever. So I think it's very much up for debate and negotiation, and those are going to be, I think private right of action will ultimately be, when they solve private right of action, then we'll be like, okay, this is closer to a bill that could pass with Republican votes. So.
I can also just opine on Alex's point. Senator Cantwell, who we also hear from the Senate Commerce Committee, is apparently working on some language on private right of action to add to this bill. So, as Alex pointed, there's still a long way to go before this moves forward. This is negotiation time, essentially. So,
thank you very much.
Thanks to Alex and his team. Appreciate your being here, and thanks very much. All right, we're going to move to our next session, which is the CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to ask the folks that are presenting to come on up and join us. Should we set up for that?
I'm just going to bring these tables out. Just careful of the wires. Some don't have a lot of flex. Maybe that's better. And I just need to get a couple things.
No, we're gonna put you guys over. We're gonna put you guys over here.
Okay, we'll get your.
You don't want to be driving this bus, do you?
Not the slides, but I just need to. We need to get.
These are for Larry?
Yeah, I'll handle those.
Okay.
I'm not going to be here tomorrow, so I'm glad we got a few minutes.
Yeah, you brought your own.
Okay, good.
He's coming out, right? He's got to run this. Oh, he's going to run these things. Okay. Otherwise, Larry's got to trust me to run it for him, and that could be a big trust factor.
That was an interesting
That could be a big trust factor.
He's on our team. I like his two lieutenants, too.
Like it's what?
His two lieutenants.
Oh, yeah.
The future's bright.
No, you sure?
Better get some other conversation going too. So.
Okay.
I'm told the back of the room is warmer than the front of the room, so if you are still cold, you might consider moving towards the back. We have tried to adjust it several times so everybody's comfortable, but
You want to get closer to Paul if you're going to be presenting your slides?
Oh, don't worry about the sliders.
You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
going to
you
be sitting there.
And you don't want that one up. You don't want that one up right now.
We don't want that up there.
No, I think your questions are good.
You do want the question.
all right. It's my pleasure to welcome 4 member company CEOs, 2 on the merchant side, 2 on the supply side, who have been kind enough to share some of their perspectives. And I've got a bunch of questions that I've prepared, which you see behind me, but by no means should we just limit it to that. There may be other things that you are interested in that we can talk about. But we're hoping this was a good opportunity for information exchange and dialogue. This is not something we normally do, but it's a really complicated time right now. There's a lot of moving parts, I think more than I've ever seen in my business career. And in addition to that, you have comparability problems. And one of my questions coming at you guys will be, how do you even manage across such, 19, 20, 21, and now in 22 with so many things moving in so many directions? You can't even get a clean comparison on things and to know where you are. Actually, maybe why don't we just start with that, and then I'll move into some of the other questions behind. Rob, could you, how do you wrap your arms around everything that's going on and get comparable financials and comparable results?
This is one of the easy questions, right? Hamilton, I think everybody has their own approach to this right now, and again, not speaking for all the merchants in the room, but what was the edge of the apocalypse when we were looking at March and April of 2020, seems like so long ago, turned into the most remarkable tailwind. And so we were then beneficiaries through 2020 and arguably part of 2021. With that tailwind ebbing, and when we came to build our calendar year 2022 plan, we decided as a management team to revert back and look at 2019. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know. But what was different? What was different was the costs were higher.
So to answer your question directly, when it comes to comparable approach from a revenue standpoint, and in some ways strategically, we really looked at 2019 as a baseline and our original budget for 2020. And then we had to take into consideration everything else that we've been dealing with now from a distraction standpoint, the growing role of e-commerce, digital business, along with our traditional print-based business, to come up with a baseline for 2022 and even as we think into the future, the next few quarters.
Great, Rob, thanks. Leslie, same question to you, please.
Yeah, not dissimilar. Although I would say that the category that my company is in, and home and mostly outside decor, we felt like we would ride that wave for a little bit longer, that there would be much more of a permanent residual COVID rush into 2022 with all, fire pits and outdoor furniture and all of those things in that category. And I think that's been interrupted by, inflation and distractions in terms of COVID opening up or travel opening up and other consumer distractions like the stock market and things of that nature with our customers. So we maybe unrealistically set 2022 as a comp to 2021 from a top line standpoint. And then, as Rob has mentioned, every line item on the P&L's gotten disrupted in between. Every now and then when I see, my top line down versus my plan, I have to dust off my 2019 comparison and pat myself on the back a little bit, because does look still a lot better than 2019, because that 2020-2021 ramp up was just so steep. But fortunate to be in a position with just a private single owner and accountable to no one but her. So those explanations are not too difficult. So.
Yeah, anniversarying some of those numbers must have been brutal. Brad, same question to you. How are you managing across all this volatility and uncertainty?
Well, I'm just a humble printer, but we've got, I guess, the good fortune of having a majority of our work that's under an agreement. So that's very helpful. So then you just manage your available capacity from that standpoint. But there are a lot of moving parts, as you mentioned. And so we try to be as flexible as we can, because we know how important it is to hit in-home dates. But there's a lot of challenges right now, either through labor or supply chain or paper availability or when paper shows up, to manage all that. But I think there's been some, probably the best thing that we've been able to do is to try to keep some flexibility throughout the week, just to make sure that we can accommodate the needs of our customers. Probably the best answer I got right now.
Okay, thank you. Larry?
So we're a remarketing company, so the amount of web traffic that's on our clients' websites is really sort of like the inventory that's available both for us to help our clients, but also available to our clients as web traffic. And what we saw is the changes in web traffic were very different depending on the industry. We work with a lot of different industries, and I'll have a slide in a minute where I'll show some of those sort of the stark differences between different industries. And so for us, 2019 remains like something we still go back and reference in terms of where web traffic was. And fortunately, no matter sort of which one of those verticals you're in, generally things are above where they were in 2019, meaning there's been an increase in online traffic that was a little bit faster than I think we would have gotten otherwise. But in terms of how we've been able to manage it, honestly, not intentionally, but being in several different verticals meant that the people who did really well, we had people who did really poorly in 2020. Cruise lines were a big part of our business. They did not do very well in 2020. But e-commerce was also a part of our business, and so I think I've learned the benefit of having a foot in a lot of different verticals.
A diversified portfolio. Great, thank you. I'm going to start again on the merchant side. I will start back here, but with this one in particular, could you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in catalog and online response rates in the first half of 2022, and maybe compare that to the barn burner that we saw before that?
Sure. We're seeing response rates down versus last year, somewhere in the kind of 15 to 20% range. We're clawing back a part of that with a higher AOV, average order value. Some of that's inflation, and we've increased prices. Some of that, I think, is also category shift and to some higher price point items. But definitely seeing that response rate down, and we'll probably carry that, we'll model that through at least the rest of this year, I think. And the real unknown, I think, is next year, but I think we're pretty comfortable that response rates will continue to be down the rest of this year.
Just clarification, though, they're down compared to the previous period, but still up compared to pre-COVID levels?
Pre-COVID, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
Thank you. Maybe we'll start with the online side of things as well, because I think Leslie gave a good perspective on the print side. We have been constantly, consistently, and relentlessly moving our business into the digital channel. We've been a decades-long catalog marketer. Not to say that catalog won't always be an extremely important part of our business, but we have the Apple iOS algorithmic change obviously probably messed up everybody at the end of last year. So that what we just had to do was dig a little deeper and go a little broader and figure out how we're going to continue to grow our digital business. We did see it soften right after that. I guess it was the third or fourth quarter, whenever that went into place. But it was a little bit muted by the fact that we still are a fairly seasonal business, and with back to school and fall and holiday cross currents, we didn't really see it. And things had begun to normalize in the January or the first calendar quarter this year. And we feel we've gotten through the challenges with online response rates. We built up, probably like Leslie was saying, we built up our email file considerably. We actually brought on an additional digital agency so that we were not just talking to ourselves when it came to how we want to market digitally going forward. And I think we're probably as well positioned as we ever have been. We have a lot more information available too. So response rates after a bit of a dip, we feel have recovered. They're not growing, significantly, but they are flat to growing incrementally, which is important to our business, especially with the crossover or the sort of the migration or graduation from some of our print customers over to being a more consistent digital customer. On the print side of things, we have a pretty good investment every year in the first quarter of the calendar year because we have a nice health and wellness merchandise offering. So again, we didn't have a lot of trouble with maybe some other seasonal businesses might have had in the first and second quarter when it came to print response rates. Are they slightly down to 21? Yes. Are they down to 20? Absolutely. But they are relatively healthy compared to 19. But never a dull day.
Thank you, Rob. And you guys work with a variety of companies, and I know you both think a lot about what the metrics are for internet and the metrics for mail and the costs, of course. Larry, do you want to start with your perspective on that?
Yeah, and I previewed that a moment ago. We're just going to do this one right now. Previewed that a moment ago where just looking across, I didn't try to make this a scientific study. There's maybe 6 to 10 companies in each one of these categories. But I thought they were generally representative of what we are seeing across the board. If you had looked at this, make this, 2020 and advance it to May through July, it would have been reversed. You would have seen all of the travel and hospitality doing nothing. You would have seen apparel going down really low, and everything that's on the bottom having done a lot better. And this is not response rate per se by any stretch, but this is sort of like a general indication, I think, of consumer interest, where consumers are are spending. The only thing I'll point out, and I was actually kind of expecting this to be to show up more predominantly. If you do look at sort of like where's the lowest change, where the biggest loss or the lowest increase for, sort of the bottom 5 of these categories, March did seem to be something that I saw, and I look across other companies, I see that more as being sort of like the month that was most affected in the last 4. But that's sort of generally what we're seeing, is that it's very category specific. I do have a little bit of insight into a couple of companies' mail order catalog programs, and response rates are definitely down. They're seeing from where they were in 20 and 21, but again, still higher than in 19. And so from a prospecting standpoint, given that some of the costs are like around PLAs or through the roof, being able to do some catalog prospecting at rates that are better than what they were in 2019 is a little bit of a help here.
Great, thank you. Brad, your thoughts on this?
Well, we don't talk necessarily in terms of response rates as a printer, but we do talk in terms of a variety of production metrics. And we have experienced every month year-over-year growth. And that's going to be a combination of some brands that are being introduced to the catalog channel. We have some brands that are just, going to the moon with their response rates and their success. We have some that are shrinking. We have some pages that are coming out. We have changes in circulation. So there's a variety of things that are driving that. But the only thing that I could probably point out in terms of some sort of symmetry between all that is those catalogers that have higher price points seem to be doing better than those that have lower price points. But again, nothing scientific about that, but probably an observation.
Larry?
And sorry, just one more observation that I forgot to make. So I have kept track of that kind of category performance for a lot of years. I ran an e-com platform before this. That's more difference than I can remember, one category being so far down, another category being so far up, just to the volatility by vertical. I don't recall ever seeing that much volatility from vertical to vertical.
What are you seeing for holiday season this year, and what are you expecting in 23?
So, now it's crystal ball time for sure.
Absolutely. How much rope do you want?
What's that?
How much rope do you want?
So this is more based on just having looked at data for a while, and also thinking, I'm not thinking a little bit about macroeconomic trends, which are, there's a lot of economists who are not very keen on the macroeconomic trends. I think the categories that are down right now, I think are going to stay down through the end of the year. I think by next year, again, their comps will be against a lower traffic number, and so I'm talking about traffic. I don't know about, translate that to business how you will. I think their comps are going to come back to something close to this year, and so they'll, relative to 2022, I think 23 for those ones that are down, and I think the reverse is going to happen on the ones that are up. I think apparel is going to stay up. I think travel is going to stay up through the end of the year, and I don't think they're going to crash down quite as far as we saw crash this year. I think they'll get probably another 6 months or 12 months of sort of year-over-year benefit. I think there's a lot of pent-up demand in travel and in apparel that it's going to take a little while to. There'll be some spending behind that. I think it's just going to depend on sort of, if the economy starts to contract fast, that's going to cut into that on both sides.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. Brad, are your customers sharing any insights about their plans for 2023 at this point, or what they're expecting for this holiday season?
Well, for the holiday season, we're sold out. So beyond that, in 2023, not too much, because there's just too much uncertainty out there. So I think they're going to be taking a close look at the success of their campaigns into the fall, see what the world looks like with paper and politics and everything else that's going on. But for the time being, we're going to be sold out. And for those that will be making some last-minute adjustments or changes, our approach to that is to create a wait list. And so if there's somebody that does drop out, we've got somebody on the wings to come in.
Right, okay, thank you. All right, holiday this year and 23. How much rope do you want?
Not very much. We essentially gauge our business in two primary segments, and Mary and Michelle are our two primary demographics, with Mary being sort of a late 50s to mid 60s, Michelle being sort of mid 40s to mid 50s. That Michelle component of the business is doing better than Mary. Mary, about half of our Marys are retired, and my concern, I think our concern, is Mary's very closely tied to what's going on in the stock market.
Inflation
and
in the stock market.
Gas prices, fixed income, 401k plan, all of that. And so you can see it in our web stats as well, that the Michelle age group is, that the traffic is down much less than the Mary group. So I think she's worried. I think a recession is going to cause her to probably retract a bit. So I'm concerned about 2023. I think our modeling would be conservatively slightly down over 2022 at this point. Always wanting to surprise on the upside, but so we're very cautious about 2023 from a recessionary standpoint and the impact on our business.
Rob, do you want to add anything?
We haven't thought a ton about 2023 in terms of sort of the tactical nature of it. We'll sort of work our way here through the bulk of 2022 before we dig too far or make too many investments, wagers, whatever you might want to call them. We're nimble enough that we can move to a degree with the economy. At the same time, we are not just cautiously optimistic. I think we're reasonably optimistic about the fall. We've got enough miles on the odometer at our company, and we've seen enough examples of distraction and recession or recessionary-like atmosphere. And as long as we remain as a resource for our consumer, for affordable, attractive gifts, decorative items, or other personal use items, we've been successful enough. And so as long as we manage the balance between inflationary expense or pressure on our own business model, raising or advancing prices, retail prices, at enough of a degree to cover the incremental expense, but not too much to get out of reach for our consumer, who's going to be looking for that attractive, affordable, special, personalized item or items during the holiday time frame, even if they might be giving up something else. That's inflation has just had too much of an impact, maybe travel, or lack of affordable travel, or lack of access to affordable travel, for example. That's okay. That's okay with us because we've been there before. I'm sure there'll be some nuance or some additional challenges that we certainly haven't anticipated. But in terms of the way we've built our inventory, in terms of the way we've built our marketing plans, in terms of the balance between digital and print-based, we feel like we're on at least the front of our feet.
Thank you. So I've heard of you from the earlier comments that we have seen the metrics for mail and internet go up in the pandemic. The blooms come a little bit off the rose, but there's still plenty of flowers on the plant. I think you haven't said, but I'm going to say and see if you agree or not. There's been cost pressures all over the place: postage, paper, et cetera, and a lot of that, we mail to break even, so a lot of that impacts how much we can mail. And the improvement in mail metrics has helped supported offsets to the price increases. Now that the mail metrics are coming down, does that mean we then have to go back after some of our circulation decisions? Are we going to be trimming circulation with this? What do you see there? And I'm going to also ask, I guess, about the price elasticity, both at the consumer level. You're putting through some price increases to your customers. We all are, I would think. And So will you reverse either of those, your elasticity on mail or your approach to customers, elasticity to demand, given all of the moving pieces here? Hopefully that's clear.
I'll answer the second question first. As we've put through several rounds of price increases, with each round of whether it's been outbound, fuel surcharges, additional wages in the warehouse and the contact center, inbound, all of that. So we put through 2 in 2021, 1 in 2020, and then also 1 at the beginning of this year. So we're probably up to maybe 10%, something like that, all in. But we really just tried to tag exactly kind of what that dollar increment was going to be, and then layer that through in terms of a price increase. So as a result, you know, your denominator's bigger, the gross margin dollar's the same. We're seeing a little bit in terms of diluted margins. We also are really big fans of Power BI, so we have massive amounts of data visualization tools, one of which is price elasticity reporting, and it's definitely elastic. It depends. We're measuring by the amount of the increase, the amount of the absolute price of the product. Both of those are fairly linear as well. But to the second level of that question, will we reverse those when we see elasticity? The answer to that is no. I don't think so. I mean, I think right now the incremental profitability of those, the absolute gross margin level is as important to us right now as the top line. So we are having to promote strategically to drive through excess inventory, which I think, unlike everyone in the industry, we ended up with a bit of a glut there. And as it relates to the catalog cert question, we are right now looking at a slight cut in fall holiday. And then the real question comes into 2023, and what do we do? What do we do there? Is it page count? Do we drop do we cut a drop altogether, try to preserve the file? A lot of moving parts there. Kind of waiting to see, I think, what happens in fall and holiday before we make any of those decisions. But we'll do a slight cut for fall and holiday.
Some hard choices.
Yep.
Rob?
I'll just add slightly to that because I think Leslie put it really, really well. We coincidentally, or not so coincidentally, would be taking about a 10% average price advance for our retail prices this year as well, and 2 5% increases more or less throughout the course of the year, 2 big chunks. Is that enough? Maybe not. Will we be disciplined and ensure that we take those price advances? Yes. And I don't see those prices being peeled back. We, as marketers, we always have discounting and promotions to utilize. Should we see some issues, or should we see some opportunities, or should some of our core costs to ourselves wane a little bit? We all have challenges with outbound freight. We all have challenges with inbound freight. We all have challenges with labor. Some of those are a little stickier than others. Some of those will never revert. However, we do anticipate some ebbing in 1 or 2 of those categories. But I'd say most of the categories are going to be pretty intractable, to put it nicely. So we have to be disciplined, and we're okay with that. Like Leslie said, our customer hasn't told us no yet. They haven't told us stop. And our response rates, we're going to watch them super carefully across all of our channels and across our different merchandise offerings through different periods of the year to see what we learn so that we can build a 2023 plan that has some confidence to it.
Okay, great, thanks. And we are actively looking for merchants that are willing to come to DC and talk about elasticity, not so much the consumer level elasticity, but their elasticity as postal patrons, so that people that are making decisions in DC understand what we understand about the industry and how we mail to break even and how cost inputs affect circulation outputs. And so those of you that are willing, I've got 2 great volunteers so far. I need 1 or 2 more, and we will be following up on that as well.
That tariff relief would be a nice Christmas present.
Tariff relief? Yeah, I don't understand how there has to be some sort of correction somewhere on all these prices. I mean, just look at ocean containers going from 2,500 or 3,500 to 35,000. I mean, it's craziness.
Let's not wait till Thanksgiving for the tariff relief, because it's a little late for us to plan.
Yeah, it really is. We need it sooner than that.
But a little sooner than that.
Yeah, for sure.
Containers are a different discussion.
It's true also. Okay, very good. You guys want to add anything to the comments we've just had on elasticity at the consumer level or at the circulation trade level?
No, I think the only thing that I would add, because once prices go up, they tend to stay there from a vendor management perspective. But we have done a couple things to kind of mitigate that and hold our prices kind of in check. And, to the degree you can hedge anything, like natural gas is a good example today. I think it's trading around $10 a BTU, and we have it hedged in like 3. So those kind of things help us keep our prices in check. I don't think, freight, postage, paper kind of pass-throughs for us. I mean, but the manufacturing perspective, we're doing what we can to kind of keep things in check.
And the printing industry, to be fair, has had lots of innovations over the last 10, 15 years that have materially reduced the costs and kept prices from going up as much as they might have otherwise.
Yeah, that's not a necessity. I mean, another example of that is robotics. And it was mentioned labor is a challenge. So one of the things we can do is robotize some of the unskilled positions on our lines. And that, at least the most recent ones that we've acquired is 2 people a shift, so that's 6 a day. Those types of things.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
So since I am a data geek, I went back into the same data set and just tried to look at what's changed in average order across those same different categories. There you go. Whoops. Yeah, there you go. And I mean, there were some pretty stark differences. And now, average order size doesn't mean that the increased price. There's a lot of things that go into what makes up an average order value. Particularly in home, but also in food. Sort of the categories that were down the worst, that had great 2021s, but where web traffic was down the most, had the biggest increase in AOV value. Now, their number of orders is down, but I think, Leslie, I heard you say something about the increase in AOV is offsetting a little bit of the decrease in response. And I think it's sort of like it was a little bit of a surprise. It was almost like that inverse trend seems to be holding. Whether it's people who have to bring stuff in from China, we're thinking more about pricing, and so that's why you see home and apparel up, and they're not bringing it in from China on food. But it was also, the wellness and fitness, which is if you read the news about Peloton, et cetera, is a really tough category right now. It appears that they're not trying to make any move in pricing at this time. In terms of Hamilton, your question around elasticity relative to like postage costs, what I will say is that our clients judge us based on pure return on ad spend or customer acquisition cost. And if postage goes up and our CAC, our customer acquisition costs for them go up, we get less business. If postage goes up and our return on ad spend goes down, we get less business. So we definitely see that the way our clients tend to operate is really around what is the effective return on that ad spend, regardless of what the components of the ad spend are.
Yeah, and people ask me what channel we favor. We're channel agnostic. We love all of our direct channels, and but it's a question of mixing and matching for the business to optimize the results and make it appropriate for their market segment. Great, thank you. Let's talk a little bit more about, or talk about logistics and supply. I know that some of the package carriers have been struggling. We're going to hear a session tomorrow on the whole changes afoot in the package industry, of which there are several. There's surcharges everywhere, it seems. Have you guys had to change your approach to customer? I mean, a lot of times people are getting free freight over a given value, or is any of this forced any rethinking about how you deal with outbound freight, your choice of carriers, how you manage it? Anything on that one you want to cover? Rob, you want to?
I'll go quickly here. Not too much to say. We have raised our hurdle rates for which free shipping and handling, or really free shipping, is available. I think handling rates have become pretty common across marketing and direct-to-consumer companies like ours. So it's really, you're separating the shipping and the handling. We've obviously had to raise our shipping rates depending on the tier of product or the size or the value of the product. And on the other hand, we've also been a little bit more disciplined, and it didn't just start this year. It actually started a couple of years ago in terms of how often and to what degree we offer free shipping. We just felt that we couldn't give up either on the break even or the positive contribution that shipping and handling afforded to the company, right? It helps pay for other things within the consumer value proposition. On the management of the delivery companies, we've been, we do it about every 2.5, 3 years. We'll do an RFP, and the usual suspects are invited. We've seen a little bit more creativity, but we've also seen a little bit more, some things never change when it comes to the providers. At the same time, we have seen some of our technology partners bring to the table options where we can actually have, I don't want to call them dual contracts, but we carve out space within the contract with whoever the primary vendor is for us on delivery, and we can actually send packages of certain characteristics through an alternative carrier. So that's been helpful. It keeps us thinking innovatively. I think it keeps a little bit more of the cost pressure in check. But let's face it, with fuel prices the way they are today, I don't see a lot of light at the end of the tunnel until we get, global fuel cost relief.
I would echo everything that Rob mentioned. We've increased shipping tables, we've increased parentheticals, and then I would just layer on top of his commentary that we've charged our merchants with a lot of re-engineering projects. So back to that Power BI tool, identifying those outliers that are getting oversized package charges or penalized because of the length of the second length of the side or weight or what have you. So focusing a lot more on some kind of knockdown of that product. Maybe that bench is an inch, more narrow than it was before. But we've identified a lot of projects in that regard. Also to reduce the cube coming in. So if I could get 8 body pillows into a box before, I'm now trying to get 12, and it's just squishing them a little bit tighter or what have you, or just repackaging to really try to minimize that inbound cost. So.
Re-engineering your product mix to adapt to supply chain and cost realities today. It's interesting.
Yes. So I would say inbound freight escalations, we were trying to eliminate as much pre-pack that happens in our warehouse as possible. So, having to take something out of a box and putting it in another box, we completely reversed that direction. So if I can nest, 8 planners in a container and then repackage them, it's well worth it even at today's labor costs when you're paying, 18 grand to get it here, so.
Do you guys want to comment on that last one, or should I move to paper and print delays and that sort of?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add on that one.
Okay. We'll move on to the, tell me a little bit about what you're seeing in paper challenges and print delays and delivery delays and just the whole snafu on the logistics side. Do you want to start, Brad?
Sure. Well, I think everybody understands that the mills and the merchants have everybody under allocation, so that's step one. And
Just getting paper.
Yeah, well, there's a two-pronged challenge, well, three. But one is price, and that's not something I can comment on. But from the allocation and the delivery standpoint, if you're trying to do 1 million catalogs and it requires X amount of paper to produce that, if the mill's only going to give you 80% of that or 70% of that, well, that dictates what you're going to do with it. So that's one challenge. But the other challenge, and I think it's probably as significant, is if they don't get the paper there by the time you go to press, there's only so much we can do. And we have examples of having the cover stock available but not the body stock, in some cases the body stock but not the full complement of it. And so you're constantly trying to adjust your schedules, but also understanding it's imperative if you have a promotional sale for, say, Mother's Day. It doesn't do you any good if it shows up on Father's Day, sort of thing. So, that's been probably the bigger challenge. And, we talk to the mills, we talk to the merchants, and they're having transportation challenges along the way of getting the product, to us when they need it. So I think we're all kind of struggling with that a little bit, but, hopefully those days are behind us soon.
Thank you. Larry?
So something I don't remember happening in really 30 years of being in this industry. I've had several companies I know who have literally either had to not do a mailing or dramatically cut what they had to do. And, will call me up and say, where can we spend this money in digital that will allow us, or how else can we deploy this? Because our sales plan, we're counting on that level of marketing, and we don't have it. And so I've never had, I can't remember any calls like that, and I've had at least 4 of those in the past 6 months.
Wow. With the challenges we are all facing, that increases the creativity that is necessary to approach these things, and the communication as well between parties. Anything you guys want to comment on paper and print delays and transportation delays?
We had a few of those last year, and we were in that camp of trying to figure out where to reroute those dollars to some extent, hoping that we don't have those pressures this year. I am seriously considering moving a drop of our catalog from the back end to the front end of holiday to protect against that last minute call of my most important drop of the year, being delayed and then bunched up against, the Black Friday drop. So we're trying to protect against maybe that happening this year, and also what I guess before the softness that we've seen in the last couple of months, I would have forecasted holiday shopping to be a little bit earlier. I'm not sure that that's going to happen at this point, but.
Didn't we move earlier last year? I mean, weren't we all scared of running out of stuff and we got motivated and took action instead of sitting on our hands?
Last year,
So it'll be interesting to see how we anniversary against that. And I don't know that it's just going to be the same messaging. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening in the consumer press. Rob?
I wouldn't be surprised if the messaging is pretty similar this year. With all the distractions and then throw an election in to boot, it's going to be quite a frenetic couple of months. I don't have anything really much more to offer on the print and paper side. It was a frustrating series of phone calls to get from trusted, long tenured vendors on those subjects, and I still wear the scars from those conversations. So I'm counting on highly improved communications this year in those categories.
I see you have a question on email marketing practices, but I guess I'll start over with you on that one, Larry, and then jump over to the merchant side. And I presume, Brad, you're going to want to skip on that one, but maybe not.
That's fine. Yep.
Well, so I was going to tell a story that is tangentially related to email marketing practice, but it is it's a trend that I think people have been trying for a little while, but I'm seeing it being done more now than I can remember in the past. And that is actually putting, it's not a full catalog, but like some piece of direct mail that is focused, whatever your biggest email promotions are. So you've got, you're going to do a Black Friday email promotion, you're going to do a Labor Day email promotion that's got a big discount. The realization that 50 to 60% of your 0 to 12 month buyers are never going to see that because they've actually opted out of email, or they're just not participating in email. And had a couple of people who have experimented with just doing like a mail piece that flags that offer to the people they know are opted out or non-responsive. And they've done some holdout testing where they say they do this versus not doing it. And it is sort of like the new email, the message is direct mail to those who have opted out might be the new email.
That's interesting. Like that idea. You guys want to talk a little bit about email marketing and how that's changed or been impacted by all these things?
We just moved to a new email marketing platform that gives us the capability of doing a lot more segmentation. And so that's going to be our focus going forward, is to try to get a lot more granular in our marketing and messaging to customer base through segmentation. So I think we've spent the last 6 months or so just getting everything hooked up. It also has a direct feed to our customer database, which before we were having to query files and bunch them together, email them to somebody, and dump them into the marketing platform. So it was really super clunky. So looking forward to being able to utilize the segmentation functionality, and also a direct link to the CRM or customer database.
Clunky describes my email. Rob?
Not a lot more to add here, but I think maybe I've referenced it before. And as like Leslie said, this is a super important, it's efficient, it's profitable, and the knowledge or the intelligence that we are getting our hands on more and more of with every development, every platform upgrade, every sort of new idea brought to us by the vendor community makes email one of our most important channels.
Thank you. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about liabilities and in particular nuisance lawsuits. I don't know if you have been getting those types of things coming in the transom, and how you're managing any differently because of the underemployed lawyers going after you for settlements that are really less than it would cost you to defend yourself. So you smile, hold your nose, and write the check and hope to move on. Of course, it doesn't always work out that way. So do you want to comment on any of that?
I don't have a ton to offer of substance on the topic. You put that so elegantly. Underemployed plaintiffs, attorneys. We tread lightly when it comes to that most populous state on the west coast of America, and how we do business there, or we at least try to do it with great sort of forethought, because we do receive challenges, letters, notices from that part of the country about some way we've stubbed our toe. We talked about this briefly, I think, maybe in an executive committee or at a board meeting not too long ago, Hamilton, but we did get 1 or 2 letters on I'll get the phraseology wrong, but on the ADA website accessibility. And that was a case in which we received when we receive more than one letter or notice, okay, it really gets our attention. And even though the fees or the claims are not super material, we ought to do something about it. And so that's actually an area where, fortunately, again, there are specialists out there, there are associations, and there were enough of them that we could go do the work and find out who was one of the players out there offering best practices in terms of updating, upgrading our consumer-facing websites to make sure they were, in fact, compliant. And so that was an example of a step where we said, okay, let's invest the capital, let's invest the time, management time, resources, and get this right. So, it only took 1 or 1.5 shots, across the bow for us to do something about it. But I wish all the examples were that good and that clean.
We got hit with 3, I'd say, in about a 6 or a 9-month period. After the first one, we engaged a law firm that I would highly recommend that has helped us become as compliant as one can possibly be. It's very hard to stick there because you're constantly making changes to the site, and we just have not been very good at when we make those web development changes to ensure that those are compliant as well. So we have some slippage. Interestingly, the second lawsuit, our attorney was able to find out there was through some jurisdiction in Pennsylvania where this particular lawyer had initiated so many lawsuits that the judge actually had cut a deal with this lawyer to cap the number of suits he could initiate in a year. So it's just that prevalent. And then the third one, I'd done so much web development in that arena at that point, we kind of told them to pound sand and settled at a really low dollar amount. But knock on wood that we've had kind of a nice run so far. I've just totally jinxed us, but of not having anything, so.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah.
I got one thing.
Go ahead, Larry.
And so Alex Vogel mentioned earlier, and I suspect most people know what private right to action means. So that's what allows a class. Yeah.
Do we know what that means? Maybe we should define it.
So it's what allows a class action attorney to, instead of saying, the Attorney General is the only one who can enforce this regulation, or the FTC is the only one who can enforce this regulation. Private right to action means that a citizen can, or a law firm representing a citizen, and thanks to class action, a large group of citizens, can enforce a regulation. And so the place where class action attorneys love to go are, number one, wherever there's private right to action, that's what they need. But number two, wherever there's a fixed penalty for, violating this. So they don't have to prove any harm. They don't have to approve. They don't have to prove that that the consumer that they're representing was injured in any way. It's just, hey, if we can prove that you did this thing that there's a private right to action for that contains this penalty, they'll sue you. Now, do they really want you to go to court and settle? Or do they really want you to go to court and litigate it? Of course not. It's expensive for both of you. And so they launched these suits with the idea that it's cheaper for you to settle them than it is to litigate them. And so as Alex was talking about the federal law that is now being considered, that's why he mentioned that, and I think Jim mentioned too, that the private right to action is the thing that we got to make sure does not exist in any of these bills, because that's the real crusher.
Deputizes everybody to go after you.
Well, it allows class action attorneys to make a lot of money.
Yes, for sure.
And us to lose a lot of money.
Brad, anything to add on this topic?
Yeah, we got sued, or potentially sued, with a patent infringement suit on something called computer-to-plate technology, which has been out there for a couple of decades. And so it was just a nuisance suit, but you got to deal with it. So what we did was just came up with a class defense action. We got a bunch of printers that had similar actions, and a group like this, representing the industry, got together and successfully killed it. And most recently, I think, there's more talk about things like ransomware, and just to get insured against an attack on ransomware. their premiums are through the roof. And so there's a couple of mitigating steps that, I think we all have to do to make sure that, A, you're protected, but B, you can afford the coverage.
You want to add into that, or mention?
Well, I think multi-factor authentication is like one of the bigger things, and then there's a couple of other things that are above my pay grade from a technology standpoint that you had to do, but they delineate those things, and if you want a policy, you're going to have to do them.
The insurance companies drive the minimum capacities or capabilities before they'll underwrite you.
Absolutely, because some of those ransomware attacks are very, very expensive.
And of course, backups are always our friend.
Correct.
Very good. Getting a little bit low on time, so I want to give the audience a chance to stump the panel and ask some tough questions. So if you have some questions that you'd like to float, I'm happy to put them in. I'm also happy to continue on.
A question for Leslie and Rob. Anything with SMS you want to share with the group? SMS marketing?
Just launched about 2 months ago and seen some pretty positive results so far, so excited to see what it does for us.
Similar answer. We did a test last calendar year, saw some signs of life, not enough signs for me to get excited about it, so we're going to test a little bit more this year.
Any thoughts on catalog attribution and the validation of it? And as far as I can tell, ACMA did some work with the Postal Service actually and the Inspector General's office on attribution, and we've created a huge database of all the research on attribution. And we spend a lot of time talking about, actually some of you in the room or some of your colleagues that are not in the room from your companies on that topic, and we basically came to the conclusion that if you're using last touch attribution, you're injuring yourself and you don't even know it. And if you're not doing some sort of holdout to validate your attribution model, you may not have a very active validation attribution model. I imagine you guys talk about and think through attribution on a regular basis, especially you're in so many channels, adding a new one for both of you. You want to talk a little bit about how you're parsing the attribution quandary?
I like to lock my catalog marketers and my digital marketers in a room and see how long it takes before, they set each other's hair on fire.
Is that what DeJoy said, throwing red meat on the table?
Exactly, right? What does he like to see? Well, he's worried about being battered, right? But he's unbatterable. No, this is a case where I actually absolutely love these meetings. They used to be done, goodness, maybe every other year. Now I do them at least twice a year, and because the data we have is so rich now, right? And we had some legacy formula, and we had some, just some relied upon assumptions, which were so frickin' outdated. And we also had turnover, candidly, in our marketing organization. And with, fresh people come fresh thinking and challenges towards, what were, testimony. So maybe the shorter answer to your good question was, I thought I'd give you some perspective, and I'd put it high on your list, and to watch the fireworks and for good things to come from those tough meetings, is it's time extremely well spent, especially with cost escalation on the print side. It's easy to want to swing the pendulum hard to the digital side, but without clarity around attribution, that might not be your best step.
We certainly have seen companies do that before and get into serious trouble, and then go back after the catalog, after they've lost all of their catalog core competency. Leslie?
The COVID wave afforded us the opportunity in 2021 to hold out one of our summer drops, and we split that drop into 3 segments: no catalog at all, a smaller mailing like a trifold, and then the catalog, and then measured the performance across those. And that validated what were decades-old ratios that we thought had long become stale, where they had kind of gradually inched along, more towards the digital realm over the course of the last decade, but not a ton. So we were able to take one of those drops and validate that, and also at the same time, I think, prove that trifold did not work for our prospecting for sure, and was not that effective for our 12-month buyers either. So.
Great, thank you. Do you guys talk attribution with your clients?
You do. Yeah, I'd say a couple things. One, attribution is not just about how well does the catalog perform, but a lot of people today are probably spending more on digital advertising than they are on direct mail catalog advertising. And you have to make sure you understand how much of that is truly incremental as well. The other thing I'd say is that you have to have a conversation about, or you have to be looking at what are the subsequent repurchase dollars, that if you're just doing attribution around front-end results, we're still seeing that there are some very big differences, which is well worth doing, and there are big differences in front-end customer acquisition costs by source, but there's also some big differences in, we look at 12-month revenue, 12-month gross margin, and you've really got to look at those two together. And like Rob said, it's well worth, it's an effort that is worth doing, even if it just validates your existing assumptions, because if you just think about the dollars you're putting in, it helps to, I think it's vastly, you wouldn't make that kind of investment in any other part of your life without really having some better understanding of how the two interact.
Absolutely. Anything to add on this, Brad, or should I move on?
No, just, from our standpoint, we've had some success working with Larry and his group, Navistone, and my son Jake, you were on his podcast, as I understand it.
It was.
But he's a digital guy, so he's coordinating all the activity of attribution between print and the digital stuff.
Important work.
Very is.
And a big one that drives a lot of decisions. So, last quick, give me one best practice that you haven't had a chance to share that would help people in terms of takeaway value, things you're thinking about, things you're looking at. Things you're finding work, things you find not working.
I'm going to throw you a curveball here, and that is, this is my first time coming in person to an ACMA conference. Hamilton did not put me up to this. Bring more people to this conference. I've been blown away with just the first half. The amount of emails and texts that I've sent back to my management team during speakers with questions, with clarifications, and the like is remarkable. And I'm sure they're wondering what's going on in Washington, D.C., what's Rob doing. But again, I don't mean all kidding aside, because that's not the point at all I'm trying to make, because this is incredibly valuable. The other aspect is we have made a strategic decision not to invest in in-house counsel, risk management above and beyond, sort of good managerial practice, and our CFO is commissioned, obviously, with risk management. But I came from running a large public company where I had a lot more resources available to me. And the ACMA actually has stepped in and has become a proxy for many of the things that we did. And through getting to know the ACMA better, and again, this is not a commercial for you, and Hamilton did not put me up for this, but no joke, one of our best practices has been leaning on the ACMA and engaging with Hamilton and the team to our positive benefit.
Thank you. That was indeed unexpected, but thank you, and I appreciate the support.
I
Leslie?
would echo that, and I would just say probably holistically that a year like this that presents challenges on almost every front makes you a better operator. You're really challenged to kind of dig into every line item on the P&L. And, we look at this as an opportunity to become leaner and meaner after, having a couple of years that were afforded to us with a big, nice tidal wave of demand. But now time to buckle down and focus on expenses. And so we're finding some nice nuggets in there.
Great, thank you. Brad?
Well, from a best practices standpoint, I think there's probably a couple things that we do pretty well. This is our 100th year in business, which is worth celebrating.
Congratulations.
But one of the things that I think we do, or at least what our suppliers tell us, is we manage our supplier base very intimately, because we understand there's a lot of moving parts out there, and sometimes you got to help each other out. And I think that's one of the reasons we've been around for 100 years, is because we do that very, very well.
Great, thank you. Larry?
So I'd say, on the same vein as Rob, the thing that I find great about this conference, but truthfully, I have the benefit of getting to do it a lot more often than people who are on the mailer side, on the merchandiser side, is talk to other CEOs. I am very fortunate that I've gotten to speak with a number of you, and I get to speak with a number of them, a number of people across different industries, just as a part of doing business. And I learn things that help my business all the time that have nothing to do directly with the conversation that we're having. And so remembering back when I was on the merchandiser side, I really didn't talk to a lot of other CEOs that much. I think there's just a huge benefit to doing that. And however much you're doing now, I guarantee I could double how much I'm doing and I'd still get more benefit. And so whatever you're doing now, I say if you double it, you'd still get more benefit.
There's so many challenges, and without that exchange of information and ideas, especially now, not only across the supply chain, but just across all the complexity, we've got to be working together on stuff. And so you guys have been really generous. I'd love you to thank our CEO session that shared. Thank you all. You've been great. You've had a lot of takeaway value here, and I really appreciate your involvement. This next session is a little bit different for us in that we have gotten involved with a pretty new group recently that is trying to represent some of our needs in a little different fashion on the Hill. I think we've been forgotten sometimes, and we need to push back against that. And that's a multi-year process. So we have just joined a group called Keep Us Posted. It's headed up by a former congressman of the U.S. House of Representatives, Kevin Yoder, who's been nice enough to come and talk to us a little bit about his efforts and activities. This is something that really needs to be supported by all market-dominant mailers. And I'd love you to, if you're persuaded by the work that we're engaged in, and I certainly have been, I'd love to have you consider getting involved personally as a company with Keep Us Posted. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome former Congressman, I guess we just call you Congressman, Kevin, just call me Kevin. Kevin, welcome, thanks for coming.
The floor is yours. Thank you, appreciate it. All right. Well, Hamilton, I chaired a couple subcommittees when I was in Congress, and I make my wife and kids call me Mr. Chairman still, so it goes over really well at home. It's great to be with all of you. This is my first ACMA conference that I've attended. I missed the first 14, so I'm here for number 15 and excited to be with all of you. I am Kevin Yoder. I'm a former member of Congress from the great state of Kansas. Any Kansans here? Anybody with Kansas ties? Aaron Brower with Hallmark is here. Anyone else? Well, you might know us, the heartland of the country. I represent the Kansas City metro area when I was in Congress. The 2022 NCAA Men's Championship basketball program, Kansas Jayhawks. Anybody? All right. Well, it's a wonderful part of the country. Please come and visit. And I served in Congress for 4 terms, 8 years. And during my time in the House, I worked on a lot of issues that were important to my constituents, from tax policy to energy to defense, healthcare, education. But one issue that was really important to me, that I know is important to all of you, is the status of the U.S. Postal Service and the quality of service, the affordability of the service, the reliability of it, and the longevity of it. And of course, this is one of our oldest and most trusted institutions in the United States, and it's one that the American people often take for granted. Yet it's a vital lifeline for a lot of Americans, millions of Americans. I grew up in rural Kansas. I don't know if anyone else grew up on a farm, but our address there didn't even have a street on it. It was just rural Route 2, right? And somehow they got us mail every day, and it was like a connection to the outside world. And it was something that was exciting and important for us to receive. And I think there are stories like that upon millions all across America. And those stories are not connecting with the policymakers in Washington, D.C., and those stories aren't influencing the policies that they're pursuing. And so after years of frustration by many organizations and companies, including ACMA, about the prognosis of postal reform and postal solutions and fixes to some of the challenges they were facing, we decided we needed something fresh, something new. And so I had left Congress. I'd been out for a couple of years, and very close to my friends at Hallmark. It's in Kansas City. That's where Hallmark's domestic or American headquarters are. And we know how important mail service is to our economy. And so we decided, let's put together a new, fresh, exciting organization that can reconnect the policymakers with the American people. And let's have that organization do some things that other groups haven't done. Let's use the power of social media. Let's use the power of a campaign. Let's create some energy behind this, an echo chamber. Because, you know, when members of Congress go home, and I did this, you know, for a number of years, you hear about hot button issues. Right now, they're probably hearing about the Roe v. Wade decision, or gun control, or inflation, the economy, big issues that really catch headlines. They're not having a line of people outside their office to complain about postal policy, right? Because it's an average, everyday thing that Americans don't get too excited about. And so we know we needed to not only tell the story of mail, but we needed to reconnect with the American people to remind them how important mail is to them as well. And so we've started this PR campaign. We started this new organization called Keep Us Posted, and Hamilton and Paul are good participants of our organization. We meet every couple of weeks, and I work here in D.C. to carry the banner, to carry the flag of ACMA, of printers and envelope makers and paper companies and all those who are in the chain here, but most importantly, to carry the voice of the American people, the citizens that are counting on Congress to look out for them and to keep rates down and to keep the services strong. Now, when I was in Congress, we were focused on the 6-day mail issue. I don't know if you all remember, there was a number of years where they wanted to roll back mail to 5 days. And some said if you get it to 5, maybe you can get it to 4, get to 4 or 3, and there was a hope someday down the road maybe you just get mail once a week, right? We know as you restrict services and you reduce the connection with the American people, then less Americans will probably care about the mail because they're not getting it every day. They're not connected with it. And if it takes you a month to get a piece of mail, or it doesn't ever arrive, then you're going to be less likely to use it. And as those users go down, that means revenue goes down, which means rates go up and services go down. And it's essentially a downward spiral of challenges. And so that frustration boiled over. We wanted to create this new organization called Keep Us Posted. And love to tell you about it today, what we're doing. Love to invite you to participate, to have your companies support what we're doing. We're a nonprofit. Every dollar we build and raise, we use to carry the message here in Washington, D.C. And so I'm going to show you a little bit about what we've been accomplishing and what our goals are. But more than anything, I just wanted to come and learn also about what your interests are and what your concerns are, because we know that what you all do in the catalog business is you connect people in a way that others can't. And in this era of COVID, and people are focused on so much on the virtual and the digital, the mailbox is now our opportunity to reconnect with real, with tangible. And part of our challenge is we need to tell that story again on Capitol Hill. We have such good stories. I think probably many of you represent companies that are not brand new companies, some that have been around a long time, family businesses that have created jobs and put kids through college and created economic opportunity in this country. There's a way of life here, and we want to make sure that the policymakers that make decisions remember that way of life and what we're doing. So, all right, that worked. So as you can see, we've organized this group particularly around those issues I talked about, but also really focused on the folks in the market-dominant mailing sector, those captive mailers that don't have other opportunities. They can't send their items through the FedEx and UPS. Only the mail service can provide for them. We have 161 million locations daily that the Postal Service delivers to, no matter how rural, no matter how remote. And so that connection with the market-dominant mailers and knowing that they need a voice, and that's the other challenge we've been facing, is that the mailing community has sort of been neglected in the conversation. We haven't always had a seat at the table. When the postmaster, I know was here earlier today, decides to move forward with postal policy, he's not necessarily reaching out to the people who build the revenue for the Postal Service and saying, how will this impact you? How will this impact your business? If we increase postage rates every 6 months for the next 10 years, twice a year, what does that do to you? These aren't the questions that are being asked of us. And so we want to make sure we have a stronger seat at the table so that we have the respect that we deserve for the revenue that we create for the Postal Service. And so we've developed a good organization here. We have a number of folks here that you all recognize, of course, ACMA and AF&PA and ANEA, and you see Hallmark. So a number of different national organizations and companies have joined our organization here. And I've been going on and sort of becoming a public spokesman. I've been going on cable programs and radio programs and NPR and POTUS and different programs to talk about the postal reform bill that we've been working to get passed through Congress, which you all know passed earlier this year, and then to talk about how that's going to impact the people that care about the Postal Service. So we take input, we have a campaign website, social media contact, earned media. We have this entire public affairs campaign that we are working. And I want to give you, it's a 3-minute video to kind of show you what we've done so far and why it's important. Say hi to grandmother who turns 103 on Saturday, and I want to make sure she gets the birthday card. Yeah, come on, hey, that doesn't put a rush in. And I will tell you, the best part of her day is when she gets her mail, right? So come on, people.
Kevin Yoder is a former GOP congressman who leads a new group, Keep Us Posted, comprised of mail users, including greeting card companies like Hallmark and small newspapers. He says it's a key moment for the Postal Service.
It's one of America's most trusted institutions that Americans rely on every single day in this country. And this is an essential service that we think many of us have taken for granted.
I think some of the challenges the Postal Service faces, though, really is just in the delays in service. And some of this, by the way, is intentional. On October 1st, the Postal Service announced that they were intentionally slowing down the mail. That a normal piece of mail, first class, is supposed to be delivered within 1 to 3 days. That can now be delivered up to 5 days and still be considered on time.
We wanted to keep delivering for Americans, and this bill that passed the House last week is sort of the first leg in that stool. We want to get this done, and then we want to continue to work to make sure that the Postal Service is here for a long time to stay, and that it keeps its rates affordable and it delivers on time for the American people.
can see the feel of that really is similar to a campaign, right? We see congressional campaigns for office. We see campaigns for issues. We're running an issue campaign here, and we have to reconnect and tell this story that's so vital. And you can see from, I think, some of the imagery and the way we describe this, we're trying to really emotionally connect with the policymakers that make these decisions. One of the reasons this is really important is that the Postal Service exists, and it's existed for a long time, but it may not always be here. There are people within Congress or people within our country that want to fundamentally change how it operates. They want to have it either veer into doing a lot of other things, banking, other services, and be really engaged in things that take it away from its core mission, or they want it to be essentially privatized and have the private sector handle these things. What we know is that we need a well-funded, reliable postal service to deliver for all Americans. And if we don't have that, and postal revenue goes away, again, it's that downward spiral that we're so worried about. So one of the things I think was really telling in our efforts here is during the Postal Service Reform Bill that passed earlier this year, we were able in a new way to harness the voices of Americans and have them elevate the concerns of this issue to Congress. And so just within 1 month, we were able to get 17,000 emails to Congress through our organization's efforts, 2,400 tweets. And a lot of members of Congress, they manage their own Twitter pages. So when they're getting tweeted at and people are commenting in their comments, why aren't you passing the Postal Service Reform Bill? This bill was jammed for 15 years. We've been working on this since the middle of the 2000s. And yet we put this effort into it, and Congress is able to move it at a time in which it's not moving much else, right? Congress is very divided, as I'm sure you know when you come to Washington, D.C., yet we're able to build a bipartisan coalition to get this bill passed and get the American people behind it. So now, what happens next, right? So we passed this bill. Now we've given the Postal Service the relief it needs from the mandate that it received 15 years ago, that it pre-fund its pensions 75 years in advance. It was costing it billions of dollars every year. So we're saving it billions yearly. And then on top of that, its healthcare requirements were really causing it to go into the red. And so we've moved retirees onto Medicare, like business retirees would go. You work for a company at the end of your retirement, you're not on their healthcare for the rest of your life, you go on to Medicare. That's what postal workers now do as well. This removed tens of billions of dollars off of the books of the Postal Service. And so what we want to see from those savings is those savings generate the things that we need to sustain the Postal Service, keeping rates affordable and keeping quality service, reliable service to the American people. Those are the hallmarks of what we're trying to do. And what we're finding is that the Postal Service is saying, in spite of that bill, they're going forward with their 10-year plan as if the bill never passed. So they're going to go ahead and raise rates as if that bill hadn't passed. They're going to go ahead and reduce services like that bill hasn't passed. And what that's going to result in, by the Postal Service's own metrics, their own planning, is at the end of that 10-year plan, mail volume will be down 42%, is their projection. That's their hoped-for result, a 42% reduction in mail volume in the next 10 years. Well, a portion of that mail volume is in this room, and we don't want to see that reduced by 42%. We don't want to see the usability and the connection with the American people and their postal boxes reduced by 42%. And so we're going to have to speak out on this issue to make sure that postal reform benefits all Americans. So as you can see, and thank you, Paul's trying to help me learn how to do this here. As you can see, we want to make sure this effort benefits all the American people. I think one telling note is that the same day that President Biden signed the Postal Service Reform Act, Postmaster DeJoy announced that he was still going forward with his twice-a-year historic rate hikes. The very same day we were celebrating the joy of this bill that took more than a decade to pass, the Postmaster said, in spite of that, we're going forward as if it never passed. And so we think that is an affront to Congress. We think that's an affront to our industry. We think that's an affront to the American people that worked so hard to get this bill passed that it's not going to result in any benefits for our country. And to be clear about where he stands, he made this statement in May at the Postal Board of Governors meeting.
Therefore, from my perspective, the mailing industry needs to be prepared for continued use of our authority to raise prices on market-dominating products at an uncomfortable rate until such time as we have accomplished our objective of projecting a trajectory
So you can see in his comments, he's not saying we're going to go raise prices on packages. He's not saying we're going to go and cut labor costs. He's not saying we're going to find efficiencies. He's not saying we're going to bring the Postal Service into the black. He's saying market dominant products, you need to be prepared for twice a year uncomfortable rate increases as long as the eye can see. So we have to unify and speak stronger and more effectively about this issue, or we're going to be the one caught holding the bag here on this issue. And he's calling us out, telling us very specifically that that is where he's going with this. And it's not just, hey, I understand these rate hikes are a problem, I want to work with you. It's be prepared to be uncomfortable. And we think that's the wrong direction. So there's another rate increase is anticipated in, there's one July 10th, and there's going to be another one in January and twice a year after that. Rates are planned to increase higher than the cost of inflation over the next decade, which would lead first-class postage over $1, driving out more customers. Now, obviously, in the catalog business, we're not as focused on the stamp price, but just that symbolic difference. If we have stamps that cost $1, $1.10, $1.20, I think economists will show, and I think just we know intuitively that people are going to send less mail. If it goes from a 50-cent stamp, 58 cents now, to $1.10, $1.20, people are going to say, why am I sending mail when I could save $1? There's a threshold there where we think it's going to really start impacting choice, which is why the Postal Service predicts they're going to lose 42% of their mail volume. We think the better course of action, by the way, would be for us to work together with the Postal Service to figure out how to increase mail volume, how to get customers back in, right? And mail volume is up. It's exceeding projections already. During COVID, and since COVID, mail volume has increased beyond what they expected it to be. So we think driving postage up is self-defeating. So this is a crisis brewing in the mail industry, and we're speaking out on that. And just like it's a little bit more on our tactics here. So we're using social media. We have almost 8,000 followers now on Facebook, which is a significant deal. We picked up 250 this week, for example, alone. So we're growing that army. And so this isn't just me doing traditional lobbying, and I do that as well. We go on the Hill. We met with Jamie Comer, for example, a couple weeks ago, sat down in his office. He's a friend of mine that I served with in Congress, a buddy, a text, call. He's the ranking Republican on the Oversight Committee. So I sit and talk to these guys as a former colleague, which is helpful, but we also want to use the voices of their constituents to push Congress. And so we have to build up this media following, social media following, so we can utilize them. And so we're at 8,000 on Facebook, and we have a lot of impressions you can see there. We've had over 549,000 profile impressions, and we get a high engagement rate. A 12% engagement rate from those that we are following is pretty significant. But ultimately, we're going to need Congress to force and push the Postal Service to do what it needs to do to solve these problems. We have petitions right now before the Postal Regulatory Commission to ask them to reduce the rate caps, to limit the ability for the Board of Governors to raise rates. But if they don't do that, then it's going to require Congress to come back in and take additional action. Some of the things we're trying to do to be creative, working on Capitol Hill events, doing mail-related events on Capitol Hill, and we'd certainly love to work with ACMA to come up with creative ways to do that. One of the things we thought about for the greeting card industry is to do like a Mother's Day card event or a Father's Day or a Veterans event where we bring up greeting cards and connect with staff and members and have them utilize that to continue to promote this. So one of the challenges we have is we kind of lurch from crisis to crisis. We want to build champions. We want a sustained effort where we have people in Congress who are standing up for us. And to do that, we have to have a sustained effort of connecting with them. And so we're doing press and district, writing op-eds to support members of Congress, local recognition, designating people postal champions for the work that they do on us, so they receive that recognition and that credit. We're also trying to find ways to do creative connections. So we can do things like pay for our followers if they click a link instead of just sending a digital correspondence to their member of Congress. Let's get on brand. Let's send paper correspondence to members of Congress. Let's send mail to members again like they used to. And so we've got a budget here we're working on to be able to actually connect our followers. If they can click the links, they will actually send a postcard with a mail message to a congressional office. And we all know there was a time 20 years ago where all they got was mail. Now it's almost entirely digital. We want to also reconnect Congress with mail-driven products. Then we're also looking at even getting creative and going on cable TV. You can see there for not actually that expensive prices, we could do 6 weeks of television on TV ads on CNN or Fox News or the Weather Channel, and we might run those in members of Congress in their home districts, so their constituents see these connections. So their constituents are seeing it. Maybe they do as well. Maybe we'll run it down in Mar-a-Lago in Florida for whatever reason. And then also the other thing we're trying to do is be creative in how we message. And so I'm going to show you a video that we've done for the greeting card industry. We actually have a new one that we are creating for the catalog industry. And I don't know, Paul, there would be a way to do it. We were kind of last minute on this one, but we've got one that we just have developed of how we connect people with our products. And we want to make sure that message is being heard by the people we're trying to engage with. This is just an example of some of the messages we're running to remind people, even during COVID, that real is what matters, the tangible, and getting that catalog in the mail or that greeting card in the mail, beyond just the essential things like prescription drugs or financial documents. There's real tangible connections here that we're taking for granted that are really important to the American people. And so that's sort of a description of what we're doing. We've got some time here. Love to take questions, kind of talk about how we achieve this mission, how you all can be involved, but certainly appreciate Hamilton and Paul and all that they've done to be involved with us since the very beginning. And we hope that you all will support them in supporting us, and that you all consider supporting us as well. We're only going to be as strong as the people that are backing us, right? And so if I'm speaking out on behalf of 100,000 people on Facebook or on behalf of the entire mailing industry, and we're well funded and we can run TV ads and we're doing creative connections and we're just this chorus of effort, we're so much more effective. And so if it's important to us, I know it's important to all of you. I know it's a bottom line issue. I know that if the mail drops 42, 50%, if this postage goes up twice a year, these are existential threats to what you all are trying to do. So we're going to stand up. We're going to take the arrows. I wrote an op-ed in the Hill last week calling out the postmaster. I may be on his target list at this point. I'm not checking to see whether my mail's still being delivered. But I'm willing to stand up for you all, but I need you all to stand with me in that effort. And so as strong as you want us to be is as strong as we will be. So we hope that you'll join us in our campaign and look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you.
Erin with Hallmark, yes.
Hi, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Erin Brower. I oversee government affairs at Hallmark Cards, and I thank you so much for letting me sit in on your conference today. And thanks to Kevin. You just saw firsthand how Kevin really can humanize this issue. For years, we've worked on postal reform, and it's just, you see people's eyes gloss over. It's so wonky and complicated. You experts in the room can really get into the details and the weeds, but when you have 15 seconds to get a congressperson to pay attention, it's hard. So we just found that ultimate person who can speak to colleagues of Congress, the American people, and that's really what Hallmark and Don Hall, my boss, charged me with, is we have to tell the value of mail story. We have to have a different messenger, and otherwise our industry is going to suffer. And so we were really lucky Kevin came on board. We've been at this about a year, and now we are really just fundraising hard to make sure we can have this sustained effort. Because like Kevin said, he wrote this awesome article, op-ed in the Hill, called out to joy. I mean, we're using positive messaging. We're not calling for him to be fired. We're letting other groups go to those tactics, but we're being honest. We're coming in with hard data. His Delivering for America plan is one plan. We have really smart people working on here's a better solution. So hopefully we can sit at the table and work with him. And so this is just something we need, and we need it to be sustainable. He'd be really happy if we went away. So that's why we need other corporations and associations to come on board so we can keep that drumbeat going, carve out that permanent seat at the table so we don't just have to read about whatever rate increases are going to hit us in the paper like we have been. So again, thanks for your time. Thanks for Kevin and Hamilton and Paul for all you've done for the organization so far.
Thank you, Aaron.
And I want to say a particular thanks to Hallmark and Aaron because they sort of approached me with this idea. I was out there minding my own business and hadn't thought of postal issues for a few years since I left Congress. And they talked to me about it. We got really interested and excited and said, let's create this organization. Let's organize people. Let's fight back. And they have funded the lion's share of what we've done for the first year. And so we're really looking now to diversify that and really grow this into something that would really speak for the whole country.
Questions for Kevin? Let's give him a microphone.
Why are we hearing about this for the first time today?
Well, it's because I didn't come to the 14th ACMA conference, but, you know.
You weren't doing this at the 14th
That's
conference.
right. We just started this, just the conversations about a year ago, and we formalized our group sort of maybe mid kind of fall last year to really focus on postal reform. And we've had Hamilton and Paul every week along the way with us, telling us about the issues that matter to you all and keeping us apprised of how we you know, these are some of the first folks we reached out to. And we really wanted to get our, you know, training wheels off, get ourselves mobilized, and we think as we continue to grow, we think this is a multi-year effort, and so now we're really at the point where we want to really start reaching out. I just spoke at the EMA, the Envelope Manufacturers Conference out in Arizona last month, and so you know, I'm getting out personally and talking to folks. The other challenge we've had is until this year, there weren't a lot of in-person things. In fact, this is the first time I've actually met Hamilton and Paul in person. You can believe that after a year of virtual meetings. You're both much shorter than I expected you would be. We have a really opportunity, and we also just passed postal reform. So we want to build upon that success. There's a lot going on that's positive, and yet we've got this stuff going on that's really trying to undercut our you know, the opportunities we have in front of us. So that's why we're really out here today to start, you know, pitching this what we're doing.
Thank you, Jim.
Ellen Pullman with Gardens Alive. How much volume does the post office need in order to maintain rates?
How much funding do they need to maintain rates?
How much volume?
Volume? That's a good question, and that's something I probably have to get back with you on in terms of, but volume is up, and they're definitely not in the black, right? I think the case we're trying to make is that, you know, they could raise rates to $3 an envelope, right, and just try to make the numbers work, but they would sacrifice so much volume in the process. And so we need to find that sweet spot where we're growing volume, we're getting people interested in the mail, companies are not being put out of business. I mean, we know where you all are. Think where the nonprofits are. Nonprofits are part of our organization. The rural newspapers are part of our organization, and they're telling us if this goes up twice a year for the next few years, we're out of business. We can't continue to operate at postage rates like this. And so the problem is, their projections drop mail volume off a lot because they're forcing companies out of business. So that optimal rate I don't really have in front of me, but it's important. Aaron, you may have a better idea.
Yeah, that's something I alluded to of us going to the table with a plan that we believe is better than Delivering for America. We've got economists working on that right now. The GCA has hired, Greeting Card Association has hired economists. We're working with economists at the EMA, Envelope Manufacturing Association. Paul and Hamilton are on our calls where we're discussing this. It's kind of a subcommittee of Keep Us Posted that's working on the hard data. And so we just have to have our ducks in a row. So when we go there, we can't just go in there and fold our arms and say, these high rates aren't fair. We have to go with a plan that's saying, here's how we work together to maintain affordability, reliability, and help us help you. We know rates have to increase, but if we can work and plan them together, and if they're not twice a year, which really throws all of our systems off, that's what we are, and we're hoping to have that, I'd say in the next couple of months, I've heard, but those are the numbers that we're working on, and then Keep Us Posted is the megaphone that shouts it. We don't have to go into this death spiral at 42%. We've got Delivering for America 2.0, and now that we've built up this credibility, we have more companies that have, really signed up and joined us. We're not just this like kind of nobody rinky-dink. We've taken this past year to build credibility. That's kind of what we've been doing, and now we think we've kind of got our sea legs and are ready to go. That's the time where we go to joy with this plan where we it's a David Goliath situation, especially market dominant mailing when he's clearly focused on packaging. We have to go where we have kind of the strength and the numbers and the social media, which we've been building on. So we're getting close. The more people who join us, the closer we get. So numbers are coming. People a lot smarter than I am are the ones working on it. So that's a good thing.
Thank you, Aaron.
Is this on good? I don't know whether I can say anything here without getting in a lot of trouble. But I thought your question was interesting. The number of delivery points is increasing at slightly over 1% a year. So if volume increased slightly over 1% a year, you'd have a constant volume per delivery point. Now, that would seem like something you could go forward with. But the problem is that postal costs are rising faster than inflation. And they're rising faster than inflation partly because of the labor agreements that they have, and partly because maybe they're facing costs somewhere that are going up faster than inflation. So the CPI thing hasn't been working. We've been hoping like mad that the Postal Service would have some technological innovations that would bring their costs down and allow them to make profit, even though their labor costs are going up too fast. That hasn't happened. It's a large part of what Hamilton has been doing when he's been pushing for making some changes that'll make things work a little more smoothly. And in addition to the overall costs going up faster than inflation, the costs of certain categories of mail have been going up a lot faster than that.
2.5 times in our case, for 32 years. Read it and weep.
So Hamilton's going to just take off here, and I don't need to say any more. And
he knows how to push my buttons.
We've been working very hard to get an explanation for why some of these categories have had costs that have gone up so fast. We haven't been getting anywhere. So the organization has some difficulties that we've all had trouble dealing with and explaining.
I mean, the Postmaster General believes they've had a defective pricing model when they were limited by the CPI cap to just the rate of inflation and cost increases. Now, in fairness, this was probably the lowest period of inflation we've ever seen. But on the other side, you guys run businesses. I've been in tough customer meetings when I want to talk about price increases. It's like, Hamilton, what are you doing to improve your cost and your productivity so you don't need to pass all that 100% inflationary increase on to me? Those are the conversations we're having. I haven't had a chance to say that to Mr. DeJoy, but I will at some point, because that's the business reality I'm used to. You tell me if I'm out of line here. And so getting the luxury to live at just CPI capped increases, that's a pretty nice walk in the park from where I've been. And I'm not saying it's easy, it's not. And to be fair, we've got a government agency here who has lots of pressures on it that private businesses don't. But we have a lot of pressures that the government agency doesn't either. We have to pay for our parking tickets just to start with. So, among other things. So at any rate, I'll get off the soapbox. I have a hard time not going off on this issue because I think it's a really important one. We've lost sight of it. And you all are determining how much you use mail in part based on these inputs and issues. So, there's 7.3 billion people, 7.3 million people in America that are working in this sector, this vertical. So it's not just the 650,000 people at the Postal Service. It's really a much bigger, broader ecosystem that is under fire. And at the end of the day, I have learned in business, all roads lead to Congress, especially in this town. So the goal here is to have a good connection, a good relationship. My hope is that many mailers will get involved and keep us posted, not only helping underwrite some of it, but will join Kevin on the Hill with their CEO, arm in arm. We got the 2006 Postal Reform Act passed in no small part due to the CEO Council when When 20 of us CEOs flew into town and went on the Hill, it was reported everywhere. We got people's attention, and we have someone that knows which door to go into and what to say, and what the back door looks like too, and can get around. I mean, it's just amazing when you're on the Hill, and I've been on the Hill with a number of people, but when you're on the Hill with a congressman, you get a lot more respect, you get a lot more access, you get really listened to, and that person counsels you as to what to say and how to say it. So it's an amazing process to go through. You'll have an epiphany. It's really exciting. It's really fun. You really get to see how things work, and you learn a lot. So I guess that's my pitch for you, Kevin.
It's a great pitch, and we'd love to put your company's logo on our website. We'd love to connect with your employees. No one's probably going to care about this issue as much as you all care, your employees, the folks that depend on this. And so we need your folks in that army to build, and that helps us, and certainly CEOs who, and any of you that want to help advise us. And when we go to Capitol Hill to be with us, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build this crescendo here. And Hamilton, I appreciate the endorsement there and all that you've been doing to help us get to this point.
I absolutely get it. Other questions for Kevin? Yes.
Maybe not a question for Kevin, but just in general, we were talking about this at lunch. Who is his boss? Who does he? Everybody's got a boss, right? So he seems kind of irreverent in reference to his board. So evidently they're not his boss, but.
Well, his board is his boss. They're the only people that can fire him. And there's been a lot of pressure that he should be fired. I think that would be a terrible thing. I think we need this guy to be really super successful, as I said. I have some general disagreements, but I have a lot of agreements with what he's doing, and a lot of appreciation for how hard a job that is. And I think we do need to support that. I would like to have more data flow. I'd like to know, what does this new network look like, and what is the schedule of price increases? I have asked several times for early advice. You are starting to get some early advice on rates. Don't really like what I'm hearing, but I prefer to hear it than not hear it. So that's good, and that's progress. He's still fairly new to the job, and he's still figuring out how to work in this town within this environment. And he alluded to a lot of the constraints. And to be fair, I really do feel it's like one of the hardest jobs in town, even up there with the guy over on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is another tough job in this town. He also has 535 directors who write to him and demand of his time and call him to come testify before them, and approve some of those, approve his governors, his board of governors choices, and also approve all of the other players in the postal ecosystem, whether it's GAO or the Office of Inspector General or a lot of the Postal Regulatory Commission. So the answer is he's got a lot of bosses. I guess I'll ask you, Kevin, to comment. Who's DeJoy's boss in your mind? When you were a member of Congress, were you his boss?
I mean, I think the Board of Governors is the right answer ultimately, right? And there's a division there, right? Congress has oversight responsibilities, but ultimately the postmaster doesn't work for Congress, right? He works for the Board of Governors. Board of Governors are appointed by the President,
confirmed by the
Senate. So the accountability still comes back to the American people, right? Because you can tell your senator, you need to not confirm this governor or confirm this governor, or ask them for accountability, and the president ultimately is the one who selects them. So it's I think a traditional model where ultimately the power lies in the American people, right? If millions of Americans said they want to change and that message was heard by the White House, I think you would see a change, right? So that's why what we're trying to do to connect with the American people is something that hasn't been done before. It's usually been like, have your employees email, right? Have your, this is like, these are the people that are following us and interacting with us. We have great interactions on our social media. These are rank and file, regular Americans who will share stories about their postman that they like, a story about how someone, helped them out in a way. I mean, just really those sort of, we're trying to capture, the regular Americans' experience with the mail and use their voices in a way that I think is even more effective than an industry voice, because ultimately they know we have business interests we care about. The American people, that's the constituency that are free to speak their mind, and if they speak strongly, that can make a big difference in this town.
Yeah, constituent impact is huge.
It really is.
You understand it, I understand it, but I'm not sure people that are outside the Beltway really see that.
When you come home and you get yelled at by your constituents, that leaves a mark on you when you go back to Washington, right? And if you're being yelled at about inflation, you're going to go back and say, my constituents care about inflation, right? And they do. This is, by the way, part of it. Like, costs are going up. Why are we driving postage up beyond inflation at a time in which Americans have so many other bill issues they have to deal with? And when you're talking about doing it twice a year, you're talking about moving the first class stamp over $1, like, that's real stuff, and American people don't know that's happening. So this is a two-way communication. Our first effort here is to communicate to the American people about what's happening in the Postal Service, because no one's really doing that, right? That's our first goal. And our second goal is then to get them focused on it and have them communicate back to Congress, to show up at town hall meetings, to send tweets, to do those sorts of things that members of Congress come back to Washington and they say, hey, my constituents are fired up about this. This is something I better focus on. That's easier said than done. I'm not promising we're going to get a wave of angry mobs showing up at town hall meetings demanding lower stamp prices. But I do think we've got to get this to be more in the conscience of the American people, and that's why we're running this PR campaign to do it.
Kevin, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Been really great. Appreciate all your efforts. Godspeed. It's important stuff, and thank you for coming and sharing with us. Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. I think we have a break now. Paul, help me out. Take over, will you?
Till about 4:15. Thank you again to Lindenmeyer Central for sponsoring it, and we'll be back in the room at 4:15.
4:15. Okay, so we've got about 12 minutes.
Some noshes out front.
4,000 independent publishers about 2 months ago on the paper topic. They, in the book space, can't get paper as well. And literally, right as I started, I said, I'm going to talk about paper. There was a woman in the back. She hissed at me. I literally got hissed at for being in the paper business. So, hopefully today will be a little bit more above board and I won't be getting hissed at, but it is definitely yeah, thank you. Was that you, Kathy? No. It's definitely been a very spirited topic, and it's definitely impacted a lot of people's businesses. It's been tough for suppliers, for distributors, for catalogers. It's been a really tough time. So, we're going to try to unpack what's happened, and then what are we going to do, moving forward as an industry to really improve it. It's interesting. I've got more opportunities to speak in the last probably year than I have in the last 26 years in the business. So hopefully next year you won't need to talk to the paper guy, because it's really not that exciting. By way of agenda, we're going to just level set with some quick macroeconomic conditions through the lens of the paper market. Okay, and today we're going to talk about how we collectively manage the paper market and how we move forward. What we're not going to talk about is how you buy paper or who you buy paper from. So you can buy from a distributor like us. You can buy from one of the fine printers in the room. You can buy from a mill directly. But we're going to talk about how do we as an industry help improve what's going on for all of our sakes. Rising tide floats all boats. So as a little bit of an introduction, I've been in the catalog space now for 27 years. I do sit on the ACMA board. And I just wanted to publicly, recognize the work that the ACMA has done. I mean, Ham, you, and Paul, and Lynn, you do a lot of heavy lifting for the industry, and just wanted to publicly thank you for that. It's been phenomenal, so just wanted to thank you for that. So after we look at, and it's just going to be a couple quick things, what impacts paper? It's currency, it's GDP, consumer confidence. Those are the couple of things that really impact paper. So we're going to take a quick look at that, and then what the heck happened over the last 18 months, which has impacted all of us. So I've put it down into 3 buckets under a perfect storm. There's clearly a supply and demand imbalance. So how did that happen? I think it's important to understand, and then what's it going to look like moving forward? It's going to be important for everybody talking about your 2023, what that looks like. So we're going to look at supply and demand. We're going to look at input costs. And if you think inflation's painful for the general consumer in the marketplace, it's really painful for paper manufacturers. So I'm going to share a lot of data with you, and don't worry, you'll get this information later, which might be helpful, but we're going to talk about input costs. And then there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to logistics and supply chain. There's been some improved data as of late, so I'll share that as well. And then we'll end with what can we as marketers do to really navigate the complex paper market. So that's the agenda. Any questions? Well, okay, why am I showing a chart on GDP? Historically, GDP and the paper market with an appropriate standard deviation follow each other. So as GDP gets stronger, the paper market gets stronger. As GDP goes down, the paper market goes down. Are we headed to a recession? If you listen to the news the last couple of days, there's many that think maybe we are, which could have an impact on demand. Demand for paper has been much stronger than any of us anticipated this year and last year, post-COVID. So what's going to happen with GDP is going to really impact, demand on the paper side. The other thing that impacts demand is consumer confidence. How much money do consumers have? Are they confident to buy your products, and then you market to those consumers? Or as consumer confidence has really been, looks like it's going in the wrong direction, what's that going to do to demand? So we've talked about the supply-demand imbalance. These pieces of data are what we're looking at when we're doing projections on behalf of what the market's going to do. This is the big one. The topic du jour is inflation. I just updated the May number. It's 8.6%. 8.6%, including food and energy. You see the energy number over there on the left side of the screen. What's it take to make paper? You need fiber and pulp. You need water, lots of water. You need manufacturing, labor, energy, and transportation. So when you look at the impact of energy in the paper business, it's much, much higher than it is even in just the general economy. So we'll kind of talk through that as well when we look at the input costs of paper. So you just have an understanding of kind of what's happened and why prices are doing what they're doing and availability is doing what it's doing. A lot of it has to do with energy, and we are very concerned about the inflationary period and what that means for the paper market. And then finally, currency. You're like, what in the heck is he showing a currency slide for? Well, we're going to talk about the supply rationalization, or the capacity rationalization, which is a fancy term for all the paper machines that used to make paper that don't make paper anymore, right? And the North American market, collectively for all of us, is not big enough anymore to support the demand in North America. So that demand has to be filled by other places. On the West Coast, it's coming from Asia. A lot of it's coming from Korea. And in the Midwest and the East, especially for publication grades. And when I say publication grades, I also, catalog, magazine, book, those types of things. That's coming from Europe. So what this shows you is from middle of 2021 to today, the US dollar has strengthened by almost 15, 20%. So from a paper standpoint, that's actually a good thing, because there will be some more imports coming into this market. But we're going to really keep an eye on this, because if the dollar weakens, we're a less attractive market, and we don't have the supply in this market to support the demand that's out there. So those are the four things, just to level set from an economy standpoint, that we look at when we're looking at economic data through the lens of the paper market. Make sense? Okay, so what the heck happened? If you were looking at the paper market and you had to put it all on one slide, this is my attempt to do that. And this is what this slide is. Has anybody had their prices go up this year? We're not allowed to say it, but we know the answer is yes. Anybody had to deal with late paper? Brad talked about that at Arundel. Yes, all the printers have. We've all had issues. The A word is out there, allocation. It's not fun for people like me or John or others to talk about, allocation in the marketplace, but it is what it is. So we had a major strike in Finland. If I had a penny for every time I had to talk about the labor unions in Finland, I could maybe buy a Coke. But major strike. So all of these things on the left have happened, and others, and it's probably what you've all experienced. Okay, why am I here today? You look at the right, and this is from a third-party group that tracks the paper market. In May, the price increases in paper were the largest single-month price increases ever. in May, the price increases were the largest single-month price increases ever. Now, I do think we're getting closer to the top of the market. I do think things were going to stabilize more. But this is what we're dealing with, and this is why you got a guy like me talking to you today. So that's the themes. So now let's unpack what the result or the root cause of those themes are. And I put a slide in here. That's actually the radar imagery from The Perfect Storm from the movie, so I thought that was kind of neat, actually. But there's three things. It was supply demand, we'll talk first, input costs, and then the supply chain issues. Okay, on the demand side, marketers are saying that they're going to spend more money. This is a general statement. I know you can get in trouble with general statements, but a lot of this data came from February. Granted, things were a little different then, but from the 28th edition of the CMO survey. So marketers are going to spend more money on traditional media, i.e. print. Interesting, a lot of the digitally native internet marketers, they're the ones leading the charge by a tenfold amount, which is fascinating. Donna, you could talk about this, I'm sure, at length, and so could Angie and others. But traditional media, print, is performing well. It's performing well. It's a trusted form of media, and with the changes in privacy that's been referenced, it's, us in the paper and print world are somewhat bullish. This is on the demand side. What are the paper folks saying? Well, from a demand standpoint, we're looking at actually some growth for once in the commercial print sector. The catalog sector is actually fairly flat, but in this world, flat is pretty darn good. Now, will this continue? We don't know. The Fed put trillions of dollars out as post-COVID to get us out of this. How much of this demand recovery is stimulus? How much of it is post-COVID? How much of it is because of the privacy on the digital side? We don't know, but we have to watch this because none of us want to go through this demand-supply imbalance again. It's been brutal. I don't think I'll live through another year like this. Yeah. Year-over-year percentages. So commercial print, for example, was down 12% in 2020, up 7% in 21, up another 4.4% in 22. Thanks, Jim. Okay, I'm a graph guy. So what's this look like from a graph standpoint? This is from 2018 to until now, basically, the demand side of coated paper. Now, I recognize there's SC paper, there's uncoated groundwood, but just looking at coated, you can see kind of a downward trend there, correct? The suppliers have kind of managed to that downward trend. The interesting thing is the suppliers took capacity out thinking that downward trend was going to continue. But look what's happened since early 2020, 21. Demand's relatively flat. And in this industry, we haven't seen flat demand in a long, long time. Right? So that's causing a lot of the supply-demand imbalance that's out there. And really, we don't know if that demand is going to stay strong. Many people will think the demand has been squashed because you couldn't get paper. So many people think the demand's actually a lot higher. You marketers, would you have mailed more if you had more paper this year? Probably. Moving forward, I don't know. So there's a lot of unknowns, but we really need to look at the data to understand what's going to happen in the market moving forward. Okay, so that line, just real quick, that line is demand. It looks very similar. Next slide is supply. This looks at North American supply across super calendared, coated groundwood, which is number 4, number 5 grades, and coated free sheet from 2000 to 2021. You can see similar angle on the decline. So the suppliers, some of which are in this room, have tried to manage that supply rationalization with the demand decline. And sometimes they do a pretty good job. Sometimes we collectively in the industry don't do as good of a job. Let's look at the last 3 years. This is the real problem. And us paper people, we try to confuse you. Sometimes we talk in cost per hundredweight. Sometimes we talk in pounds. This particular slide is in metric tons. So add 10%, you get to short tons, which is typically what we use. But what you can see is in Europe, 6.7 million metric tons were taken out of the system since 2020. In North America, 4.3 million metric tons have been taken out of the system. This is across all grade categories. For a point of reference, coated groundwood, number 4, number 5 product in the US is about a 2 million ton system. So look how much has come out just in North America, and we've already discussed that North America can't supply its own paper fully. So this is a big, big deal, and it just to kind of say what caused this tight market, too much supply came out. Okay, that's what caused it. Okay, this is a slide that I worked on with my marketing guys. I think it tells a story, and just bear with me for a second here. The blue bars are the number of paper machines in this particular market. So I'm going to cascade through 4 different paper markets. This happens to be coated free sheet. So paper that is, does not have refined mechanical pulp. It's free of free sheet. It's number 3 and number 2 grades. In 1999, there were 80 paper machines in North America. 80. Okay? Today there's 11. So in 2000, 1999, a paper machine would go out. It was 2-3% of the market. We could digest that as an industry. Today, when a paper machine goes out in the coated free sheet world, just do the straight math, it's 10-12% of the market. That's a much bigger deal. So the blue line is the number of machines, the red line is the actual capacity in North America. Okay, the other thing is, in 1999, there were, Tim, you would know, there's what, 20 suppliers, 25 suppliers? Okay, today there's 4. And the interesting, this is a little bit of a side note, but we're in DC, so I can maybe go off on a little bit of a tangent. If you look at the 4 suppliers, great suppliers, all of them, by the way. I'm Switzerland. We buy from everybody. Billerud is the company that Tim works for that just bought Verso. They're a Swedish company. Okay? Sappi, South African Paper and Pulp, South African company. Nine Dragons is the world's largest container board company based in China. So you have 94% of this market that is controlled outside of the United States, outside of North America. Not good, not bad, just a point, okay? So you've got less suppliers, less machines, a higher beta, okay? You look at some other markets. I'm going to move over now to coated groundwood. These are your number 4 and your number 5 grades. There are 4 machines left in North America for coated groundwood. In 1999, there were 56. Okay, so we've already discussed demand is kind of, I like to say demand is like bounced off the bottom, right? But look at the number of machines left here. So this is why having a good procurement strategy around paper makes so much sense, because it's a huge part of your business, right? And back to the theme, Kruger's a Canadian company. UPM's the world's largest paper company based out of Finland or Germany, depending on what year you look at. Billerud we talked about, and Catalyst Paper Excellence is a Canadian company that has ties back into Asia and Indonesia. So there's not one US company in this market, right? So the world has become a smaller place. That's why we're looking at currency. That's why having a proper procurement strategy for you, regardless of who you buy from, is so super important, so you're aligned, right? You're aligned for the right product for your business. And I'll quickly go through the rest. This is the super calendared business. Many of you, Jim and I were just talking about the super calendar business. In North America, there's 3 fine suppliers left. All of them are in Canada. Not one paper machine in the United States in this grade category is left. The last one was in Duluth, Minnesota, which was shut down, about 2 years ago maybe? Not shut down, converted. So in the paper world, we don't shut, we convert. We convert to other industries or other products that are perceived to have a higher value. Liner, packaging grades, bathroom tissue, brown, all sorts of different products. They take our nice graphic paper machines and they convert them to other things. So that's what this market looks like. Nothing in the US, 3 good suppliers in Canada. And then finally, this is the abnormal one. Many catalogers that you saw in the mail during this paper crunch, you'd get their books in the mail. Williams-Sonoma was one. They're not here, I'll pick on them. You're like, what in the heck? Why are they on an uncoated paper? This looks weird. That's not their brand. Well, maybe they couldn't get coated paper, so they were in the uncoated free sheet world. This market is still a little bit different, because look at all the suppliers in North America. There's a lot more machines in North America. There's more flex. Now, it's tight as a drum right now. It is tight as a drum in the uncoated free sheet world, but there's a little bit more flex when you look at the data. Does this make sense? Okay. All right, So we're used to having a lot of flexibility in the catalog space, right? Oh, I want to increase circ, I want to add pages, I'm going to do a sale book. This slide shows what I'm just picking on coded free sheet right now, okay? Shows the inventory in the system as of April. It's a 72% decline of inventory in the system for coded free sheet. This is your cover paper. This is like a higher end books. This is their paper. There's nothing in the system. So that's why, people like us, our phones are ringing off the hook. We're like, sorry, we can't help you. There's nothing in the system. So it's just when we look at the data, now we fully expect there'll be some more inventory made at some point. We're going to get to a more balanced, and we're going to watch this every single month. I can't wait for these numbers to come out because we update our charts and take a look at it. But we're going to get to a more balanced situation. But if you're asking what happened, this is part of the reason, okay? The other thing we look at is operating rates. You can see, and I wish this slide, I should have bolded the 100%, but you can see since 2021, this is coded free sheet, coded mechanical, we're just north, just south of 100%. There's no flex in the system. These paper machines, they're like the little engine that could. They're running, they're deferring maintenance, they're trying to get every freaking ounce of paper out of these machines as they can, but operating rates, there's nowhere to go. There's no slack in the system, okay? So once again, there's a lot of data here to show you kind of where you've been. Now, when operating rates get down to 85%, we're going to have a little bit more stability. But right now, we're just not there. Switching gears from the manufacturing side to the cost input side. I mentioned some of the things that we need for paper. We need pulp. So we're going to start talking inflation here. But the pulp prices have gone up 20% in 4 months. I mean, for you merchants in the room, what if your main, product went up 20% in 4 months? That's what the paper manufacturers are dealing with, if they can even get it. There's a lot of manufacturers that haven't been able to get pulp at any price, and it's been, a crisis. So that's what's going on in the pulp side of the business. And then this is some of the other items that impact paper making. In the big line there is natural gas. Natural gas from January of 21, and the right axis here is natural gas, is up 220%. I said you need energy to make paper. 220% is what natural gas is up. Some of these others, if you look at, is pulp and trucking, they're up 50%, right? So the paper market would love 8% core inflation, because this is a lot worse. We just talked about pulp, we're looking at natural gas. I'll let the printers talk about labor. I know you're going to talk about labor tomorrow, but that's what's happened to the industry, and that's why we're kind of in the position that we are. It will stabilize. I believe in capital markets. It's going to balance out, but right now, this is why we're in the position we're at. Make sense? Okay, so a little bit of good news. Okay, we're seeing some softening for some of the challenges on the container side and on the supply chain side. And once again, everything I do is through the lens of somebody sending paper. So this may not translate to some of the merchants in the room, but I think we send 7 million tons of paper a year, which is 14 billion pounds of paper a year, which is about 350,000 semi-loads of paper. So it's 350,000 trucks of paper. So we look at it from somebody who sends something really heavy, low value. But when we look at the paper logistics supply chain, it's been a freaking mess, as has your supply chain. We've had major port congestion for the imported grades. Obviously, that wouldn't be an issue for the domestic grades. Schedule reliability has been awful. The last data was 12% of all ships were on time. 12% of all ships were on time. Warehouse congestion, if you could get a container, guess what? You couldn't get a chassis. The chassis is what the intermodal container goes on top of. You couldn't get a chassis. So you had all these containers, but you didn't have a chassis. Or you had a bunch of chassis and you couldn't get containers. I don't want to relive the madness, but that's what we were dealing with, okay? Rail car shortages, especially in Canada. There's a lot of pulp made in Canada for some of the not integrated mills. They need some of that pulp. They couldn't get it, so some mills were taking downtime. It was crazy. And obviously, you're all very familiar with the trucking challenges. So paper world is not immune from this, and it's been very challenging. That said, let me just talk a little bit about volume first. This slide, the gray shows the volume coming in from China, or coming in from Asia. And I just use this as a reference point. April was the third highest volume month ever, okay, for volume coming in to the West Coast from, and I'll just use this as a reference, from Asia. Usually April is a shoulder season, right? It's not Chinese New Year, it's not our holidays, it's kind of a season to get caught up. So it shows you there's still a lot of volume in the system. The green line is the year-over-year change. So you see in 21, the year-over-year change was massive because of you're coming off of COVID when things were locked down. And now it's a little bit more stable, and we are seeing some stability in these markets. Partly, some product is being rerouted into the Gulf Coast, into the East Coast because of a potential labor issue on the West Coast. And part of it is because China's been locked down with COVID. So we're seeing some stabilization, but volume is still very, very high. And you're probably all seeing that as well. I'm fascinated to see what happens as your warehouses are full, you know, what's going to happen here in the next several months. But that's why we have to keep a real close eye on the data. Okay, so some good news. It would be an absolute disaster. I was watching the president of the National Retail Foundation on CNBC in my hotel room yesterday, and he was talking about if there's a labor strike with the longshoremen, which is the ILWU, International Longshoremen and Warehouse Union on the West Coast, it would be debilitating. I don't think that's going to happen. Biden's been out there twice in the last 3 months for photo ops, you know, talking about how they're trying to improve the situation there. The Maritime Negotiating Association, which manages the manufacturer side of the labor contract, actually came out and said that two sides are on good terms and they're cooperating. That never happens. This is an antagonistic relationship. You're shaking your head there. Yeah, it's an antagonistic relationship. So from my perspective, don't throw this in my face if there's a strike, okay? But from my perspective, I'm less concerned about a potential labor strike on the West Coast with the longshoremen than in years past. So that's some good news. The other good news is this is the World Container Index. You can see we're finally, as a world, starting to get some relief on container prices. Okay, so it peaked at over $10,000 a container, and this is everywhere, okay? And now worldwide, it's down 22%, 23% under $8,000. If you look at the right-hand side, these are the recent trends and short-term forecast on what's going to happen with container rates. Okay, and I see some of you taking pictures. We'll get you this information so you've got it, okay? So for most places, it's either flat or going down, with some notable exceptions. Central Europe, there's a land war going on. Rates are still high there. There's some stuff going on in the Middle East, North Africa. We're a little bit concerned there. But for sake of this group, most of our imported paper or imported goods are coming in via the Trans-Pacific or the Transatlantic lanes, okay? And those lanes are looking better. Just real quick, I'm going to go quick here. The Trans-Pacific eastbound lane, China to the U.S., there's some pretty nice relief there, from $14,000 a container to $11,000, okay? And we're expecting that to, you know, stabilize a little bit, knock on wood. There's still some work to do on the transatlantic, on the westbound. That's stuff coming from Europe to the U.S. It's actually ticked up a little bit, but recent trends are more kind of sideways, and we're expecting that to stabilize as well. So those are the two lanes probably that are most applicable to this group and our collective businesses. Some more good news, and we're finally getting some relief on the trucking side. Is it good? No, but it's better than it has been. But what I'd like to point out here, besides national rates going down from 302 in March to roughly 272, so that's going in the right direction, but we're finally starting to see a divergence in the spot price and the contract price for trucks. Up until this point, there was no spot market. And if you would buy on the spot market, the reliability was horrible. I'm sure the printers in the room can talk about that, right? So it was really, they were basically the same market. In March, we finally started to see that spread a little bit, which helps show that there's some softness in the system. I use that word carefully, softness, but there's some, it's getting a little bit softer in the system because the spot rates, the orange line is actually, there's a delta there, which is more traditionally what we see in the freight world in the US. and this proves out that as well. The orange line is the number of loads to every truck in the US. At the beginning of the year, there were almost 10 loads to every truck. And this is only through April. I don't have the main number updated here yet. I apologize. We're now under 4. So some good news, right? And we're starting to see a little bit of relief, not because of what I think, because of what the data is showing, right? And that's why we always try to show the data, because we all have points of view. I certainly have mine. But the data is showing that we're getting some relief here. Okay, and this is the uncertainty, right? Logistics and freight is a big part of the paper world. It's a low-value product, incredibly heavy. We're very concerned and watching logistics like a hawk, and these are the things that obviously will impact logistics for all of us, especially the paper side, up or down over the next period of time. I'm not going to go through them all in detail. You guys can all read. It's late in the day. Okay, so what do we do? All of your businesses, my business, we've all been impacted by the shortage of paper. This is just an example of some things that catalogers have had to do. Change page counts, look at different products, try new things. Your marketing cadences were turned upside down, many of you, because of the shortage in paper. We recognize that, right? What we want to do is try to manage the beta of this business a little more effectively than we all collectively have in the past, right? Because we might get lucky and some of the marketing changes might work, but you might be throwing some good money after bad when you have to make quick, unplanned decisions, right? So one of the things that we all can do, whether you're a cataloger, a merchant, a distributor, a printer, a manufacturer, is we all can be a little bit more disciplined in how we manage paper, because we're part to blame. People like me are part to blame. We all chase the low price. Oh, this guy's a little bit lower. I'm going to change this. I'm not going to do a long-term deal. I'm going to do a spot deal. And that's kind of what's exasperated the capacity rationalization on the manufacturer side, because they haven't been able to plan their business. So I put together a slide, tips for smart paper buying. Once again, I don't care if you buy paper from Mickey Mouse, right? But these are the things that help the supply chain in paper. And these are things that will allow us as an industry to have a more predictable market, because our market has been anything but predictable in the last 18 months. Make quick decisions. A lot of times, and I hope I don't offend any creative directors here, but you got a creative director run amok. Oh, I'd like to look at this sample. I'd like to look at this sample. That's a half a point less bright. While you're looking at all that stuff, guess what? The paper's gone. It's gone in a market like this. Be open, and many of you have had to be open to grade substitutions and alternate products, right? Do you want to print or do you not? Here's a couple of options. Make a quick decision, yes or no. I don't think whoever you buy from cares, but if you have to be able to, in a tight, oversold market, look at the data we all just went through. You have to make quick decisions on grade substitutions. And like any manufacturer, and this is where we've done a horrible job as an industry, is what does the manufacturer want to make? So if you've got a paper mill that makes, let's just make this up, 45 pound up to 100 pound, okay? And 90% of their business, let's say it's a coated mill, 90% of their business is either gloss or matte finish. If you're a buyer and you're buying 45 pound on the bottom side of what they want to make, and they're probably not very efficient because that's the end of their spec, and you want to buy a satin finish, the mill doesn't. They might sell you that in a soft market, but trust me, you're not getting that paper in a tight market. So that's where I say, talk to whoever you're buying from. What are the sweet spots? What are the grades? What are the basis weights? What's the freight look like? Is it rail served? Is it not rail served? Is it going to cross dock? What's the trim? And these big paper machines, if you go to a paper mill and say, I'm going to give you an order for 100% trim, I'm going to take all the paper off your plate. And good paper buyers do this. That's very attractive to them. If you go to a paper mill and say, oh, I want certain trim sizes and I'm going to utilize your machine at 72% utilization, what do you think that's going to look like for your supply chain, for your price, for your availability, and your deliverability, right? So these are things that we haven't had to do as an industry up until 12, 18 months ago because there's been a surplus of paper. But because of the capacity rationalization, the bounce off the bottom with demand, these are things that are going to be important, for my opinion. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. I'm in the paper world. But for my opinion moving forward, because we are going to have a higher beta, higher fluctuation in the paper world moving forward. When you, in the coated groundwood space, there's a mill, this is all public information, that is closing down right as we speak. It's in Burin, Wisconsin. It's 20% of the coated groundwood market. It's closing. One machine, 20% of the market. 20 years ago, that one machine was 1.5% of the market. We're going to have higher betas. When we get to stability, you know, then a machine goes out, boom, we're going to get right back to where we were at. If you do these types of things, how can you level order? Does it make sense to have an inventory program? Where do you store that inventory? I mean, these are the types of things that are going to help you, and really what I care about, help the industry be more efficient. Because if the industry is more efficient, it's better for all of our businesses. And then finally, some people, might sound completely, obvious, Captain Obvious here, but have a sourcing strategy. You know, Rob, I heard you say that you had scar tissue, right? What we found is a lot of times the person responsible for buying the paper thinks they're doing a really good job by getting an extra nickel or an extra quarter, but they don't have any supply security. And then the call goes to a guy like him, and he says, what the heck, I would have paid an extra nickel for supply security. So have a corporate paper strategy. It's a big spend for you that starts in the C-suite, and do what's best for your business. And the other thing I'll say, and I'm saying with a little bit of a wry smile, is in a tight market, mills are under allocation. I mean, it's crazy. Just pay your bills. You want to put lipstick on a pig. You want to be as attractive as you can for the mill community to get as much allocation as you can. And we expect things to remain pretty tight this year. Hopefully, if we go back to the economic stuff we looked at, we'll have some relief, going into next year and have a little bit more of a balanced market. So having said that, I know I'm the last up for the day. Helpful. Any questions, comments? Happy to address them.
You mentioned brown. I suppose that's corrugation.
Yeah, corrugated, liners, and that type of stuff.
With the drastic increase in all of our consumer behavior and ordering things, is that conversion you were talking about before? Is some of that driven by brown, and that it's maybe possibly more profitable? And if so, that trend's not going away. That's only going to go like this, I would suggest, as looking at my own household. So how does the paper industry think about that or plan for that as the other chart you showed, the correlation, like they're back to the raw material side. They're not like there's more raw materials, there's less. So how do you solve that long term?
Yeah, great question, Todd. And if you're a manufacturer and you look at, so the corrugated business, I'm using really round terms, globally is about an 80 million ton business, okay? Coated groundwood in North America is 2 million tons, okay? Corrugated's growing, and we showed all the data here, we're kind of flatlining as graphic paper. So that's where it goes back to, we as an industry have to make our market look really good. So mills don't want to convert as much, but they're converting because it's a high growth market, higher CAGR, and it's way, way bigger. And traditionally, a lot of these paper companies, speaking out of school here, have had challenges. They've been in bankruptcy. They've been beat down, and they just haven't been efficient. So we have to make the industry as stable and predictable as possible, or we're going to see more conversions and we're going to see more fluctuations in our space. Does that make sense?
Other questions? Well, Don, this has been a fantastic and illuminating presentation. Not that we actually love everything we've just heard, but it's better to hear it even if we don't like it. Bad news is not like wine. It does not improve with age. And so we really appreciate your coming and helping and sharing. Also appreciate all the support and sponsorship. And
you got it.
Thank you. I think all of our speakers today have done an outstanding job. Please thank them. We've got a great program lined up tomorrow. We're starting at 8:00 sharp, 8:00 dark. No, it's not 0 dark 8. It's 8 o'clock here, and we've got quite a bit to cover before we let you go. Tonight we have a reception that's sponsored by Arandel, very generously sponsored by Arandel, at Officina, which is a very well-liked place by locals. To get there, you go out the door of the hotel, and you better be facing the water when you go out the door. If you're not facing the water, turn around and walk the other direction. So go out the door towards the water. You'll see a boardwalk once you get down to the ground level. Make a right turn and keep walking all the way until you see a big smokestack, or maybe it's a milk bottle. It's something like that. And you'll see Officina right there. It's almost at the end of the wharf. It's about a 5-minute walk. And we have, well, if you go in and say you're for the ACMA reception, there'll be signs and people to direct you. We're in our own private space, both indoors and outdoors. We are expecting a number of dignitaries, VIPs, a number of folks from the Postal Service, a number of folks from other agencies, maybe some congressional aides, and at some point I'll ask you all to let me introduce anybody that's there so we recognize them. But I hope you will get out and put your hand out and tell them who we are, and tell them that you're interested, and talk about business and build a relationship with them. That's the purpose of it, as well as spending some time with all of us within this group. Have I missed anything? Hey, how about that? Get lucky every once in a while. Okay, thank you so much for your attendance. We'll see you at Officina at 6 o'clock.